drop the beat.
I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. I'm a never Trump guy. I never.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Cotter. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps law enforcement veteran, and I have no idea why I'm already doing an intro. Gen X says, yo, and K says, good morning. I'm just grabbing my YouTube link, and I'm going to post it to various social media so other people know that we're live. Early bird gets the worm and all of that. Just ladies so far? Well, you know what? That's good for me. Normally, my demographics are like 80 to 90% men. So if the girls are willing to come hang out, then that's actually a pretty good stinking thing. So today, I want to share, though, I don't mind if people help me with a docket, and I want to tell you why. I like debate content. I'm not going to lie. I like it when there's people who are fighting over contentious ideas, and we get to break down their arguments and all that kind of stuff. However, unfortunately, because Steven is in a non-self-imposed fortress arc, what I mean by that is a lot of the big players won't talk to him because, you know, his personal drama litigation thing going on. Because of that, you know, basically like some of the best debate content that could be had between a liberal and somebody else is not happening. Same thing with Mr. Vaush. With Vaush, he's been in his fortress arc for 2 years and he's gotten lazy as hell. So he's not creating good debate content. Hassan Piker has always been in the fortress arc. So, you know, it seems like some of the best players aren't out there debating. So they're kind of giving us like a minimal amount of new content to do. And then the people who are out there, no offense, are not very smart. They're, you know, like I could just watch Dave Smith for the 5th time, you know, talk about Iran, Israel, and how it's just Iraq 2.0. But it's like, how, number one, what new points is he going to make? Number two, what new points am I going to make? You know, like if you guys were 80 IQ, then I would just be able to repeat the same talking points over and over again. But the problem with my audience is they have 3,000 IQ. So I can't just say the same 6 talking points over and over again. I need to keep it fresh. Need to keep it fun. Need to keep it smart. And if I can't find fresh, smart content, then I kind of have to like scrape the barrel and find find other stuff. And so that's where like I just woke up this morning, started clicking around, seeing what's up, and I just went to the Young Turks because I wanted to see if there was a place that I could see Anna Kasparian actually steel manning her own line of argumentation because she was so bad in that panel debate that she watched that she actually gave me a ton of psychic damage. So I wanted to see, I wanted to see if there's anything good. And then I just immediately found a clip of like Cenk Uygur effectively imploding. And so that's, I was like, okay, that's interesting. That's interesting at least. And then, sorry, going back to chat, says Dylan Thomas says, good morning. Good morning to you. Christian Blair says, good morning. Kay says, I always find myself in these heavily male-dominated spaces. Well, that's okay. We all like a Tom girl, right? Randy Chang says, happy Friday, nerds. Indeed. I'm going to take psychic damage on your behalf. You can watch my brain slowly wither and die, and the blood vessels in my skull flex on the verge of implosion, and then hopefully my psychic pain will alleviate some of your psychic pain, and then you can have a beautiful weekend. True Zealot says, not directly political, but how do you feel about religious-themed debates discussions? I like them. Matt Dillahunty versus Jordan Peterson, I would happily watch that, even though it's old. Anti-theists, I feel like are, no offense to anybody in chat, but I feel like you're missing the whole point. The whole point is that 3,000 to 4,000 years ago, we didn't really have science. And so some dudes were doing mushrooms and meditation, and they took what they believed to be like moral and spiritual truths, and they mixed them with facts and history and allegory and story and all that kind of stuff. And then they passed it down to the next generation. And then, of course, because people say that these stories carry the authority of God, which if you believe God is the creative and ordered force in the universe and that we're capable of observing these ordered forces and creative forces, then God does exist in a deist sense, the way that I define it. And so it's worth studying. It's worth understanding the morality of ancient people, because oftentimes they'll have something to say about the human condition. That's what's cool about religion. And then anti-theists are like, no, we can start from scratch. But then you look at a lot of anti-theist lives and their lives suck. And as a biblical quote would say, wisdom is borne out by the fruit of its tree, or something. Some quote like that. Gen X says, Ezra Klein's interview last night was about Iran, Israel, and it was very nuanced explanations of Trump's and border tactics, and it was so good. But Gen X, there's one thing about that, though. That sounds like an okay, I would say like a Wednesday, Thursday stream. You know what I'm saying? Like a chill day. We want to see Ezra Klein. We want to watch him be handsome. You know, we want to watch him engage in nuance. That's okay. I'm looking for a spurg out, okay? I'm looking for something that is psychically damaging. I am looking for something that is like, you know, going to hurt my feelings and entertain the audience. True Zealot says, staying on brand with my name. True. Oliver in the Twist says, send the Ayatollah the Bible for an instant win. Okay. Christian Blair says, Fed post to deflect the psychic damage. Yeah. That's what I want. That's what I'm going for today. H-Lock says, what's good, everyone? Good to see you, H-Lock. Good to see you again. Gen X says, I posted that Ezra Klein video in Connor's Discord if anyone wants to watch it. It doesn't just slam Trump or anything. Seems as unbiased as anything I've seen. Cool. Sacred Snow says, good morning. Sacred Snow says, today is dragging. I stayed up too late rewatching Tombstone, based, because Peacock baited me by putting one of my favorite in my recommended section near bedtime. Nailed it. The Hotel did that to me with the Mad Max series. It was the newer one. It was like Furiosa, but I'd never seen Furiosa, despite the fact that, no, it wasn't Furiosa. It was the new Mad Max. I'd never seen Mad Max, despite half watching it at a friend's house. And everybody was like, oh, the visual storytelling is so good in this one. And so I did appreciate all of, like, I probably saw like 60% of it before I went to the hotel. But in the hotel, they were playing it for free from the beginning. And I was like, ooh, this is going to be good. And then I watched all of Mad Max, despite it being like 11 o'clock at night. It was awesome. Ezra Klein seems to have gotten a glow up. Yeah. The beard looks good. Kenneth Griffin says, wisdom is a product of suffering and time. True. Grow facial hair if you can. Indeed. And stylize the facial hair that you do have. Gen X says, oh, Connor, I wasn't saying watch it now. I put it in your Discord. It's very chill and informative. Yeah, we're looking for psychic damage. Si se puede says, Semper Yut Connor. Indeed. Yut. Oh. For those of you who don't know, that's Marine speak. Mr. and Mrs. D says, why would you have a blowhard who cannot take criticism and who has beers selling out the right for years like Cenk Uygur on? We have all been unsubscribing from TYT over this crap. Because it's funny. So Mr. and Mrs. D, just in case you're brand new and you haven't clicked off already. So if you go over to the Valor Media Network video section, you're going to find the handsome 40 to 60-year-olds talking about, nice cowlet, Connor, good job. You're going to find all the 40 to 60-year-old veterans who are talking about how to improve your life, how to take care of your kids, how to manage stress, how to meditate, all that kind of stuff. And that's good for them, you know, good for them, and also good for the people who listen to them, because they will probably improve their lives over time. This is the schizophrenic politics section, okay? This is where there are tens of thousands of lost souls who watch horrific political commentary content every day. And as a result, they're extreme leftists, they're extreme dissident right, they're extreme libertarians, or they're extreme MAGA. And so what we do is we go watch the content that they watch in order to break it down, in the hopes that, number one, we can kind of build a coalition of people who hate that content by criticizing it and watching it and pulling it apart and all that kind of stuff. But number two, maybe a few of the schizophrenics from all those fringe movements who are currently destabilizing our society, hopefully they trickle in, watch the content, disagree with some parts, agree with some parts, and then we create some cognitive dissonance that ends up making them better people. That's the goal over here. It's a little bit more muddy and bloody than the how to meditate content. If you want to learn how to meditate and relax, I recommend Men Talking Mindfulness. Sacred Snow says, God, I love Mad Max. I literally just clicked off a Dementis versus Immortan Joe comparison YouTube video short before I came in. Well, that's what I'm going to do eventually, is that's going to be part of the Age of Strife on the Sci-Fi Channel for sure. Christian Blair says, couldn't get into Mad Max. A world where oil is easier to find than ammo. Lol, definitely not America. When are we getting streamer degeneracy tier list? That's a good question. Remind me of that one. Philip Coffee says, Valor Media Network, good morning. Good morning, Philip. Good to see you. Mr. and Mrs. D. Sorry, platforming Cenk Uygur is a step too far for me. He's now asleep. He's not. Okay. Have fun. Listen, Mr. and Mrs. D, I'm going to be a little bit mean, okay? Like I'll be polite. I'm not going to say any bad words, but I'm going to be a little bit mean. If you want to go to a Midas hug box where the liberals are all like, here's the 6 things that Trump did that's bad today, which is, I'm being mean because they're, I'm friends with the Midas boys. But if you want to be like, these are the top 10 things that Trump did today, then go to Midas, And if you want wholesome pro-masculine content, then click back, click videos, and then go watch all the middle-aged men who are talking about the good old days and how to be a good man and how to raise your children and how to do this and how to do that, and go enjoy the wholesome content. We're not here for that. We're here for the schizophrenia. If you're not into schizophrenia, then this content isn't for you. Sorry to say. Have fun. You don't have to be like, oh, this isn't for me. Okay, good for you. Okay. Not all content is for everybody. I didn't know if you knew that. KO Dave says, hello, Connor. How goes it? It goes pretty good. I'm not going to lie. Like we're having some good days. We're having some meh days. We're having some good days. Deplatforming is cringe and bad for your own movement. That's how the Dems basically ceded online media to the right. Yup. DD22E says, hey, Connor. Hi. Sultan Al Fasim says, hola. Johnny Blaze says, have you seen anything about Oak Flat? They're trying to build a new copper mine on Apache land. No, that's cool. I guess that's cool. If the Apaches approve of it, that's cool. Oliver in the Twist says, in my opinion, TYT initially indicated too radical, a lefty base, too left, and now are going too far right in an attempt to find that reasonable middle ground, but who knows if they find it, lol, for super meh. Yeah, I agree. But him freaking out is going to be fun for us. Razzle Smasher says, what if I told you that I stayed up all night watching the new season of Squid Game and have no regrets? I mean, that's based as long as you have no regrets. DD22E says, I hope we get rid of our purity testing culture. That would probably get us a lot more people. Yeah, that's the other thing about Mr. and Mrs. D or whatever, is they're purity testing, but they're purity testing from a liberal lens. So they took like the worst parts of progressivism and then they kept it, but then they moved to the liberal side, which is particularly brunch lib coded. I say that as I think that the brunch libs need to create a coalition of actually politically active people for the midterms. KO Dave says, yes, Mad Max takes place in Australia, not the US. Yeah, but Australia is kind of a crazy place, right? Oliver in the Twist says, Cenk has been bad for like a decade, and I have to say, as someone on the left and still am, lol. Yeah, but let's take some psychic damage together. Tallybot says, Connor, that is a beautiful explanation for your gods on this channel, or goals on this channel, excuse me. That is exactly where I find myself, alarmed by the horseshoe fringe revolutionaries. Yeah. We're like, how not everybody watches J-Reg, but the people who do watch Shreg, you'll know that his like channel is based around like anti-centrist criticism. A lot of it's like satire and hyperbole, but we're effectively like center left, center right authoritarian, center right libertarian, center left libertarian, center right authoritarian, but it's all like close to the center, relatively speaking. And then we're fighting all the fringeoids. It's kind of where we're at. So if you're a fringeoid, welcome aboard, but expect to bear some criticism at some point. I'm going to read a few more and then set up the content. The Good News Network says, Cenk just approaches his argument in bad faith and strawmans everyone while accusing others of it. It's amazing how much he spun off. Well, we're going to have quite an emotional episode today. It should be fun. Gen X says, oh, nice, like people who just now watch Game of Thrones and can watch straight through. Yeah, good for them. Good for them. C-Dub says, Cenk being humorously, furiously belligerent. Is this a day ending in Y? Well, this one, he might actually cry. So we're, it might be... It might actually be a tough watch, but we'll see because, whatever. There could be some good memes in there, and we can at least pull apart the ideas. I think he starts out the episode screaming and crying. Oh, excuse me. I had to take a big old sip of tea. We ran out of Diet Coke today. Hassan talking about Cuba? No. So Sorry, last few. DD22E says it's really funny that Zhreg himself is beginning to break from the establishment people and releasing them all schizos. Yeah, I like it too. Hassan talking about Cuba. No. Okay, so I wanted to write, you know how in 1984 there's like the hate hour or whatever, where your computer has a webcam, and so your TV has a webcam, and so you're supposed to go into your living room, and there's like some terrorist who screwed up the world, and so you're supposed to go in there and just like froth at the mouth and scream as they present you with this terrorist that doesn't exist, so you can freak out. I think they call that like the hour of hate or something like that, and you're supposed to do it every day. So what I was thinking of was like Hassan Piker hate hour, which was going to be me going like, I hate Hassan, like freaking out like that. But I figured that would be rude to put on YouTube. So I didn't. And I just thought about like, okay, well, how can I express the fact that I hate Hassan without putting the word hate in there? And then I just thought to myself, if I could load Hassan Piker up onto a catapult and shoot him to Cuba, then I would. So that's where I came up with that title. Emmanuel Rondon says, why are the socialist Marxists so threatened by abundance bros? I don't know, but it's fun. It's very fun. They're very upset. Zoran Mamdani, I can pronounce his name. It's not Zoltan Salami, although I like Zoltan Salami better. Zoran Mamdani, won, and he has said some like cringe things recently and a long time ago. But what I like about that political campaign is that everybody hates it. That's what I like about it. I like that even the leftists are like, he's an abundance lib. He's an abundance lib pretending to be a socialist. Like, that's my favorite. That's my favorite thing to read on Twitter. DD22C, sorry I keep reading chat, but chat's being funny. Also, one thing I notice about all of DGG's current enemies is that all of them are people Destiny did bad things to in a debate. Lol. Yeah, I mean, it's true. Isn't abundance just a meme? Not really. Well, it's kind of infecting politics rhetorically a little bit, which is good. Yeah. All right. Zoltan sounds like a Gundam villain name. No, Zoltan is from the it's from the 2000 stoner classic with Ashton Kutcher called Dude, Where's My Car? Where they smoked so much pot the night before that they develop like short-term amnesia. And so they wander around town going on misadventures looking for his car. And they bump into a cult that is wrapped in bubble wrap. And they have like a alien demigod who's going to take them all away. And his name is Zoltan. And so every time you say the word Zoltan, you have to go, Zoltan! And then you throw up the Z. You throw up, it's like this. Yeah, you throw up the Z. You go, and then all praise Zoltan, and then all the cultists go, Zoltan! It's pretty dope. So that's the meme that I would create. Mr. Salami is abundance. Yep. An abundance lib, what does that even mean? It means that you're trying to kickstart the economy so hard that everyone is so rich that nobody gives a shit anymore. And you do that through like ripping up the red tape for infrastructure projects that are going to make the world a better place, and also kickstarting businesses and the economy. So it's basically like hyper capitalism. It's capitalism on steroids. DD22E says, I mean, abundance and social democracy are not mutually exclusive. Yeah. Yep. C-Dub says, abundance, no thanks. I'd rather have manufacturing jobs where I get to screw in little iPhone screws. Hunter Dombrowski says, hey, Cotter, have you tried the new Siege mode in Space Marine 2? It's sick. No, I don't have time to do anything. I don't have time to do anything ever. Bo Dickerson says, in 1984, it's Goldstein, It's Goldstein, the hate hour. Name seems poignant for today. Oh, yeah, because it's like a Jewish name. Yeah. Yes. Desolate Mirror is like post-scarcity capitalism. Yeah. Sacred Snow says, I know your reference, Dude, Where's My Car too, but it makes me think don't mess with the Zoran. Oh, yeah. Yeah. What's the Adam Sandler Jewish movie? Don't mess with the Zohan. Oh my God, it is Zohan. No. The only thing missing is the R. There are so many meme opportunities missed online. How come people are not photoshopping Zoran? I know Adam Sandler is like a Jew, and that this movie is about like the Israeli-Palestinian conflict in a comedic sense, where an IDF special forces guy escapes to New York to be a hairdresser. But like, why don't you meme Zoran into Adam Sandler pictures of him being a hairdresser And why don't you do the Zoltan? Dude, there's so many missed opportunities. Like he won his election, so clearly don't listen to me. But anyways, would be great. Hummus can be used for everything, according to Zohan. Exactly. Yeah. All right. Last one that I'm doing an introduction. Seki Joke says 451 says, "Hey Connor, are you familiar with Max Derat? He does some great analysis for esoteric, Gnostic, and alchemical symbolism in video games. Highly recommended his vids." Why don't I write him down? I don't know if that sounds like review content for the stream, but that sounds like some, if I want to trigger my schizophrenia at 11 p.m. right before I go to bed, then maybe that would be good content. Max Derat, video game schizo analysis. All right, I have to ignore you guys, even though I love you. Although I love Possum Nation, so I'll read him first. I always thought that Zoltan reference was about the Turkish carnival machine in the movie Big with Tom Hanks. Interesting. All right. Okay, so I'm going to shill yesterday, okay? Because yesterday was excellent viewership, but minimal chat participation from Financial Thing, but that's okay. I love you guys anyways. You guys are giving me sweet, sweet AdSense just by watching the content, but I have to shill, okay? If we don't get donos, then I have to shill. So, like the stream. That's very important. People come in and they watch us and they have a good time and they hang out with us. Engage in chat. There's a lot of really funny people in chat. I can't read everybody's chats because when we get past 60, 70 people hanging out, it's hard to keep track. Watch the VODs. That's also kind of free, although you do watch ads or you have your YouTube Premium paying me, and that's fun, especially if you miss a VOD. Super chats if you got them. Giving us $5, $10, $2 is excellent. Helps out the channel. And then finally, gifting memberships or becoming a member yourself is also appreciated. If you're brokies, paying bills, hanging out, whatever, don't worry about it. Just have fun, hang out and chat. If you're sitting on a treasure trove of cash, then some financial redistribution would be appreciated, but never required. Oh. Don't mess with the Zoran has been going around for a month. Where have you been? Apparently not in lefty circles. All right. Anyways, let's do an intro. Let's get cracking. Let me pull you guys over here. Let me go ahead and do a present. Entire screen. Share with audio. Add to stage. Remove. Okay. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and a never Trump Republican. I like breaking down the alternative media debate scene and news and political commentary scene, and I have a treat for you. Cenk Uygur, I was looking actually for an Anna Kasparian segment, but both of those people are members of the Young Turks, a progressive show. They have recently been accused of pandering to the right and therefore losing some of their progressive roots, and let's face it, losing some of their progressive audience. Cenk Uygur had an interesting segment where he is screaming about Islamophobia in the media, which is interesting because currently we're in like a anti-Semitic, an anti-Semitic spree of hatred towards Jews. So, I kind of wanted to check this out, see what's going on, see what Mr. Cenk Uygur has for us. And I'm just going to let him speak for himself. Viewer be warned, it's going to be very passionate.
Yes, Muslim lives matter. I'm so sick of our lives not mattering. And American media, you are guilty. You're the ones who got the whole country, my whole life, to hate me, to hate my Muslim family, to hate all Muslims across the world. You're the sick sons of bitches that called us terrorists. Does my life matter? Does my life matter? Does my family's life matter?
So Konstantin Kisin today referred to me as woke after I talked about the difficulty in engaging in polite conversation and debate with
Philip Coffee for 20, thank you, King, says, Steam sale started today, have some of my savings. Thank you, Philip. Thank you very much. Very appreciated.
The man who has a smirk on his face as I talk about the slaughter of innocent people in Gaza.
Sorry, I'm gonna rewind a little bit because this is the Anna Kasparian spurg out that it made a segment unwatchable. It actually gave me a migraine. So let's see the way that she characterizes it.
About the difficulty in engaging in polite conversation and debate with a man who has a smirk on his face as I talk about the slaughter of innocent people in Gaza. And that man was Conricus, I forget his first name, don't care about his first name, but unfortunately I had the displeasure of having to debate him on Piers Morgan's show. Jonathan Conricus, okay. So how is that woke? He quote tweets that. I say polite debates with men who smirk as I bring up the slaughter of innocents is nonsensical. He says woke is so back, baby.
Yeah, no, Anna, of course, being anti-genocide is woke. Like the non-woke position is genocide and Holocaust are awesome, which I'm sure Konstantin Kassin agrees with because he just said it. He just said that being against the genocide is woke. So he's
No, that's not what's going on. That's not what's going on. Okay, so let's go ahead and break this down for a few folks. So Muslim lives matter. I agree. I think that there are 7 billion people on the planet. There's 3 or 4 Abrahamic faiths, depending on how you want to characterize it. There's a whole bunch of subsects of those Abrahamic faiths. And I think that Muslim people are just like me. They wake up, they put on their pants and or their various, whatever the typical Saudi garb is. I forget what you would call it. But they put that on, they go to work, they eat food, they work, they go home, they pay their bills, they pay their taxes, they take care of their family, they take care of their communities, right? That's most Muslims. That's probably 99% of Muslims. However, I think in the Western world, the reason why there is antipathy or apathy about Muslims, the people, right, is because it seems like there's a jihadist problem. And what I mean by a jihadist problem are there are people who cloak themselves within religion and they use religion and geopolitical grievance as a pretext with which to slaughter civilians. And what's interesting about this is that, Cenk Uygur just said, you're treating us like our lives don't matter. And it's like, well, when you're in the West, most people try to treat you as like a co-citizen working towards the betterment of humanity and all that kind of stuff. But when you're in the Middle East and North Africa, there's so many like tribal, random geopolitical alliances that it's not even Western forces that are killing the crap out of Muslims. It's other rival Islamist and jihadist terrorist organizations. As an example, I brought up the Iraqi body count project multiple times on this stream. It shows that during the Iraq war, 80 to 90% of the casualties inflicted in that conflict were caused by jihadist militias. So that's the thing that I would say is, I don't know if American media is the one propagandizing that and then it happens, or if that's just the way things are and they're reflecting reality back to you. Then Konstantin Kassin, if I had to steelman him, is not criticizing Anna for freaking out on Conricus or whatever. That's my criticism. Or actually, that is the criticism, is that we couldn't have a real conversation about what's going on in Gaza and what's going on in Iran because Anna just freaked out on a panel. So, yeah, I don't think that Kassin is pro-genocide.
Not woke. He probably loves genocides and Holocaust.
So let me understand something. If I decided to quote tweet him on October 7th when Hamas slaughtered innocents in Israel and claimed that his complaints about that was woke, would that be okay? Of course it wouldn't be okay, right?
No, that's against Israel, so you better watch yourself.
Because innocent people, civilians, should be and must be protected. I look at Israeli civilians as human beings, and when they are targeted the way Hamas targeted them on October 7th, it's freaking disgusting. Anyone justifying it should absolutely be condemned. But for some reason, the humanity of the Palestinian people doesn't matter at all. They just openly mock the idea that anyone would be upset at the slaughter of innocent people. Okay.
No, they think that you're mischaracterizing it, okay? So as an example, this is the story that came out of Gaza in the past 24 to 48 hours, is that the IDF set up food distribution checkpoints. Civilians came in to the food distribution checkpoints, and then for no reason and unprovoked, IDF soldiers started gunning down civilians. Okay, that's the narrative. So what I want to see, because that was Anna's narrative, is I want to see evidence of this. Because in the age of social media, where everybody has a cell phone, where everybody, even people in Gaza have cell phones, they have video cameras, they have the capacity to take pictures. I don't just want to take the word of random people in a war zone about what's happening. I want to see it. So if you want to show me IDF soldiers laughing as you have like little starving civilians walking up to a food checkpoint and them gunning them down, I'm happy. I'm not happy to watch it, but I'm happy to review the evidence and see if I side with you and say that the IDF is evil and deserves to be effectively dragged before an international criminal court. I'm happy to review that evidence. However, if you're just going to state that that's happening and then freak out about it, then no, like I'm not going to, I'll go ahead for the sake of trying to steelman Anna. I'll go ahead and try to research it on stream while I let them talk.
Okay,
because they don't
I see who you are,
Palestinian.
Constantine. I see who you are.
Yeah,
wow.
look, we think Israeli civilians and Palestinian civilians are the same. They're both human beings and their lives should be protected.
And by the way, this is like already an extremely moderate position compared to, let's say, Hassan Piker, this dude's nephew, who thinks that like Israeli settlers, like even if they're kids, you can just kill them because they're valid military targets.
They don't believe that. They think Palestinian civilians are to be murdered by the IDF under the guise of self-defense. Oh, I had to murder 17,000 children because Hamas made me do it. And I was defending myself against 3-year-olds and 5-year-olds. And by the way, that's why 100 American doctors came back from Gaza and said, wow, we saw an extraordinary number of headshots on children as young as 3 and 5. Snipers shooting children in the head because of self-defense. But to people like Constantine, Palestinian lives, Iranian lives, etc., they're nothing. Because they're inferior to the Israelis.
Listen, I know
the
that
Israelis are superior to all of us. So how dare we complain when our superiors are in the room?
I know it's really difficult for the Israeli government and the defenders of.
This is So basically, they're claiming that Konstantin Kisin and anybody who's like a Zio shill is effectively an Israeli supremacist, and there are people like that. I'm not going to lie. There's like freaks. There's freaks on the right who are, like Ted Cruz, right? We saw Ted Cruz say like, "Oh yeah, well, I read in the Bible that those who bless Israel will be blessed by God," and then he didn't know what the passage was. There are people like that for sure. Let's go ahead and see. Obviously, I'm presuming this is going to be a little bit biased, but we're all biased here, right? I'm a Zio shill. They're a Palestinian shill. Let's take a look at what's actually going on according to people who are researching the topic. Israeli soldiers killed at least 410 people at food aid sites in Gaza this month. Israeli soldiers and officers have said they were ordered to shoot at unarmed civilians waiting for food in Gaza. Okay, that sounds pretty stinking bad. So let's see the quotes and the evidence. The Israeli military has killed at least 410 people trying to get food at Israeli-run aid sites in the past month. This constitutes a likely war crime that violates international standards on aid distribution. Desperate, hungry people in Gaza continue to face the inhumane choice of either starving to death or risk being killed while trying to get food, the UN Human Rights Office said. Palestinian health authorities reported that Israel killed 44 people waiting for aid in separate incidents in southern and central Gaza just on Tuesday this week. Israeli soldiers have reportedly killed aid seekers with bullets, tank shells, and drone-mounted weapons. Okay, link. Israeli officers said they were ordered to deliberately fire at unarmed civilians waiting for humanitarian aid in an investigation published by the Israeli newspaper Haaretz on Friday. All right, so we'll read that in a second. The Israeli military has said reports about casualties at aid sites have prompted thorough examinations in the Southern Command and that instructions were issued to forces in the field following lessons learned. The aforementioned incidents are under review by the competent authorities, an unnamed spokesperson for the Israeli military said in a statement emailed to The Intercept. The aid distribution sites are run by Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, a nonprofit formed earlier this year for the purpose of distributing aid in collaboration with the Israeli government and American private military and security companies under a plan created by the US and Israeli governments. All right, so I'm going to pause there and I'm going to review the Haaretz article that substantiates killing civilians. I'm going to explain this to you and see if I can make this make sense. So, when we're talking about Israel and Gaza, in Gaza, the current government is Hamas, which is the same terrorist organization that carried out the October 7th, 2023 terrorist attacks. And they haven't surrendered, to my knowledge. They are still engaged in asymmetric warfare against Israel. And so just a couple of days ago, I watched a Hamas fighter take a IED and throw it into an Israeli APC and blow up 5 Israeli soldiers. Okay. So they don't just want to give food to Hamas, because what Hamas will do is they'll keep the food for themselves, they'll starve their rivals, and they'll feed their friends. That's what they'll do. That's what happens in any of these warlord situations. That's what happened in Somalia, right? So they want to make sure that the food actually gets to the civilians. Well, in order to make sure that it actually gets to the civilians, the IDF is setting up choke points or checkpoints where they actually do handle the food distribution. They sit there with guns and they make sure that civilians get in a line, line up, walk up, get a ration of food, and then leave. That's their job. That's their goal. And if there's, Hamas forces that try to infiltrate in order to do a suicide bombing or a shooting attack or anything like that in the crowd, then of course they're going to have to engage that crowd. The accusation from Anna Kasparian in a panel that we previously watched, and the accusation from that article, is that the IDF soldiers are chilling. They're hanging out there at the food aid station. They're just waiting for something to pop off. They look at some starving Gazans and they just gun them down for fun. That's the accusation. So let's see if there's evidence to corroborate that accusation. It's a killing field. IDF soldiers ordered to shoot deliberately at unarmed Gazans waiting for humanitarian aid. IDF officers and soldiers told Haaretz they were ordered to fire at unarmed crowds near food distribution sites in Gaza even when no threat was present. Hundreds of Palestinians have been killed, prompting the military prosecution to call for a review of its possible war crimes. Okay, that sounds pretty stinking bad. Only for $1 a month live coverage. It's paywalled. Awesome. Thanks, Haaretz. Already signed up, log in, or register to get up to 6 articles per month. I'll go ahead and register. Let me go ahead and go over here and register. We'll do that. We're not going to let a paywall defeat us today, okay? counterpointsconnor@gmail.com. Log in. New password. Please enter my first name. Please enter my last name. I agree to the terms and conditions. Sign up. All right. Cool. Let's read this one. All right. We defeated the paywall. Good job, Connor. Good job, chat. We defeated the paywall. Yep. There we go. All right. Israeli soldiers in Gaza told Haaretz that the army has deliberately fired at Palestinians near aid distribution sites over the past month. Conversations with officers and soldiers reveal the commanders ordered troops to shoot at crowds to drive them away or disperse them, even though it was clear they posed no threat. One soldier described the situation as a total breakdown of the IDF's ethical codes in Gaza. According to the Hamas-run health ministry, 549 people have been killed near aid centers and where residents waited for UN food trucks May 27th. Over 4,000 people have been wounded, but the exact number of those killed or injured by the IDF fire remains unclear. Haaretz has learned that the military advocate general has instructed the IDF General Staff's fact-finding assessment mechanism, a body tasked with reviewing incidents involving potential violations of laws of war to investigate suspected war crimes. That detail is going to be important, so I hope they're not burying the lead. The distribution centers typically open for just 1 hour each morning. I think that's fucked up. According to officers and soldiers who served in their area, the IDF fires at people who arrive before opening hours to prevent them from approaching, or again after the centers close to disperse them. Since some of the shooting incidents occurred at night ahead of the opening, it's possible that some civilians couldn't see the boundaries of the designated areas. It's a killing field, one soldier said. Where I was stationed, between 1 and 5 people were killed every day. They're treated like a hostile force. No crowd control measures, no tear gas, just live fire with everything imaginable. Heavy machine guns, grenade launchers, mortars. Then once the center opens, the shooting stops and they know they can approach. Our form of communication is gunfire. Yeah, that's obviously super fucked up. That's like crazy fucked up. If this is corroborated by other witnesses, or video evidence, then yeah, that's IDF is fucked up. Crazy fucked up. The soldier added, we open fire early in the morning if someone tries to get in line from a few hundred meters away, and sometimes we just charge at them from close range, but there's no danger to the forces, according to him. No danger to the forces seems weird, but that's okay. I'm not aware of a single instance of return fire. There's no enemy, no weapons. He also said the activity in his area of service is referred to as Operation Salted Fish, the name of the Israeli version of the children's game Red Light, Green Light. Jesus Christ. IDF officers told Haaretz that the army does not allow the public in Israel or abroad to see footage of what takes place around the food distribution sites. According to them, the army is satisfied that the GHF's operations have prevented a total collapse of international legitimacy for continuing the war. They believe the IDF has managed to turn Gaza into a backyard, especially since the war with Iran began. Okay. Listen, if this is the attitude of Israel, that they can basically do whatever the fuck they want because nobody gives a shit about Gaza, then yeah, I'm okay with Cenk spurging out. I'm okay with Cenk spurging out. Absolutely. 100%. I'm good with it. I'm going to be less critical. I'm going to be less critical of Cenk and Anna freaking out. Because if I heard that and it was corroborated by Haaretz, which is an Israeli newspaper, and they found a IDF soldier who he himself thought it was fucked up. Of course, you want to trust but verify all the data, but I'm okay with them freaking out based off of that information.
The current IDF, to hear about what they really are, to hear the truth about who they really are. They're genociders. They revel in the slaughter of innocent people, including children. They're literally shooting and killing Palestinians, including kids, as they're trying to get aid at these humanitarian aid hubs in Gaza. And then they turn around and say, oh, that's just Hamas propaganda, except investigations show that the bullets and weapons are consistent with the weapons that the IDF has. In fact, CNN did one of those investigations.
Of course, the IDF is a bunch of murderers.
Dozens.
The reason they're
kids.
running, I'm sorry, hold on.
Daily.
The reason they're running the food centers and they stopped the UN from running them is so they could murder more Palestinians coming to the food centers. This is exactly what they did in the genocide in Srebrenica. In that case, it wasn't Israel, it was the Serbs. They would set up food, they would starve the population and then set up food centers. So when the civilians showed up, they would get to shoot them easier. And you know what the Israeli excuse is for murdering people at the food centers? Well, they got close to the Israeli troops. That's because the Israeli troops killed everyone who was distributing food outside of them. And they're like, come here, little Palestinians. That's it, mow them down and slaughter them. But we're
okay, this kind of hyperbole doesn't help. But that's okay. We're here to watch the spur gap, so we'll let it watch. The IDF contention is that they're doing security for 1 hour is not enough for food distribution for a population of 2.2 million people. Okay? It's just not. And so 1 hour for food distribution, if that's true, that is crazy pants. So imagine having 1 hour every single day to line up with 2 million other people in order to go get food. That's crazy pants. Then the argument is that the IDF is effectively playing red light, green light, where if you try to set up in order to get food not at the designated hour, then they'll shoot you. And then also if you approach it after the time is up, like let's say you're starving, you're about to fall over because you're so hungry and you get in line for food, but then the 1 hour window where you can get food dissipates. And so your choices are get shot or starve. Like you might stay in line at the risk of getting shot. So yeah, so if these are the conditions that the IDF is inflicting on the Gazan population, then they can freak out. But I do think that the pulling the Vosh memes and being like, they just mow them all down. It's like, all right, bro, who are you helping? I don't think you're helping anybody by communicating this the way that you are.
We're the moral army doing self-defense. No, you're doing a goddamn genocide. And it doesn't make you superior. It definitely doesn't do that. And I know you don't care about civilians if they're not Israeli civilians. That's why you're monsters. Total monsters.
It's amazing how openly they like mock and laugh at the slaughter of innocent people. But okay, Constantine.
When you laugh at a genocide, you are by definition a monster. So don't tell me about any of this crap. And I don't want to hear about anything else anymore about how Israel's the victim. Israel is not within a billion miles of being a victim. They are
the very R-slurred moral analysis, Cenk. Like, The civilians on October 7th can be victims, and the people being genocided in Gaza or getting shot in Gaza as they're trying to get food can be victims. Both of them can be victims simultaneously. Matter of fact, denying their victimhood is what perpetuates the cycle of violence. Very stupid analysis.
Since 1948, they have attacked all of their neighbors and taken more and more land. That is an absolute certain fact. But they lie to you and they go, oh no, it was the terrorists. That they made us take their land. They made us take Gaza. They made us take a huge chunk of the West Bank. They made us go into southern.
Starrock said, I had to leave halfway through the debate yesterday. How did the rest of it go? Pretty good. I mean, we agreed on descriptive reality as far as like what's going to happen in order to predict socialism if it was to ever occur. However, I just think that there's forces that are going to make socialism. I don't think it's ever going to work, basically. Even if we agree on like descriptions of reality, I don't think it's ever going to actually be implemented.
Lebanon. They made us go to Western Syria. They made us attack Iran. They didn't make you do any of that. You're an aggressive imperial empire, slaughtering people, committing genocide, so you could have more land. And you could easily do that because you manipulated all of our politicians. You bought them through AIPAC. And no, I don't care what you say. You definitely bought them. That's exactly what AIPAC did. And anyone who's a fool enough to tell you, no, AIPAC gave out hundreds of millions of dollars, but it didn't affect our politicians. You would have to be a moron of the highest order to say that. You'd have to be the dumbest person in the whole planet to say our crook politicians took hundreds of millions of dollars from AIPAC, but it didn't affect them? Come on, who could be that stupid? Oh, I know, every single mainstream media reporter in America. Every single one of them lies to you on purpose and says, no, AIPAC doesn't have any influence. AIPAC, how do you say it? Anti-Semite. No, you guys are anti-Palestinian, anti-Muslim racists and bigots. You don't care about Muslim lives. You don't.
Oh my God. This is like the Sam Harris thing. All right, I'm gonna point this out to you. Sorry, I've been kind of tuning them out and reading chat because this kind of hyperbole doesn't really, I don't know, it turns me off, I guess. So, but I want to point out at least something to you, okay? If you're Muslim, God bless you, okay? You believe in God, the last day, you believe that Muhammad is God's messenger, and you want to do good works. Those are the four things that I know are required in order to be Muslim. And then you're supposed to go on the Hajj if you can. I think you're supposed to pay your taxes, the tithe, whatever their version of tithing is, and take care of like widows and orphans and stuff. Like there's like very basic Muslim tenets of faith that allow you to believe in like a monotheist God. So I don't care about that. If you're like a normie Muslim, nominal Muslim, I don't care. Good for you. Don't care. Whenever you scream racist, okay, I immediately tune out, okay? And the reason why I tune out is because, number one, Islam isn't a race. It's a belief system. It's an ideology, all right? So there's people in Morocco who are Bedouin. Well, actually, in North Africa, I should be more general. In North Africa, there's Bedouins in the Arabian Peninsula. There's Tuareg in North Africa. There's Mediterraneans. There's all sorts of different ethnicities who are all Muslim. And as a matter of fact, you get pissed when we mix them up. When we call everybody Arab, you get pissed. So don't say it's racism. It's not racism. It could be bigotry against religion. It could be religious bigotry. Then, same thing. It goes on a belt. Like Malaysians are Muslim, right? If I was being bigoted towards a Malaysian Muslim, I don't think you would consider that the same racism as bigotry towards like an Arab Muslim or a Tuareg Muslim, right? So number one, just say bigotry. It's easier. Number two, the bigotry is rooted in a real problem. And the real problem is that jihadist terrorism is real. In the Middle East and North Africa, jihadist terrorism kills the shit out of Muslims way more than Western coalition forces do. Not only does it kill the shit out of Muslims way more than Western coalition forces do, but also those same jihadist organizations come into the West and commit terrorist attacks that then get more Western coalition forces all up in your shit. And I'm sorry to say it, this is more of just like a descriptive part of reality. Middle East and North Africa is filled with energy, okay? You're sitting on 2/3 of the world's proven oil reserves. We want to buy it from you. So if you sell it to us, no problems. We're going to be friends. If you don't sell it to us, we're going to come in and we're going to fight you until you sell it to us. So it seems like there's going to be a choice here. We can be friends and be in business together. You can sell your oil. You can improve your societies. You can do whatever you want with the money. Westerners, generally speaking, don't care what happens in the Middle East and North Africa. And then Western societies are going to buy the petroleum, and then we can all move on. The other option is you say, well, Christians and secular atheists from the Western world realistically are kind of like scumbags, and they don't actually believe in their faith because they're secular. So not only do we have geopolitical grievances for them interfering with our governments in reference to oil, but also we have like a religious supremacy over Jews, Christians, and atheists. And so we're going to use that as a pretext to kill dozens of civilians. That's another option. But if you do that option, expect us to kill you. I mean, that's really it. Like I hate to be so callous about it. But descriptively, that's just true. It's just true. Checking in with chat because I love you guys. Jonah Boy says you can probably click inspect elements and bypass. You guys are such cowards. Oh no, they have my email. Gen X says, I just tried 5 super chats and it won't effing work. Well, I appreciate the effort and the energy. Kay says, but we don't know that this is true. Right. And some people are saying that Sen Patty, or somebody said, it wasn't Sen Patty, don't blame them. They said that Haaretz is pretty far left, so take what they say with a bucket of salt. I have no idea, guys. I'm not there. I didn't see it. I didn't talk to the soldier. He said some things that kind of give me a yellow flag about his testimony, but I don't know. I'm not IDF. I'm not in Gaza, right? Gnarly Bones Full says that was close to a Vosh Simon Says clip. Exactly, Gnarly Bones. Exactly. Gen X for $2. Read my regular chat. Don't pay for access. Okay, I didn't. I just gave them my email. Thomas Martinson says Serbs killed way more people in a couple of months than the Israelis have killed this entire war, which is another thing that kind of cuts against the genocide narrative. That's why I don't think this hyperbole helps. I think just being descriptive about reality helps. Starhawk says, yeah, I'm going to need evidence for any of this. Sure. You would think that there would be cell phone footage. So Thomas Martinson says Haaretz has put out some erroneous stuff. Okay. Bo Dickerson says, when you laugh at a genocide, guy who named his company after a genocidal group. Listen, that's such an old talking point, and they built so much of their branding off of it for so long, and it doesn't resonate with a Western audience. So that's not like a talking point that, like, in the 1920s, the Young Turks were a progressive political group that genocided the Armenians. Okay. It's bad. Got it. Understood. Yeah. Karen Mosley says, the brown buffalo is having a normal one. Yeah, pretty much. All right. Anyways, let's get back to it.
We don't care about Muslim lives at all. So when Palestinians are slaughtered, what is it going to take? 18,000 kids? 180,000 kids? You don't care about them at all. Whenever Israel slaughters, you go, terrorists, they had it coming. And you do their propaganda for self-defense. 2 years later, self-defense, they declared in their cabinet that they're taking all of Gaza. It was always about the land. Does anybody on CNN or MSNBC or Fox News say that? No, they never say it. They lie to you on purpose to help Israel steal more land in the Middle East, and they claim it's self-defense. Self-defense, my ass. It's a goddamn genocide. And yes, Muslim lives matter. We're also human beings.
All right, just taking like a little emotional break here, just because he's going quite hard, which is fine. You can. This would be like if Irish people were getting gunned down by British forces, and then I was freaking out and spurging out about it. It's the same thing to him, right? So for like 2 centuries, in the 19th century, the English monocrop policy in Ireland created the blight, which wiped out the potato crops, which killed hundreds of thousands of Irish people. And despite there being enough agricultural production within Ireland to feed the domestic population, there were Darwinian arguments that, well, Irish people tend to have a lot of kids, so we need to cull their population anyways, so we'll just let them die. And so they let hundreds of thousands of Irish people starve in like the early and middle 19th century. And that actually spurred a lot of the Irish immigration to the United States was actually the mistreatment by the English. And then throughout the 20th century, they fought over Northern Ireland versus Ireland, where I think Ireland gained its independence in the early 20th century. And then they kept fighting for Northern Ireland throughout the late 20th century. But Northern Ireland was majority Protestant, and they were large loyalist militias. And so there was terrorist violence throughout the late 20th century. So if there was an incident where a segment of Ireland had been blown up, 80% of the buildings had been destroyed, and the people were starving, and then they were forced to aid distribution centers, and then if they showed up at the wrong location at the wrong time, they got gunned down, then maybe I would be this passionate. I don't know. I can be sympathetic while still thinking that this is crazy and counterproductive. Reading a super chat because I'm right next to it. Grassroots for $20. Thank you, King. Good to see you. Just to be clear, Cenk doesn't even feel this way. He's a liar. He professionally lies loudly for money. He's only slightly better than his false nephew. Well, good news for you is we'll be watching his nephew in a second. Shadow Bravo says, good morning, Connor. Good morning to you. All right, let's try to get through this without losing our minds.
Only human beings on this planet aren't Israelis. They're not some special benighted superhumans. Oh my God, if they die, we all have to say, oh, we bow down to you. But if Muslims die, right? That's what American media does. That's what American politicians do. I'm so sick of our lives not mattering. I'm so sick of it. I'm so sick of everyone has to grovel to Israel. But the minute you ask someone, can you be a decent human being and care about the Palestinians? They go, anti-Semite. No, F you. You're the one who hates Muslims. And
bruh, this is like an Alex Jones tier crash out.
American media, you are guilty. You're the ones who got the whole country, my whole life, to hate me, to hate my Muslim family, to hate all Muslims across the world. You're the sick sons of bitches that called us terrorists when it was Israel attacking, when it was Israel taking land, when it was Israel.
I'm going to be real, Cenk. It wasn't the American media that made me Islamophobic. It was the 9/11 terror attacks. It was finding out the history of Saddam Hussein and all the evil shit that he did to the Shia and to the Kurds. It was serving in the war on terror and seeing what jihadists were doing to the civilian population. As an example, in 2008, when I was in country, they went to a mental hospital, kidnapped people who had Down syndrome, put suicide bombs on them, walked them into a pet bazaar, and detonated the vest, killing dozens of people and animals. Listen, I know that I should care about people, and I do, obviously, but I can't imagine how fucked up it is to be like a parrot in a pet bazaar in Iraq, just chilling, minding your own fucking business. And then you get ripped to shit by shrapnel because some dickhead jihadist puts on a suicide belt onto a person with Down syndrome. It's like, what the fuck did I do, right? As a parrot, I didn't do shit. So anyways, pretty fucked up. And then also the fact that, the Shia, when we left, created political intrigue that kicked the Sunni out of the government, that allowed the people who did work with Western coalition forces to be butchered by ISIS militants. Then when the ISIS militants seized Mosul, the Shia militias and government forces ran away. Then they had to fight a decade-long battle that we only became involved with once the Bataclan truck attack and the Bastille truck attack, or not Bastille truck attack, but the Bastille Day truck attack. The Bataclan terrorist attack and the Bastille truck attack, that made me Islamophobic, not going to lie. And then, what's another one? Pulse nightclub happened 20 minutes away from my house. The Boston Marathon bombing happened in the city of my birth. All those made me Islamophobic. So it's not the American media that, created distrust or hatred or fear of Muslims. And by the way, I have Muslim friends. I love Muslims. So I'm not saying that I'm permanently an Islamophobe, but I'm just saying it's not because of the American media, man. Like Fox News didn't make me, distrust or fear Muslim people. It was jihadism. Jihadism made me fearful and distrustful and maybe a little bit hateful at times. So I feel like this is cope. Shadow 2 Bravo says, good morning, Connor. Good morning to you. The Crawling Chaos says, hey, Helldivers, we just got a new cape, the Review Bomb Cape. Yeah, so Crawling Chaos, I want to shout this out real quick. So Philip Coffey is pretty serious about getting a gaming group together for Helldivers. And so there has to be a half dozen people who are into Helldivers in the server. And I kind of would love it if there was like a Saturday night gaming voice chat where we just set up the expectation that at like 9 p.m. on Saturday, anybody who was available to either do co-op on Space Marine 2 or Helldivers hung out together. I think that would be dope. So we'll see if we can promote that internally. Kay says, look, I don't want to be somebody who blindly supports Israel, but there's so many lies that it's hard for me to believe things without more proof. Same. Ryazel says, what's your view on birthright citizenship? I think service should guarantee citizenship. I think you should have to I think at minimum you should have to pass like a multiple choice exam. Like effectively every citizen should have to pass a citizen's exam. And then if you wanted to add in 4 years or 2 years of public service where you either work for the post office or the Marine Corps or the Peace Corps, I would do that 100%. DD22E says, but they did, though. You would think a Turk would want to distance themselves from that as much as possible. Well, little late. They kind of built their branding on it. Desolate Mirror says, Serbian war criminals are still being tried for crimes against humanity, ethnic cleansing, and genocide, so I'm not sure that's a great comparison. Sure. All right. Anyways, let's continue the cringe. Let's go for it. Bo Dickerson says, a media company called the Hitler Youth shouldn't be controversial. Listen, if they brand themselves the Hitler Youth and 90% of people don't care, and then they have that branding for a decade, it's a business choice at the end of the day.
Israel slaughtering and slaughtering. How many times? Every war, Israel kills 100 times the civilians. This time they kill 1,000 times the civilians. Doesn't count, doesn't count. What does the American media say in their infinite racism? They say it's always—
It's not racism, it's anti-religious bigotry.
The Muslims' fault. It's always the Palestinians' fault. They say stupid crap like, oh no, the Palestinians can't govern themselves. They're violent, terrorist savages. They can never govern themselves. They're inferior to the Israelis. You don't say that, but you imply that every time. What, the Palestinians are the only—
Okay, then I'll go ahead. Sorry, real quick. Shadow 2 Bravo says that old talking point is BS, Connor. You won't allow someone say that if their channel was named the SS, where a German denied the Holocaust. Yeah, I would. Nick Fuentes denies the Holocaust all the time. I don't think that his branding around Christian nationalism or trying to revivify Hitler is what's particularly offensive to me. What's offensive to me is that he wants to reinstitute it in the modern day. I don't think that Cenk Uygur wants to reinstitute the Armenian genocide. You know what I'm saying? Anyways.
people on earth who can't govern themselves. No, you're deeply racist if you say that. Do you understand? No, every cable news anchor, every reporter at the New York Times, every reporter at the Washington Post, you're all deeply racist against Muslims. And you have—
Again, religious bigotry, not racism, Cenk. You need to update your talking points. This isn't 2012.
gotten this country to hate us. It's totally your fault. And you've got—
No, it's not. It's jihadist terrorists' fault. The coverage of Israel is not what made me hateful of jihadists. It was, you know what it was? I'll tell you another thing that it was. It was watching like civilians. It was watching Coptic Christians getting their throats cut with like dull knives on a beach in Egypt. That's one of the things that made me very hateful of jihadists. It was watching ISIS take toddlers, literally 3 or 4 years old, and giving them pistols and forcing them to execute grown men. You can watch this video if you want. Imagine a 4-year-old child being given a live weapon and then being forced to shoot an adult human being in the head. That radicalized me against jihadism. It was the Yazidi sex slaves, the women who refused to marry ISIS members. It was them getting put in a cage and burned alive. Oh, no, drowned. Excuse me. They were drowned. It was a Jordanian pilot or an Egyptian pilot. Because he fired Hellfire missiles, they burned him alive in a cage. That was all the stuff that radicalized me against jihadism. You know, that was the stuff that made me distrustful of Muslims who were sympathetic to jihadists. So again, it wasn't American media, Cenk. I think you're missing the point.
Gotten the country to believe that 1.6 billion Muslims are America's enemies, that we're the violent savages. You're sick. You're
Sorry, what?
And you've gotten the country to believe that 1.6 billion Muslims are America's enemies, that we're the violent savages.
Then call out and eliminate the jihadists instead of sweeping for them, Cenk.
You're sick. You're disgusting. I can't stand it anymore. Can you, for once in your life, treat a Muslim life the same as an Israeli life?
Yeah, I tried to.
And the answer for mainstream media in America is hell no. They're never gonna do it. Never. They hate Muslims and they drive hatred towards Muslims because Israel needs more land. They need more of Gaza. Are you gonna report accurately that they voted to take Gaza? It was never about self-defense. They took Gaza. They voted on that. Have you said it? No, I mentioned it on page A17, but I don't want anybody to find out Israel's the aggressor. Israel's a moral army. Israel's doing self-defense. So,
okay, I'm gonna give a Israeli talking point real quick. You know, Israel map at its peak. So what happened throughout the years was Israel attacked and was counterattacked multiple times by its neighbors, Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, and Egypt. There was multiple times where all 3 or 4 armies were attacking Israel at one time. And so Israel actually kicked the shit out of all 4 of these dudes. I don't think Saudi ever did active military campaign, but I could be wrong. But I think Jordan, Syria, Lebanon, and Egypt launched like a simultaneous war. And so what ended up happening was Israel gained the Sinai, control of the West Bank, and control of Gaza. So technically, at that point, 73 to 79, they could have just done the ethnic cleansing then. And by the way, I'm not saying they're not doing like a slow rolling settling and displacement and ethnic cleansing of Gaza and the West Bank. That's totally possible. But I'm just saying that you have to reflect history accurately, that 67 to 73, they controlled all of this territory and they conceded the Sinai back to Egypt for peace. And then they also conceded parts of the West Bank and Gaza back to Palestinian control, not necessarily for peace, but probably because they couldn't do what they're doing now. Where they effectively, I'm just going to say it, I feel like they waited for Gaza to attack. That way they would have the moral pretext to do what they're doing now. I know some Israelis might disagree with that, but the fact that, he's mischaracterizing history is also cringe. Very cringe, Cenk, very cringe.
dirty Muslims that are attacking. I'm sick of it.
No, nobody's saying that shit. You're literally imagining that shit.
F all of you in American media. F all of you for driving that hatred against 1.5 billion people, all to serve your beloved Israel. I know I'm the one who's being terrible anti-Semite. How could you say something against Israel? Israel is the Jew.
Nobody's saying that shit. No, like nobody except for like hardcore evangelicals, conservatives are saying that shit.
Jewish state, the greatest state of all, right? I don't care that they're Jewish. I wish they weren't. I wish they had a safe haven for Jews that didn't constantly attack their neighbors.
It's called
that
America.
didn't occupy their neighbors. I want a safe haven, but they don't
Randy Chang says man's heart stent is about to pop out. Yeah.
want a safe haven. They want more land. It's called Greater Israel. It's a map that hangs in their cabinet. It's not like they're hiding it. Why don't you report it? Because
Ooh. Let's take a look at that. Israeli cabinet, Greater Israel map. Holy shit. Oh my God. Are you serious? What? What? Okay. Yeah, this is something where we should probably call out Israel a little bit, although I would love some context. These feel like Photoshops. I feel like these are Photoshops where Gulf countries condemn Israel map claiming historical territorial rights for Israel. Yeah, that's crazy. Is this real? I'm definitely going to read these two things. So let me go ahead and set the backdrop for you a little bit, okay? In the Old Testament, Abraham gets promised, I think it's Abraham. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong in chat. But Abraham is obviously like the founder of the religion. He's the person who first believes in like a monotheist God. And so I think it's estimated that he existed more than 3,200 years ago. Maybe 1500 before AD, or excuse me, 1500 BC or like 2000 BC. But either way, Abraham is the founder of the religion, and he has a vision from God where his descendants will outnumber the stars, and that he will occupy the land between the Nile and the Euphrates. And so for those of you who don't know, the Nile is in Egypt and the Euphrates is in Iraq. So that's just like all like referential crap. And if you think about it, from an Abrahamic descendant perspective, this has come true. Because if you consider Muslims to be descendants of, the Abrahamic faith, then yeah, that's like 4 billion people. If you think about Christians being an Abrahamic faith, then, it's like 4 out of 7 billion people. Sorry if I misquoted the population stats incorrectly, but 4 out of 7 billion people on the planet follow an Abrahamic faith, which is a shitload, right? So the argument is that Israel secretly wants to reconstitute this manifest destiny promised to Abraham. But the truth about it is that's wildly impractical, because that would include colonizing parts of Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Syria, and Iraq. And they don't have the population or military to reinstitute that. So it's kind of like a manifest destiny for Israeli schizos to go after the Greater Israel Project. But there are Israelis who genuinely believe that. So let's go ahead and see how much of the government believes in the Greater Israel Project based off of a cursory Google research. Doha, Qatar. Gulf countries, including Qatar, the UAE, and Saudi Arabia, strongly condemned on Wednesday the publication of an Israeli map claiming historical territorial rights for Israel and Palestine in large parts of Jordan, Lebanon, and Syria. Official Israeli social media accounts published a map, that falsely claims that parts of Palestine, Jordan, Syria, and Lebanon are within Israel's territory. The Qatari Foreign Ministry called the publication of the Israeli map a flagrant violation of international legitimacy resolutions and provisions on international law. A ministry statement said the publication of the alleged map would hinder the chances of peace in the region, particularly amid the ongoing brutal war on the Gaza Strip. It called on the international community to fulfill its legal and moral responsibilities by pressuring the Israeli occupation to comply with international legitimacy resolutions and confront its expansionist ambitions in Arab lands. The UAE Foreign Ministry, for its part, called the Israeli action a deliberate effort to expand the occupation and a blatant violation and contravention of international law. Okay, so they published a map in 2023 that's schizo. I don't know what to do about that. I have no idea. And then look at this. This looks like it's Israel, northern Saudi, and Jordan stretching into Iraq and then Lebanon. So let's go ahead and watch this real quick. Israel's finance minister, for those of you who aren't watching, has provoked outrage after he spoke in Paris behind this map of Greater Israel. Yeah. Oh, okay. And then Smotrich, I guess their finance minister, actually backs the West. What do you call it? The West Bank settlements. Dude, I think the United States has to step up, right? I think they got to step up. It's very obvious that anti-Semitic attacks are not justified in the United States, that just killing random Jewish civilians is evil. It's very clear that October 7th was an evil project, but I think the United States needs to step up and needs to say, here's the line in Gaza, here's the line in the West Bank, and if you don't like it, you can pound sand and you're not doing it with our help. That's actually, sorry, that's kind of like obvious to me that if there are legitimate expansionist Israeli government elements in power, then the United States shouldn't be a part of it. We can prevent their elimination, where if Israel gets invaded, we will back the state of Israel, but I'm not interested in being a part of an expansionist Israeli, military campaign. I'm good. I understand that might be too much nuance for chat, where I'm kind of whiplashing you, where we're simultaneously saying that Cenk Uygur is going too far with it and getting too crazy with it, but simultaneously we shouldn't be supporting genocide. I understand that might be like, oh, I hate Cenk Uygur. Oh, hold on, we got to restrain Israel. But as 3,000 IQ geniuses, I expect you to keep up with that perspective.
No, anti-Semitic. That's an excuse they use to drive hatred towards Muslims so that Israel can accomplish their objectives. And I'm just, as you can tell, had all I could take.
Yeah,
you know what happened, Anna, sorry.
Same.
So one of our members, History Speaks, wrote in about this story that just came out in the last hour in the Washington Post. I couldn't believe it, so I looked it up, it's true. Sorry guys, obviously, I'm enraged here. I got to a point where I can't take it anymore. Does my life matter? Does my life matter? Does my family's life matter? Okay.
Yes, Cenk, relax. Holy shit.
Here's what Israel did according to the Washington Post in Iran. There's an audio recording that the Washington Post has gotten. It says in the recording that Israeli intelligence calls Iranian generals, and they say, I can advise you now, you have 12 hours to escape with your wife and child. Otherwise, you're on the list right now, on our list right now. And an Israeli intelligence operative told a senior Iranian general close to the country's rulers, according to the audio recording. The operative then suggested that Israel could train weapons on the general and his family at any moment. Quote, we're closer to you than your own neck vein. Put this in your head. May God protect you, he said. So look, you want to do psyops? You want to
why? Okay, giving your enemy a heads up, okay.
Threaten their generals, I get it. You call up and say, we're gonna murder your children. You know what? Who does that? Terrorists do that.
Okay.
Absolute stone cold terrorists do that. And have they murdered their children? Yes. I mean, in Gaza, there's 17,000 dead kids. And in Iran, do you know that they murdered their scientists in front of a kindergarten earlier? They have no qualms. They murder civilians, they murder scientists, they murder kids. They murdered over 200 innocent civilians in their first bombing raid. But with American media, it never matters because those are just Muslim lives. And you could threaten to murder Muslim children, and as long as it's beloved moral army Israel, they'll still say, oh, it's great, it's wonderful, they're our special ally. So no, that is not a special ally. It is a despicable government, despicable. I wondered what I would have done if I was around during the Holocaust. I do not wonder anymore. I would have fought it with everything I had. And as the
yelling on YouTube is not everything you have, Cenk. It's not.
Media probably would have said, well, look, the Germans had to defend themselves. They had to defend themselves. It's the fault.
I mean, that's what German media did say.
Of the other people. They were threatening Germany's expansion. And Germany had to expand for self-defense. And that is what they said, that it was for self-defense. And so I'm sick of your expansion, I'm sick of your wars, and I'm sick of us having to pay for all of your atrocities. Every time you ring the
All right, let's summarize that real quick, and then let's engage with chat. So I do find it cringe that Cenk kind of freaked out in that way and took all that kind of stuff, but I can sympathize, right? The reason why I can sympathize is because of my Irish ethno-religious heritage and the persecution of Catholics and people of Irish ancestry in their homeland. So I can sympathize with that. I could also sympathize with kind of freaking out that the American media or Western media, they'll watch a few hundred or a few thousand Muslims die and they'll just go, they'll shrug their shoulders. But what I would put back to Cenk is the fact that what is it, like 500,000? He keeps quoting 17,000 kids, 17,000 kids, 17,000 kids. Well, how many people got wiped out in Syria? I'm pretty sure it's around 500,000 in the Syrian civil war. And that wasn't Western coalition forces. We were supporting the rebels against Bashar al-Assad, and Bashar al-Assad is the person who wiped out probably 300,000, 400,000 of his own people. Now, I'm sure you've probably criticized that, but I didn't see a breathless, sweaty, screaming, analysis of Syria pop up on my newsfeed. I haven't seen that. Maybe it exists, but I haven't seen it. And then same thing with Iraq. You lay all of the war dead of Iraq, which the counted is 200,000, but you claim it's 1 million. You lay all of the war dead at the United States foot's doorstep, but when you actually look at the casualties, what happened? The United States went in, they deposed a dictator responsible for slaughtering his own civilian Shia population and his own Kurdish population. And then it became a ethno-religious civil war between Shia and Sunni, and they wiped each other out. And the United States was trying to stop the civil war, and they died in order to try to stop the civil war. Thousands of Americans died trying to stop the civil war. And then when we left, it was still a civil war, and they still killed the shit out of each other. And again, I don't see breathless condemnation, sweaty, tearful, breathless condemnation of the jihadist organizations. And whenever it comes to a white Westerner such as myself saying, hey, how come you don't carry this energy for jihadist organizations? You say, oh, the geopolitics. Oh, the history of the region. You just have to understand. You have like a 3,000 IQ analysis of Islamist and jihadist organizations to the point that, I'm not going to lie, it borderline feels like you're excusing the way that they operate. But when it comes to Western forces, number one, all of the blood is laid at their doorstep. Number two, they're genocidal freaks and monsters. Number three, how dare we be critical and or hostile to Islamist and jihadist organizations? I'm sympathetic. I think it's cringe. And I do think to some degree it's hypocritical. Let's check in with chat. All right, scrolling through. People really did not like my Young Turks quote. They were like, oh, Connor, would you be okay with the Young Nazis program? I guess I'm just not sympathetic to Armenians because I'm like unfamiliar with the Armenian genocide. So my apologies for being insensitive. Randy Chang says, can the word Muslim be used as a race or religion like the word Jewish? Can you be ethnically Muslim but secular? I don't think so. I think you could be culturally Muslim, but you have to understand there's Malaysian Muslims, there's Philippine Muslims, there's Bangladeshi Muslims, there's Pakistani Muslims, there's Afghan Muslims, there's Persian Muslims, there's Saudi, Arab Muslims, there's Turkic Muslims, there's Bedouin, there's Tuareg, there's Mediterranean. Like, no, dude, there's like 15, there's probably like 100 ethnicities, but there's like 20 that I can think of. Boris says it was a Jordanian pilot. Yeah, so fuck him for that. DD22E says, I'm Berber and I have distant relatives who were sold into slavery by jihadists, but if you think you can hate them, you have no idea how much I do. Yeah, exactly. C-Dub says, I don't know. It's frustrating with who Cenk decides to lay the blame on to makes me just want to write off his distress. Well, I mean, I think that's what kind of where I ended up by the end of the program. I'm sympathetic, but I also feel like it's hyperbolic and it doesn't help anyone. And, I don't want to say it's hypocritical, but hypocritical might be an inaccurate term, but I find it, I'll just use hypocritical. I find it hypocritical to be so outraged about Western dehumanization of Muslims And yet, if you look at it, the actual people who are doing the most amount of violence to Muslims are Muslims. And the reason why the dehumanization occurs in the first place is because of jihadist and Islamist violence. And whenever jihadist and Islamist violence happens, there's like a 15 IQ geopolitical analysis with 30 steps. Like, I don't like it. I really don't like it. It feels like sweeping. Noonan Star says, you don't have to go that for Valor Media Network. I can't even read descriptions of videos Hamas fighters tweeted out after October 7th, let alone watch it. Yeah. There was some pretty jacked up shit in reference. Like, dude, I watched a random Malaysian worker who was in Gaza or southern Israel get his head chopped off with a garden hoe. And it's like, why would if I could find every single one of those people involved in that incident, I would line them up and I would hang them in the public square. I would line them up. I live in a beautiful suburb in America. I would actually line them up on Park Avenue and I would kick the stool out from under their noose, under the gallows. I would kick the stool from out under their legs happily in public just to punish their inhumanity. Andrew Giannakopoulos, very cool Greek name. Why do Cenk and Anna not realize that the way that they yell and scream doesn't come off inspiring? It just makes them look like lolcows. Right? Corey Peltzman, you fucking racist. Islam is subhuman until it reforms. All Muslims are bad. Fuck off, Corey. Fuck off. Islamophobia doesn't exist. Yeah, it does. It's an irrational fear of Muslims. The normie Muslims, when I go to the park, because I do live in like a fairly cosmopolitan, multi-ethnic, multi-racial area, there's a splash pad. Okay, there's a splash pad 20 minutes away from my house. And so there's all the kids running around, and there's, you know, families from all over the place. There's Hispanic families, black families, white families, all that kind of stuff. And there was a Muslim family. And so the Muslim family sits down, and the dad looks like, you know, software engineer, polo t-shirt, khakis, loafers. And then the mom sits down, and she's a hijabi. She's wearing, a hijab, and she's wearing like the shawl. And there's some people who are kind of looking at her a little weird, but I see her watching her kid, and she is laughing and enjoying the fact that her son is running around in the water, splashing and having fun. I'm sure there's all sorts of weird religious, geopolitical shit that we disagree on. But when we go to the park, we're just hanging out with our kids. We're having a good time. So we're friendly to each other. I don't walk up and say, you must condemn ISIS right now, or else you're a bad person. No, I just go, hi, nice to meet you. My name is Connor. What do you do for a living? I actually don't even do that. I just smiled and waved. Gen X says, so what a coincidence. The super insane QAnons just posted a Constantine video being really gross about Muslims in Minneapolis. What? Corey Peltzman says Islamophobia doesn't exist. I just described how it does. Effect says, exactly. If they just stopped attacking Israel, the country would be so much smaller. They just don't fucking lose, and the attackers just keep donating land. Relatively speaking. Bohr says another Arab country did send small amount of forces in those wars, mainly symbolic. Yep. DD22E says they did. The Saudis did join a couple of times. Right. And for us, like the people who aren't involved, we're just like, eh. Shadow 2 Bravo says a Yazidi woman who was sold as a slave was rescued from Gaza just last year, meaning she was held in slavery for nearly a decade. Yup. That makes me Islamophobic. And like, I'm not saying like I'm going to attack a random Muslim person on the street and being like, why did the Gazan Palestinians have a sex slave in Gaza if your culture is so good? I'm not going to do that. But I'm just going to say the kind of culture that can kidnap and sexually enslave a woman, hold her in captivity for a decade, and sell her to another person in another region, and that doesn't get reported or criminalized or attacked culturally, I think that's fucking evil, right? I hope you do too. Mello D says, they could have done what Turkey did, wipe out millions of people to have their own territory, but Israel didn't, and I guess looking back, that was kind of a mistake. That's fucked up, bro. Let's not sweep for it. Let's not sweep for ethnic cleansing. West Coast Girl says, notice that all of Cenk's arguments are super hyperbolic straw men. It's like he's incapable of starting the position or stating the opposite position like a normal person. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I don't think it's effective. It might be effective for like ginning up support in a hug box, but it's not good for appealing to anybody outside of your hug box. ACAB Badasui says, hello, hello. Well, hello, hello back to you. Corey Peltzman says, lol, that's a full greater Israel map. That's just them taking Transjordan. Yeah, but they shouldn't take Transjordan, right? They should leave it alone. Boris says, Judea and Samaria was the name for the majority of its history. Sure. Literally, the word Jews originates from the area called Judea. Sure, but there's people who live there now, and they should have some level of dignity and autonomy and sovereignty. Starhawk says, I've been saying this for years. If I was the president, I would say stop settlement expansion in the West Bank and resolve and rebuild Gaza or no more aid. Yeah, 100%. I think that's like, if Israel was getting attacked by all its neighbors, and then we should have an overt policy, a stated policy, that if you attack Israel, we are going to give them weapons to defend themselves. And also, if it looks like you're going to win, we're going to come in and stomp your shit. That should be a stated overt policy of the United States government. However, it should also be a stated policy of the United States government that if Israel continues to expand into Gaza and the West Bank through settlements and displacement and ethnic displacement, I might have repeated myself, but that's okay. You get the point. Then you're not getting any money from us and you're not getting any weapons from us. And if you go into Chinese orbit, let's say that you start trading with the Chinese in order to give them our tech secrets, then we'll basically treat you like a rival and an enemy. I don't want to. I don't want to treat Israel poorly, but you're kind of forcing our hand by being assholes. Grassroots says, thank you for the $20, King. Smotrich and Ben-Gvir are both reprehensible people. Ben-Gvir literally had a picture of Baruch Goldstein on his wall, who was the Jewish terrorist who shot up a mosque. Yeah, that's fucked up. Fucked up. Bo Dickerson says, dude, I've never been so sweaty. Yeah, Cenk needs to go do some cardio, bro. I know he used to play basketball with Dave Rubin, but he needs to go take a lap. He needs to just walk around the neighborhood, because that level of, if you're sweating in an air-conditioned building because you're screaming, that's probably bad. Kay says, I'm sure the Israelis on October 7th would have loved 12 hours to flee. Yeah. Fung Dark says, does he forget that we were a country with a media during World War II? Sure. West Coast Girl says, Cenk always LARPs as Muslim when he practices nothing about the religion and always said he was an atheist. His wife is Chinese. His kids are American. Tony Wooter says, why is it so hard for people to understand this stuff cuts both ways? I don't know, because they're idiots. Gen X says, I'm the most privileged of privilege possible, no oppression I can think of, and now I watch this, I understand where he's coming from. Sure. I don't know if you're being sarcastic or not, but I'm okay with being sympathetic to... I'm okay with Muslims being sympathetic with other Muslims who they feel are getting screwed over and killed because people dehumanize them. But my argument to them is that if you want people to stop dehumanizing you, then the number one people who are killing Muslims need to be criticized, which is Islamist jihadists. And you need to effectively, that needs to be your number one priority. Western military intervention is not what's killing Muslims. It's Muslims. It's jihadists. C-Dub says, as a Christian, you don't see me sweeping for the misdeeds currently present in a lot of Christian organizations. Truthfully, I'm probably the most passionate to condemn those actions. Yeah, call out your bullshit. Before that's why I love the biblical quote. It's like, before you call out the law or the twig in somebody else's eye, you need to make sure that you don't have a log in your own. Akab Badasui, which is AKA Badasui, says, 1 million people starving and dying from diarrhea caused by blockade of aid in Yemen. Correct me if I'm wrong, but there's all this hate for Israel when they have nowhere near those numbers. Yeah, well, what is it? Like Saudi did that, and we let Saudi do it because they have oil. I'm sure he criticizes that. I've heard TYT criticize Saudi and our relationship with Saudi, by the way. Billy Koo says, Azerbaijani Turks continue their ethnic cleansing of the Armenians in their lands they have occupied because Turkey occupies Mount Ararat miles from the capital. Turks continue the Armenian genocide today. Interesting. I should probably read about that sometime, so maybe I can be a little bit more sympathetic. Yeah, Christian Blair says simultaneously saying Islam is subhuman and Islamophobia doesn't exist. Yeah, Corey Peltzman, no offense, but you're kind of schizoing out a little bit there, brother. Charles Burrows says, but Connor, did you know the West manufactured consent for the creation of jihadists? No, I didn't. I really didn't. Noonan Star says, what's there to overlook? What is happening in Gaza is horrible, but the responsibility lies with Hamas. If they cared about the people at all, they should have surrendered already. Nah. IDF can take some level of responsibility since they militarily control the territory. And they can, like, if it's true, bear in mind, people have said that Haaretz is a lefty a lefty newspaper in Israel. I have no idea what the truth is. I have no idea what the truth is in Israel. I have no idea what the truth is in Gaza. I have to rely on the reporting that's shown to me. If it's true that food distribution is open for 1 hour per day, that's fucked up and that needs to change. If it's true that the military is calling the food distribution network operation red light, green light, that's fucked up and that needs to change. And then if they're using food distribution as a pretext to shoot Palestinian civilians, like the minute before they start food distribution, they shoot them. And the minute after food distribution is closed, they shoot them. Then that is fucked up and needs to change. It's actually quite simple and straightforward. You can't put that all on Hamas. Bull Media says, Connor, American Muslims are less brain dead. The more distance there is from the Middle East, the European version is worse. Yeah. Yeah. What's funny is there's like chill Muslims in the Middle East and North Africa who look at European Muslims and they're like, ugh, these guys are crazy. Gen X has something to do, so she says, see y'all later. See you, Gen X. Love to have you. See you in a bit. All right. I'm going to scroll to the bottom. We're going to get cracking. Sacred Snow says, how is that empathetic to two-state solution Muslims? No idea. I'm not a part of it. All right. Anyways, let's do another intro. Let's get cracking into Mr. Hassan Piker. I'm probably going to sneak out and get some tea at some point. But let's do some Hassan Piker. Listen, there's a cheat. I'm just going to share a cheat code with chat real quick, okay? DGG is addicted to Destiny content. Just between us girls, okay? DGG is addicted to Destiny content. I could get like another 30 to 40 people in this chat if I literally just rip Destiny content and react to it. But I feel like that's lazy and cringe. And so I want to build my own community where we criticize and talk about things besides Destiny. I know that's kind of crazy, but just between us girls here, just between us coggers, just between us CGGers, okay, or whatever, I do find it cringe that I could watch Destiny like, I can watch Cenk Uygur freaking out. I can watch Hassan Piker freaking out. I can watch Anna Kasparian freaking out. I can watch Dave Smith, Nick Fuentes, Pierce Morgan, a whole bunch of other people. I could watch all of them do geopolitical crap and I can criticize them. I do find it a smidge cringe that I can literally just watch Daddy Destiny and get like 30 or 40 additional viewers. I do think that's like, I could watch him fart for like an hour and people would be like, oh, wow, that's amazing. It's fucking crazy. All right, let's do an intro. Let's pull up. I still want to do geopolitics. I don't want to do Zoran. Zoran's kind of boring to me. Why don't we do something weird about the ceasefire? Yeah, I want to watch him terrorism. That's what I want to watch. All right. DD22E says we love our Black Queen. Indeed. He who must not be named says a lot of Persian folks were cheering us and Israel on. Interesting. Just between us girls. Jen is gone though. Listen, Kay and West Coast Girl are here. Okay. So we got 2 more girls. All right. All right. Hi guys, my name is Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and I like breaking down the news of the day, the alt media, political spheres, all that kind of stuff. I'm a never Trump Republican, and so basically I'm like a neoconservative. I have a lot of liberal takes, and I believe in the militant spread of those liberal takes, but then the liberals go too far, and then I freak out on them. Same thing with the progressives, but it's fairly entertaining for my chat in order to watch me take psychic damage on a daily basis, so that's what I'm hoping to do for you. I'm basically going to watch something that infuriates me. I'm going to pause it every few minutes. I'm going to criticize it, and we'll take it from there. Today, I have a special treat for you, which is Hassan Piker. He's one of the world's largest political streamers and commentators. He's very frustrating. I hate his guts. Just letting you know up front that I viciously dislike the man. And that's mostly because his geopolitical analysis sucks. So he's going to be talking about the Iran-Israel conflict and Iran's response to American airstrikes. And let's see what he has to say. I'll pause intermittently to criticize.
Missiles targeting U.S. base in Qatar. Okay, let's just get right to it. After the United States entered the war, right, by bombing Israel, there was an inevitability that Iran was going to retaliate, most likely back at Israel, but also the United States of America. This is legally within the rights of Iran to do. It was illegal for the United States of America. Did I say that? No. Iran bombed Israel, but Iran was slated to also turn around and bomb U.S. bases in the region after the United States violated Iranian sovereignty once again, whole ass, completely separate nation for the record. We don't get to just bomb other countries. Not only do we just not get to bomb other countries. Oh, I said America bombed Israel. Sorry. When the U.S. bombed Iran, the 3 Iranian nuclear sites, that was done to provoke some kind of retaliation against the United States. There's 40,000 troops in the region. There's aircraft carriers in the region. There's numerous bases. Obviously, U.S. CENTCOM was being run out of Qatar. 10,000 troops positioned there. There's troops in Bahrain. There's troops in Syria, like 1,000, I think, or so.
I'm just going to pause this right now. And I have not heard anybody in chat really fight me on this, but I'm just going to say, even if Israel's gone, we would still have been hostile to Bashar al-Assad as an ally to our rival Russia. We still would have been hostile to Iran as a friend to our rival Russia and China. We still would have been hostile to Saddam Hussein because he attacked Israel, but let's say he attacked Palestine for whatever reason, and he attacked Saudi. So we still would have been hostile to him. And then right here is 1/3 of the world's proven oil reserves. Right here is another third. And then all of these countries, Kuwait, Iraq, Oman, Qatar, Bahrain, all of these countries are also incredibly oil rich. This is the lifeblood of civilization. So people act like if Israel disappears, all of our Game of Thrones-esque power plays in the Middle East and North Africa disappear. And I'm just telling you that's not true. Brooklyn is our favorite lurker, and she's a girl as well. So when I said just between us girls a few minutes ago, I was also referencing Brooklyn.
There are troops in Iraq. There's American troops all around, and there are plenty of...
Why, Hassan? Is it because we hate Muslims, or is it because of the world's energy supply needs to be secured to make sure that international trade goes off without a hitch?
Opportunities. There's plenty of strike opportunities for Iran. But one of the things that I initially suspected and called out ahead of time was that given Iran's track record of restraint in this tit for tat, in this back and forth that was happening with Israel, and also in the limited response that took place when Donald Trump in his last tenure severely escalated and killed Qasem Soleimani, the famous Iranian head of the IRGC Quds Force, like their...
Okay. And just adding context for fun, it's because Soleimani was part of the person who orchestrated training Shiite militias in Iraq when the United States was in Iraq, and the Shiites were trained by the IRGC, were some of the most effective American killers in the Iraq campaign. So us killing Soleimani, was that fair? Was that cool? Not really. But was that dude responsible for killing dozens, maybe hundreds, potentially thousands of American service members? Yes. And so maybe I should care, but I don't.
Special forces. When Donald Trump killed Qasem Soleimani in his first tenure, the Iranian retaliation was once again incredibly... limited. And I think that the generals that were in Trump's ear this time around, on top of like the Israeli influence in this process, because it's pretty obvious that we are now letting Israel guide our foreign policy in the region. They're in the driver's seat and they are running the show, right? These escalations that are happening and no interest in negotiation whatsoever has always been Israel's most important policy. Iran is like the crown jewel that they want to take out in the region because it is a fun.
We do too.
Of all these resistance groups that resist against Israel. It goes against their ambition of doing this greater Israel project, which is an exterminationist project. It's unfolding in Gaza right now, and it's happened in southern Lebanon in the past. And of course, for this reason, Iran being a sovereign nation state and being able to create like logistical supply chains in the entire region was a major issue for Israel's ambitions of developing a larger state of Israel, that's their goal. So this obviously is against.
This isn't helped by the fact that honestly, like maybe even a few weeks ago or a month ago, if somebody mentioned greater Israel, I would be like, ha! I'd be like, you're a conspiracy theorist. But if there's members of the cabinet, if there's members of the current administration, then they could be schizos, right? They could be the way that we have, not Jared Kushner, I actually like Jared Kushner. The way that we have Steve Smith. What's that guy who's the chief of staff for the White House who's a total fucking psychopath? Anyways, if that guy says something crazy, I'm not going to lose my mind on the Trump admin because I think that guy is particularly crazy. So if their version of Steve Smith or whatever his name is are saying schizo stuff about greater Israel, that doesn't mean that I'm going to condemn the entire state of Israel for the schizo ramblings of a few hardliners. However, I do think those hardliners should be called out 100%, not just by the United States, but also by Israel itself. They should say, like, listen, we're interested in peaceful cooperation with our neighbors. We're interested in reducing the settlements in the West Bank, not increasing them. We're interested in, stabilizing. We're not interested in, taking over Transjordan or Lebanon or, Egypt, right? I think that would be a stabilizing statement by the Israeli government. Whether or not anybody believes them is a different thing, but.
Against America's interest in the region as well, because Israel is an extension of American imperialism in the region, and Israel is a forward operating base for the United States of America, as I've said time and time again. It is an unsinkable aircraft carrier. It has its own espionage capabilities. It plays a very important role in all of our operations in the Middle East, a resource-rich region that we want to dominate and control.
All right, I'm okay with this. Even if he's on the wrong side, I'm okay with his like geopolitical description. That was okay. I'm actually going to call my wife to ask for a tea refill real quick. So sorry if you hear me talking to the wife.
Obviously, considering the other Gulf nation states, Saudi Arabia and Qatar as well, and the UAE and every other Gulf region, oil-rich nation state is completely in the pocket of the U.S. empire. Iran is the one that does not play ball. When America entered...
True. And supply China and supply Russia. I'm okay with this. Dude, okay. Dude, I hate Hassan. I think he's like a scumbag. I think his politics suck. But this is kind of like the Nick Fuentes episode the other day, where I felt like Nick Fuentes was getting like 70 to 80% of the geopolitical descriptions correct. Okay, I'm going to let him cook. All right.
This conflict to strike at the nuclear facilities, which is a violation of numerous different...
Oh, and he had to lose me. That's okay. So hold on. Cornelius Cadre says, hey, Connor, how do you cope with the fact that Colonel McGregor, Colonel is not that high of a rank, Jeffrey Sachs, don't know who the fuck that is, Mersheimer, heard that he's a schizo political analyst, and McGovern all blame Jewish bankers for the endless wars and open border policies? This is the question that you asked me. Hey, Connor, how do you cope with the fact that 4 schizophrenics who were mildly successful in business and military affairs all blame Jews for the world? I don't give a shit. I don't care. You can be a schizophrenic and still be wildly intelligent. Nick Fuentes is wildly intelligent. His ideology is still a schizophrenic. I think Hassan is below average intelligence, or he has average intelligence, and he obviously has like a shitty ideology. God help me. I think Destiny's politics are preferable to a lot of people's, but he's a very, very smart person. Some of his perspectives on like sex and drugs and life and all that kind of stuff, I think are fucking retarded. You know what I'm saying? You can still be a very smart person and still hold absolutely dog shit opinions about the world. That's how I cope with it.
International rules that were set in and of itself, because you can't just strike nuclear facilities just because you felt like it.
I can. We did.
The midst of a denuclearization negotiation that was taking place, they did so because they were following through on Israel's ambition. Okay? This is Israel.
West Coast girl gives the vibes away. To be honest, I'm from DGG and started watching because Cotter streams earlier than Steven, and I need something for work background noise. No offense, parasocial love. West Coast girl, you are welcome here. Okay, thank you for hanging out. I'm just saying that I think it's funny that I could literally be like, Steven farts into a glass jar for like 3 hours, and like I would have 40 more viewers. That's all I'm saying.
Israel's goal. America's goal in the past was to try to use diplomacy against Iran. That was what Barack Obama did. And even in that diplomatic process, there were a lot of sanctions that they implemented on Iran in an effort to bully Iran into submission, to stop their nuclear ambitions dead in its tracks. But it was successful. It gives me no pleasure to report on this, considering that I'm not a big fan of Barack Obama. But Barack Obama's JCPOA agreement was actually a profoundly successful denuclearization agreement.
The libs win again. The normie brunch libs win again. Suck it, leftists.
Having said that, however, obviously Donald Trump, the first time when he became president, immediately geared by the hundreds of millions of dollars that he had gotten from the Adelsons, at the time it was Sheldon Adelson, and
it's funny how much overlap there is between Hassan Piker commentary and Nick Fuentes commentary. I do think that's funny. It's very horseshoe.
His close relationship with Benjamin Netanyahu very quickly turned around and cast aside that denuclearization agreement. Iran still followed the denuclearization agreement.
Is this entertaining, though? I can't. Do leftists just listen to him do 10 or 20-minute geopolitical rants? Obviously, I do that on my own show, and I'm assuming that I'm boring some of you to death. But is this entertaining in any way? Watching like a moderately attractive, oily Turkish guy on finasteride relay geopolitical analysis to you? Is this entertaining?
Regardless of the fact that Donald Trump had actually cast it aside, and then Donald Trump added additional sanctions to the state of Iran, at which point they started nuclear proliferation again. Because
the strongest argument I've heard is that allegedly Iran did a 20% enrichment, which is not in line with civilian uses, even while they were subject to the JCPOA. That could be a total rumor. I'm happy to eat crow on that. I'm just saying that that is allegedly what one of the justifications for why Trump withdrew from the JCPOA. I think that's too much of a steel man, and I wouldn't trust it unless I found a news article confirming that.
Because the real goal was never to stop the Islamic Republic from getting nukes. The real goal always has been regime change. The casus belli for regime change and the military action necessary to, in their minds, create either regime change or a failed state in Iran was by claiming that they had nukes, WMDs. A lot of Americans who are old enough remember the WMD memes from the Iraq War. They lied about Iraq having weapons of mass destruction.
I'm going to give him a little bit of rope, and then I'm probably going to do my own geopolitical interjection.
And they used that as a reason for why they had to go to war with Iraq. Now, of course, this came in the aftermath of 2 years of unlimited propaganda post 9/11. It was immediately after 9/11. So obviously people were a lot more invested into going to war, as opposed to doing this in 2025 in the ashes of the war on terror, where everybody understands that America lied to go to war with Iraq, and it was a major L for America in general, and it caused so much instability in the region and had tremendous impact, and it's deeply unpopular, so unpopular that Donald Trump literally ran against the Iraq war in 2016 against Hillary Clinton for...
Okay, he's going to keep going, and to be honest, his yapping is boring me a little bit, so it's time for my geopolitical rant. Thanks, Hassan. Thank you for giving me a decent launch point. So... as he said, could I have hot water and sugar? Yes. But sugar, not stevia. All right. So, as we said previously, 1/3 of the world's oil, 1/3 of the world's oil. In 1970, I'm going to go both barrels, okay? Assuming that some people here haven't seen me do this thing before. In 1950s, British Petroleum and British SAS deposed the parliament of Iran, who wanted to nationalize oil because they had a socialist named Mossadegh who was in charge. And so they basically knocked him out and made sure the Shah, who was the king of Iran, stayed in power. He was a benevolent dictator who did messed up stuff, and he stayed in power until 79. He was unpopular because he did torture political dissidents and all that kind of stuff. And the United States and Europe did support him because he gave us favorable petroleum deals, right? Well, in 79, there's a revolution. It does start out democratic, but the main people who end up seizing power in Iran are the mullahs. I don't know if that's the proper term, but the ayatollahs, the Islamic theocracy that establish the Iranian Republic, which is a theocratic state. And then they basically cut off the West. They're not, they'll still sell us stuff, but their priorities as far as trade goes to Russia and to China. So the United States in particular loses effectively a third of the oil market in this revolution in 1979. Iraq, capitalizing on the chaos in Iran, attacks Iran, trying to claim some oil fields on its eastern border. Well, what ends up happening is Iran counterattacks and they start winning. Well, we can't really have that happen because we don't want Kuwait to get invaded. We don't want Iraq to fall and then threaten Saudi Arabia, because this would be, we already lost a third of the proven world's oil reserves. We don't want to destabilize or lose another third. And so we militarily reinforce this territory and we back Saddam Hussein. Saddam's kind of a wild card, so we don't want to back him. So we do two programs. One of them is called Bear Spares. The other one is selling him dual use technology. And so we sell him anthrax, botulism, and precursors for VX gas. And the CIA gives him intel on where to deploy these weapons on his eastern border in order to basically make sure that Iraq doesn't fall. This kind of succeeds, but what ends up happening is Iraq finds out that we're also selling weapons to Iran simultaneously through the Iran-Contra affair, where I don't want to get into it, but basically we're playing both sides. And so what, he gets pissed. He shoots Scud missiles into Israel. He shoots Scud missiles into Saudi Arabia. He shoots Scud missiles into Iran. He uses VX gas against rebels in the Kurdish north, and he uses VX gas in the Shiite southeast. And so we're like, okay, this guy's a fucking asshole. We can't work with him anymore. That happens in, pretty much the 80s. And so later on, Saddam Hussein invades Kuwait, which is another oil-rich nation. We kick his ass out of it. And then we put him in a sanctions stranglehold for a decade until 2003. Now, what ends up happening is some dickhead in Afghanistan named Osama bin Laden, who finances from Saudi Arabia because he's Saudi and he has a bunch of rich friends, he funds a terrorist attack that allows him to blow up the World Trade Center in New York and the Pentagon. And so we launch a war in Afghanistan. Well, the original people who wanted to depose Saddam Hussein in Iraq, namely Donald Rumsfeld and Dick Cheney, they're in power in the United States government. And so they use the war on terror and the 9/11 terror attacks as a casus belli in order to go into Iraq. In case Hassan omitted any of those relevant details, you now have my additional geopolitical commentary on top of his. Let's see what else he has to say.
Supporting the Iraq war and won.
Oh, so basically Saddam did have WMDs because we sold them to him. They were just defunct.
Not working. The same meta is not really working unless you already have tremendous amounts of motivated reasoning to believe that Iran does have nukes and we have to blow them up. And there are some people who believe that, but clearly, judging by the latest YouGov poll that came out that I posted, 85% of the country does not want to go to war with Iran. 85% of the country. And the support for going to war with Iran is at like 5%. So what's spectacular about everything that is
This is why I love liberal democratic societies, though. Fashion 40 says, Connor, are there any recent books or YouTubers you know that are good to catch up on current state of geopolitics? Read Robert Kaplan. So I'm going to show this to you, my beautiful souls in chat. Robert Kaplan is my favorite geopolitical analyst. He has a series of books, and my favorite, thank you, baby, is The Revenge of Geography. It's my absolute favorite. But he has another one called Imperial Grunts. He has one called Asia's Cauldron. He has a whole bunch of stuff. But I love Robert Kaplan with my whole heart. So read Robert Kaplan.
Unfolded in this past week has been that, one, Israel is very clearly guiding the Middle Eastern policy at this point. They are in charge. They are holding the wheel, and we are doing everything for Israel. Okay, that's number one. Number two, there is no appetite for this. And it's so crazy to me because they're not even trying to develop consent for it. They're basically saying, no, this is what it means. America first, baby. Iranians close to me say that the U.S. left the Obama agreement because Iran didn't let inspectors to all the facilities. No, that's not true. That's not true. Iran was completely in cooperation.
How do you even know that, Hassan? How do you know that? I don't know that. I don't think the State Department knows that. I don't know if anybody knows that.
How do you know that Iran complied with the JCPOA post-American withdrawal? Because Iran kept cooperating with international authorities, including the International Atomic Agency, the Atomic Energy Agency. So that's the reason why they knew that they were cooperating. The International Atomic Energy Agency is supposed to be this independent body. 70% of their resources goes to Iran. They only are there to monitor Iran, okay? Having said that, however, they might actually leave the NPT now, for the record. And it seems to me like the Iranian Parliament's National Security Commission has approved the bill on the suspension with the cooperation with the International Atomic Energy Agency. Because of course they're going to do that. Why wouldn't they do that? Why wouldn't they build nukes now? You cannot stop nuclear proliferation striking a country's nuclear bases that were designed to be deep underground specifically to avoid exactly what is happening right now.
Except for we've done it for decades. It might be a losing battle, but it's still a battle that you can do. Just as an example, in 2010, 2012, somewhere in there, there's a program called Stuxnet. We hacked, or Israel and the United States hacked the centrifuges that was being used for uranium enrichment, and we destroyed their uranium stockpile, which was a very impressive cyber attack. Then also we did, or Israeli Mossad, probably, let's be real, in concert with the CIA, used magnet bombs in order to kill critical Iranian nuclear scientists. Obviously within the past, I don't know, what is it, 2 or 3 months, we killed all of their top brass along with some nuclear scientists. And then we also just buried 2 or 3 of their nuclear development sites. So Hassan Piker can say oh, well, you can't stop this. It's a losing battle. And I'll actually agree with him that it's probably a losing battle, that Iran can distribute their network of nuclear development. They can deny inspections. And then as a result, they can create nuclear weapons that will then act as a deterrent. I agree that that's probably descriptively true. I still think that Israel and the United States can make it very difficult for them, as evidence of the past 20 years. True Zealot says, I was running convoys in 2006 when shaped charges hit in the conflict. Rip to that piece of shit, Soleimani. You won't be missed. Indeed.
If you wanted to actually get Iran to play ball and not have nuclear proliferation, you had to basically do what Barack Obama did. That was the only successful method. They have scientists. Iran is an incredibly well-educated country. Contrary to what dumbass Americans think, Iran has a higher literacy rate than the United States of America. Iran is...
I know. That's why it's shocking to me that they got conquered by Islam, because the Persian Empire was one of the most educated and militarily competent of the ancient world. It's actually shocking to me that they lost to a bunch of, Bedouin tribesmen.
an incredibly educated country, a much more educated country than the United States of America. What are you supposed to do? Kill every single scientist in the country? Is that what you're going to do? I mean, if we're up to Israel, that is what they would do. I know that there's a lot of extra attention and extra eyeballs on this process right now because people are confused, and I wanted to give them like a quick refresher, quick background.
It was okay, man. It was okay. Like, listen, I know I hate this guy. Sacred Snow actually summarizes it correctly. Holy shit, he did it. He correctly described the situation. What he misses is that it's based. Yeah, we're actually just descriptively on opposite sides of the coin. He sympathizes with Iran, with Hezbollah, with Hamas, with the jihadist organizations in the Middle East and North Africa who are resisting, quote unquote, American imperialism. And I am with the American imperialists. So, yeah, good job, Hassan. Honestly, good job.
On this history. America and England destabilized Iran initially because Iran democratically elected a moderate social democrat who wanted to basically keep their own oil, to have sovereignty.
Yeah, I don't believe this shit for a second. If Mossadegh had nationalized the oil, I guarantee you they would have fallen into Soviet Russia's orbit and they would have helped bolster the empire. Here's another thing, okay? Here's another thing. You have to understand that all of this shit is like backdrop for the Cold War. I'm going to... Another little geopolitical rant. So after World War II, Russia in the new Soviet Union, which was an authoritarian communist regime, controlled Europe all the way through half of Germany, okay? They actually controlled like this much territory, and then I think that we split Berlin in half through Western forces. Matter of fact, let's take a look at it. East German, West German map. So this was the map of East and West Germany. And so effectively what we did is we split Germany in half, and the eastern side was the communist side and the western side was the democratic side. Well, the Soviets tried to strangle West Berlin. They actually blockaded it and didn't let the United States or its allies into West Germany via land. So we had to do the Berlin airlift, in which we flew supplies into Berlin in order to make sure that we still controlled part of the capital of the fallen German Reich, right? So anyways, so Soviet Russia was an infinitely more scary threat than Middle Eastern, North African, oil bullshit. And so they effectively, again, controlled Europe through most of Germany, if you'll consult your screen. So if Iran had successfully nationalized its oil through Mossadegh, sympathetic with socialism, I guarantee you, rather than having a quote-unquote Western puppet that would have been sympathetic and given preferential oil trade to the Western world, what would have happened is they would have fallen within the Soviet and Maoist, orbit faster. And so as a result, they would have bolstered the Soviet empire. So get good, fuck you, fuck Mossadegh, fuck Iran, and fuck Hassan. Get good.
Over their own oil. And England, instead of turning around and saying, all right, you know what, British Petroleum, we are going to play ball. This is your oil after all. We'll, design a 50-50 split for the revenue. Instead of saying 50-50 revenue split seems like a good idea. That's fair. Fair is fair, right? They said, no, we're only going to give you 10% of the revenue still. How dare you do this? And then they implemented a coup. And then they installed the British puppet, the Shah. And the Shah was so unpopular, and the Iranians were so upset with this severe setback on their own sovereignty that they obviously retaliated. And there was
Took them 30 years to retaliate, and not just that. Like, let's look at pre-revolution Iran. Okay, listen, you can call the Shah a dictator. You can call him somebody who a human rights violator. You can call him whatever you want to call him. I don't care. That's totally fine. But I just want you to look. He was also a modernizer and a Western-friendly person. So you had Iranians walking around in a hybrid European culture that was like modern. It wasn't secular. Like, they still believed in Islam. But it was like, it was European friendly. Women were getting education. They dressed in normal clothing rather than in the crazy shit that they're dressing in now. And it wasn't a theocracy. So you can say like, oh yeah, the Shah's like an evil bastard. And if you line up all of his, offenses, then maybe I'll agree with you. You could show me how Shah Pahlavi, whatever his name is, how he was an evil bastard, and I'll probably agree with you. But you can't tell me that it wasn't a more modern, understanding, Western-friendly country. Post-revolution Iran. And so here's the revolution, the pro-democratic and Islamist forces. Here's Iranian women at some point in the recent past where they have to be niqabis. I know you can go into Tehran now, and there are people who are dressed more modern in hijabs. But yeah, there's niqabis. Now there's Islamist morality police. Now, if you play rock and roll or if you protest the current government, you'll get the shit kicked out of you at minimum, if not be disappeared or killed. So, it might be State Department propaganda that Islamic authoritarian theocracy is bad, but I believe the State Department propaganda. So feel free to prove me wrong.
Revolution that took place in Iran against the Shah, a revolution that was backed by the socialist forces, social democratic forces, popular mobilization, and of course, the Islamist forces as well. And all
right, sorry, quick shill. Philip Coffey, Gen X, and Grassroots Hegemon have been very kind to the stream. As a quick shill, like the stream. We're about to break 100, which is fantastic. I parasocially love each and every one of you. Like the stream, engage in chat. There's cool people in chat. Watch the VODs. That way I get that sweet, sweet AdSense revenue. Super chats if you got them. Memberships if you got them. Thank you for watching.
Ayatollahs came into power. People were understandably very upset. Okay? They were understandably
Took them 30 years to be upset, but okay, continue.
Very upset at Western involvement and Western destabilization. That's important to understand why there's so much resentment towards Western destabilization in the country, even if they hate the Ayatollah, okay? There are
Okay, fair.
Plenty of secular Iranians that don't like the Ayatollah, that despise the repressive forces of the Islamic Republic on their own domestic affairs. But you know what they hate even more? When they get bombed by Israel, when they get bombed by America, when they are fearful that they're going to be pushed into war. Okay, no matter how many diaspora Iranians that say I am Persian and I love the Shah, please put the Shah in charge. Iranians in
yo, fuck you, Hassan. How the fuck is that not racist? Like, I get it. I was doing a horribly racist Israeli accent the other day, and it was kind of fucked up. But how does he not catch shit for that? How does he not catch shit for being a Turk who's making fun of Persians and doing a ridiculous accent? Double standards much? I mean, I think it's funny, but don't get mad at me when I do a cringe Israeli accent and then he's over here doing a crazy Persian accent. Holy shit.
Iran that's not like that popular of a sentiment. Does it exist in Iran as well? Of course that kind of sentiment exists in Iran as well. It's just nowhere near as overwhelmingly popular as it does here in the West. There are royalists in Iran as well. There were royalists initially in Iran as well. The CIA activated them and used them to put the Shah in charge initially.
I appreciate this level of nuance. Good job.
In any case, my point is that is the reason why America's actions and Israel's actions against Iran is most likely galvanizing and drawing up more support for the current repressive regime, okay? And their repression is negligible in this situation. Obviously, they see what's gone on in Gaza and they don't want that to happen to Tehran. Are you kidding me? Who the would want that? Felix talked about this on the last Chapo episode that I listened to with those history podcast guys. And I thought it was like a really easy summarization, easy to understand summarization, where it's like Israel will just like increasingly point to things that normal nation states have that they consider to be unacceptable. Like they'll be like, they have ballistic missiles, like we have to take them out. It's like, yeah, of course they have ballistic missiles. They're a sovereign nation. What sovereign nation is not supposed to have ballistic missiles? They have to have anti-air defenses. What do you mean? Israel will go, that's unfair. How come they have ballistic missiles? How come they have anti-aircraft defenses? That's unfair. They have nuclear power facilities. We can't let that happen. It's like,
This is a straw man. It's obviously a straw man. Anybody who has an IQ over 80, okay, this is where Hassan is going to start pissing me off, which I appreciate him. You have to understand, this is why some propagandists are so effective, okay? And obviously, like, I'm a pro capital L liberal, pro republic, pro American propagandist, right? And what I mean by propagandist is that my information is going to be biased towards the ideology that I believe in. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm never going to knowingly tell you a lie because truth is also a part of what I want to do. However, what pisses me off about this is that Israel and the United States and the Western world isn't complaining about ballistic missiles because we care about conventional ballistic missiles. Obviously, what we care about is the fact that if they have a civilian nuclear program that enriches up to 5%, which is what you can use for a nuclear program, I think they agreed to 3.75, but then Iran enriches up to 60%, and they have a ballistic missile program, then it doesn't seem like a stretch that they can effectively enrich up to 90, which people argue about. They say they can do it in a couple of weeks. They say they can do it in 8 months, whatever. But when you have the rhetoric coming out of the Iranian regime that the United States is the great Satan, that we need to be taken down, we need to be taken out, that Israel is another great Satan, they need to be destroyed, they need to burn, Tel Aviv needs to burn, all that kind of rhetoric. And then they have the capacity to nuke entire cities, to use a tactical nuke on Tel Aviv. If there is a theocratic psycho who believes that this world is just a shadow, in that the fastest way in order to get to paradise is to die in holy struggle, why wouldn't they burn Tel Aviv with a tactical nuclear device? That's the entire argument. So don't straw man. Hassan and Lycan can argue that they're a more rational power than the line of logic I just explained to you. But that's another argument.
yeah, that's a country, man. Of course they have nuclear power facilities. They have every right to have a nuclear power grid. What are you talking about? And the more that Israel gets backed up by America, propped up by the United States of America, the more they demand. Gaza is obviously the final solution of this, the final equation of this, where they go, they have running water. That's unacceptable. They have food. That's unacceptable.
Shut up, Hassan. Nobody's fucking saying that. I know you're being hyperbolic, but shut up.
How dare they have food? How dare they try to eat food? We must kill them all. That's the ultimate goal here. Every country in that region, unless they are directly servile to Western interests, to American interests, to Israel's interests.
Oh, slap. Brandon Zero says, it's for days like this, I lurk in Connor's streams and he just drops the hard R. Did I say the R slur? My apologies. I try to say that only on my stream on Counterpoints, but it happens.
Will get the Palestine treatment. It's just a matter of attrition. How quickly can they do this? Do they have the munitions to be able to do this? Do they have the capacity to be able to do this? And it's very clear that they're trying to do it all at once right now because it feels like this is the last ditch effort of the ally or the extension of the dying empire, the United States of America.
Oh, fuck you. I haven't even begun to peak. Have you guys seen this? This is a meme worth playing because, frankly, this guy's dry as hell. So let's go ahead and take a look at it. Sonny, I haven't even begun to peak.
We were a team.
Relax, I'm still gonna help you make your raincoat with the straw in it.
It's not a raincoat. Yeah, no one's gonna buy. What is this? This woman doesn't even have a rib cage.
Oh.
Doesn't matter, D, because winners always win.
You're not a winner, Dennis. You're not a winner because you used to be popular in high school, but I think you peaked.
This is me. This is me in reference to America.
Peaked? Peaked, D? Let me tell you something. I haven't even begun to peak. And when I do peak, you'll know. Because I'm going to peak so hard that everybody in Philadelphia is going to feel it. I'm in my prime. And I bet you that I could sell these dresses to Fatty Magoo just based on these sketches alone. And your loser friend is going to buy them because she's a fatty. And that's just the way of the world. All I have to do is turn on my winning charm. Fatty Magoo will be putty in my hands.
Because us winners always win.
He wasn't talking about you.
I think he was.
That's me in reference to America.
In this entire process, as I've said before, as I suspected, Iran has been incredibly restrained, constantly trying to do diplomacy with a bunch of belligerent actors that are not invested in diplomacy at all. Their goal, obviously, is to destabilize Iran. Their goal is to dismantle Iran. And they're going to do this by using ethnic tensions in the country. They're going to do this by using the Kurdish nationalist movements that are currently outside of
Base? Kurds should have their own country?
Iran. I'm telling you right now, watch this space. They're going to say that the Iranian Kurds have finally had it, and they're going to try to use the Kurdish nationalist movement in Iran against the Iranian state. Just
based? Based?
You wait, but that's for the future. What I predicted initially was that the Iranian government's retaliation, the IRGC's retaliation, was going to be incredibly restrained, even against the United States of America. After the United States bombed the nuclear facilities, Iran only retaliated against Israel the first night and last night as well. And then today, they finally struck against American assets in the region. Let's take a look.
This was a spokesman for the chief spokesman for the Israeli Defense Forces, Effi Defrin, General Effi Defrin. He was asked about Iran's attacks on U.S. bases, saying that we're following developments that are being reported. We are in touch with our partners in the region. And of course, Israel regards this as more proof of the violence, that Iran is a terrorist state that threatens not just Israel, but the region and the world. We're also hearing from Bahraini state television that they have closed their airspace. The Interior Ministry in Bahrain, which of course is home to the US Fifth Fleet,
Bro, they moved all the troops. They already said ahead of time that they were going to strike Qatar. It's a symbolic prize. The reason why the markets are up is because this was a de-escalatory retaliation. The market...
I'm okay with this. I agree with this. I think that Iran did do a minimal strike back in order to try to have a symbolic victory domestically, while also not actually turning it into World War III. And Lycan and Hassan Piker would use this as evidence that the Iranian regime is infinitely more practical than the way that they're portrayed in Western media. And I'm receptive to the argument while also receptive to new information as well. I'm going to check in with chat because I parasocially love you and Hassan bores the shit out of me sometimes. Corey Peltzman says, what would have happened if Israel did not supply weapons to Tehran after Saddam invaded? We supplied weapons to Tehran. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Henry Kissinger, somebody put that quote almost immediately afterwards. They said, why can't both sides lose? That was our opinion in the Iraq-Iran conflict, was effectively that Iranians suck. And they took away a third of the world's proven oil reserves. So that's bad. And, we need to fight them. But Saddam Hussein is also a piece of shit. Bud123 says, so 9/11 had nothing to do with Iraq? Not to our knowledge. Bud123, the only thing that we know that is a tie to Iraq is that the Bush administration was already saber rattling about invading Iraq as recently as like 2002, 2000, like maybe even late 2001, early 2002, they were saber rattling. And so there was this guy, excuse me, Jordanian leader of AQI. And by the way, AQI was one of the most like evil fucking organizations on the planet. No shit. They were like fucking Bond villains. They sucked. The Jordanian leader of Al-Qaeda in Iraq, Abu Musab al-Zarqawi, he founded and led the group from its inception to his death in 2006. So this guy was such a fucking asshole psycho. And so what happened was when we started saber rattling about invading Iraq because Bush and Cheney wanted to depose Saddam and they wanted to use 9/11 as a pretext, al-Zarqawi went to Osama bin Laden and said, hey, give me $1 million and I'll start an Al-Qaeda chapter in Iraq. And so he did that in 2002. And Osama bin Laden actually didn't like him at first. He didn't trust him because he was a prisoner. He had tattoos. He seemed psychotic, all that kind of shit. But eventually Zarqawi convinced him to give him the $1 million. And so he traveled to Iraq. And once he traveled to Iraq, the United States used that as a pretext, saying that Zarqawi was actually in Iraq in order to get WMDs from Saddam in order to launch a new 9/11 terror attack. Actually, like totally batshit insane. And then this is him with Western style weapons because AQI actually did successfully kill a healthy chunk of Western forces. They also killed the shit out of Iraqi civilians. But Zarqawi was one of the biggest pieces of shit of the war on terror. Everybody hated him, including Sunnis. Sunnis hated him because he brought in foreign fighters and then he just promised civilian women to his foreign fighters. And they would like rape and kill anybody who protested it. Holy shit, Zarqawi was a fucking piece of shit. Osama bin Laden didn't even like Zarqawi. And they were on the same team. Grassroots says, Coggers is a great community name. I'm here for it. Yep. From the COG. I would say, in my opinion, that would be from the COG of Gears of War. I'm not like a huge Gears of War fan, but I do love Gears enough. Cornelia says, that's the most milquetoast normies friendly of the sanitized explanation for the Middle Eastern wars my history teacher told me as well. Imagine still believing this nonsense. We have a whistleblower, FOIA docs, etc. Cornelius, no offense, but I don't trust you to even know what you're reading.
Targets are up because they were worried that the Strait of Hormuz was going to be mined. Iran has options in terms of retaliation here. The maximalist position would have been to continue bombing with long-range ballistic missiles Israel using
I'm pretty sure they're out of it because most like Middle Eastern and North African countries only have like a limited military stockpile that they don't replenish very quickly.
their short and medium range and older munitions on American bases, shutting off the Strait of Hormuz, the 33-kilometer area that, 20% of all global oil and a ton of commerce goes through, okay? And then maybe even activate whatever remains of like the Hezbollah missile capabilities on Israel as well. That is the maximalist position. And Yemen, of course, as well, would be striking against American positions and also Israel with whatever capabilities they have. That is the maximum position. Or, well, I guess
I'm okay with this. I'm okay with them saying like they could close the Strait of Hormuz. They could throw mines out into the Strait of Hormuz, which would fuck with international oil. Hezbollah and Hamas could be activated to conduct other terrorist attacks against American forces. And they could also do ballistic missile attacks. And that would be the maximum amount that Iran would be able to do. I think that's an accurate assessment. Maybe Hassan isn't as stupid as I think he is. I still think he's as stupid as I think he is, but maybe he's not.
the one position above that is directly lighting oil refineries on fire. Okay, this would have
yeah, like a drone swarm attack against Saudi oil fields. That's another thing they could do. 100%.
Of course, nuke global trade in its entirety. So that was the maximum.
Then the entire world turns against them, and then we invade. So they can't do the maximalist retaliation because it justifies them being invaded and deposed.
Retaliation, like any other part of that, any component that you remove from that is going to be obviously less severe. This right here, what they did was basically the most limited version where you save face. It's like a save face counterattack because you have to do something because you're a nation state. You're a proud nation state. You're a nation state that has an interest in like defending your own national sovereignty. You have to retaliate. The retaliation was largely symbolic. It's not a real deterrence at all, considering that Israel has refused to back down from the largely symbolic retaliations that Iran has engaged in so far. And America obviously is the top dog in the region. And I said that they were most likely going to eat it. They were going to tank the damage. They were going to say the facilities were not that damaged. There's not a state of disrepair. You only gave us a little bruise. It's fine. And we will continue to try and retaliate through legal options that we have with the hopes that they can get away. And America will actually come back to the bargaining table and negotiate and maybe even leave Iran alone. I don't think that.
Maybe. So Bud123 says, was the Iran-Contra affair in line with the U.S. giving Iraq WMDs? Yes. So the Iran-Iraq war started in 1979. We started giving Iraq dual-use technology throughout that conflict, and it ended in 1988, whereas the Iran-Contra affair was us selling weapons to Iran in order to make money for anti-communist narco-guerrillas in South America. And so that was in 1985. So yes, they happened at the same time.
That's going to happen. I don't think that this is in America's plan. I think this is certainly not in Israel's plan. Israel's made that clear. So I do think this is most likely a mistake, but we shall see. As I suspected, the generals who were in Trump's ear about how this at most would resemble the post-Soleimani assassination retaliation may have been correct, significantly limited, even if the target is a higher prize symbolically. 3 Iranian officials familiar with the plans said that Iran gave advance notice to Qatari officials.
Listen, Short Stack Goblin says targeting scientists is a war crime. So if we assassinated Goebbels during World War II, that would have been a war crime. I'm just going to tell you, I don't give a shit. I'm also going to say this is a flippant remark for how serious the geopolitical events of the world are, but I'm gonna give this to you so you can use it in future conversations with other people. It's not a war crime if you're having a good time.
That attacks were coming as a way to minimize casualties. The official said Iran symbolically needed to strike back at the U.S., but at the same time carry it out in a way that allowed all sides an exit ramp. They described it as similar strategy to 2020 when Iran gave Iraq heads up before firing ballistic missiles at an American base in Iraq following the assassination of its top general. Iran also said, according to the Associated Press, that the missile barrage on Qatar was the same number of bombs used by the U.S. on its nuclear sites, signaling a likely desire to de-escalate. The problem here is this is not in Israel's plan. Israel very clearly does not want de-escalation. Israel very clearly does not want the Iranian state to exist. All you are doing at this stage is basically telling the powers in the region that they can do whatever the they want to you as they're doing it to you. Okay, they can do whatever they want to you, and you're never actually going to make them recalculate this decision. Israel has time and time again proven to every country that is paying attention in its neighborhood, in its backyard, that the only way that Israel stands down is if they are forced to stand down, if the cost is too much. Lebanon is the best example of this, of course. Israel invades Lebanon, Hezbollah pushes them back, too many troops die, too many Israeli occupying force, diaper force troops die, they have to recalculate, they have to inevitably pull out. Israel has never, ever backed away unless America told them
because they're fighting existential conflicts. Sure.
To. Israel has never backed away from further military incursion and further land grabs unless they are forced to stand down.
Okay, hold on. Let's give him one more minute. Yeah, I know we're close to the end, but honestly, this dude is boring the shit out of me.
She issued an order advising people to stay at home. Now, no indications that anything has happened there, but it's just worth reiterating that the concerns about what just happened in Qatar are not just felt in that country, but I think throughout the Gulf region. But again, just to be very clear, we need to know.
Because it's easy to be chill about ballistic missile attacks when you're on the other side of the world. It's probably infinitely less chill knowing that Iran could technically drone swarm attack all of your oil fields whenever it wanted to because they're a neighbor and a hostile neighbor.
Whether any of these got through, a U.S. official speaking to ABC News has essentially said that the Qataris and the Americans were involved in the shootdowns. They're also saying that they don't think any of those projectiles landed in Al Udeid Air Base. Interestingly, Press TV, which is the pro-Iranian or Iranian government television, is claiming that they did land there, but no evidence of that.
And what more are you hearing about the way these missiles were intercepted?
Well, again, this has come from U.S. officials. We know that the Qataris have basically U.S. Air defense systems, and of course the
Patriot missiles.
U.S. base at Al Udeid has them as well.
And are other assets in the region as protected as this airbase is, or are they more vulnerable?
Well, this is an extraordinarily protected airbase because this is the nerve center, as we've been.
Yeah, the base in Qatar is a U.S. CENTCOM. Like, that is where their operations are being conducted.
That's so based, by the way. I'm going to show you why that's so cool in a second.
So it's very different from like the one in Iraq. The base in Iraq, you can just,
which is my base, by the way, Al-Assad. They always bomb the shit out of Al-Assad as a symbolic gesture. It pisses me off.
lob missiles at. You'll blow up a couple buildings. They probably will move. I think they did in 2020 when Iran said ahead of time that they were going to hit the bases in Iraq. They moved their troops away. They moved a lot of the equipment.
They moved into bomb shelters, though, and then a healthy chunk of Marines and soldiers did get like CTE from the ballistic missile strikes.
Equipment away so that they wouldn't get hit. It's like it's symbolic. Trump has literally done this with Syrian bases in the past as well. Do you think Qatar will?
All right, I'm good. This guy's boring the shit out of me. No offense to Son, but I do appreciate him having like some level of actual descriptive reality. That's kind of cool. I think what's most interesting about this takeaway is that I feel like Hassan, it's very easy because some of the clips that he does and some of the bad takes that he's had to dismiss him as an idiot. And I will do that in the future. I will dismiss him as an idiot when he does say idiotic things. However, this was a descriptively accurate, like historical geopolitical analysis, which I was okay with. I was actually okay with. I thought like probably 70, 80% of it was decent. There's some like pro-Houthi, pro-Iranian, pro-Russian lies of omission, I guess, similar to how Nick Fuentes did lies of omission that might benefit Israel. But overall, I was okay with the geopolitical analysis. It was okay. It was okay. The main difference, of course, being that while we're describing geopolitical reality, I am going to side with liberal democracy, republicanism, and mixed economy capitalism. And Hassan is going to side with, despite liking liberty and freedom of speech and freedom of conscience, allegedly, because it's what gives him wealth and power and influence, he's going to, sweep for and simp for terrorist organizations, Russia, China, etc. So in some summary, fuck Hassan for that. But overall, I thought it was a decent segment. I'm going to check in with chat, and then we're going to find our next... We're going to find our next segment to break down. I want something schizo. Does anybody have any like schizo content recommendations? Like any debates where people scream and cry and freak out? That's what I want. Because like, honestly, like I don't mind hanging out with you. We got 100 people in chat. I parasocially love all of you. We have a few donations in chat. Thank you kindly for that, by the way. Like the stream, engage in chat, watch the VODs, super chats and memberships if you got them. If you don't, no big deal. Your viewership is enough. However, is there not something popping off? Is Destiny not yelling at some TikTokers at some point in the past 72 hours? Is there not some Pang Burn events schizo debate? Is there not some Hassan Piker, yelling at people on the side of the road? Is there not some Vosh debate between him and a schizo? I'm not going to say it's dead. It's obviously not dead. There's plenty of content out there. But I don't want to watch Dave Smith get yelled at by some like Israel simp for the 5th time. I want something new. I want something fresh. Or I want something old that's fun. McFat's son says, at Counterpoints, I just tuned in and a sincere good job Hassan was not on my bingo card. Yeah, his geopolitical analysis didn't totally suck. Old School says it actually makes it worse that he can accurately describe the situation but still side with the mullahs, Hamas, and Houthis. Correct. I want to show you 2 additional things. I want to show you why CENTCOM being in Qatar is based. Qatar maps. Let me go ahead and share my shit. And then I want to show you like a trailer for a movie that you should absolutely watch. So the reason why Qatar having CENTCOM on it is because I normally just dismiss this as like, I normally just dismiss this as like, oh, this whole region, it's all jacked up. And I typically think of American involvement as being based in Iraq because obviously that's where a substantive amount of our stuff is. Well, that's not really true. We have a base in Kuwait, and then apparently CENTCOM is based in Qatar. And the cool thing about this is, look at how close this is to Iran. I would be shitting bricks if I was stationed in CENTCOM. Because effectively, like, ballistic missiles hitting the United States, it's possible, but we have a long time to intercept them. Whereas with Qatar, it's like, dude, you're 30 seconds away. You could throw a frickin' rock across the Persian Gulf. So this is a bananas location to be in. I've been to Kuwait. I've been to Iraq. I've been to al-Baghdadi right here. This is the base that I was stationed at. Al-Assad Air Base. So I'm gonna show you something real quick. It sucks to see it in disrepair because there used to be cans. Let me show you. There used to be cans right here. This is actually where I worked. And I think these buildings are destroyed now, which sucks. I worked in this building and it's gone now. That makes me sad. Oh, no. Hold on. This was EOD. This was the burn pit. Hold on. That might not be it. Let me double check. No, that's the green line. This is where the cans were. Or was this where the cans were? So, sorry if this isn't that interesting to you, but this is actually wildly interesting to me. Because this is where I used to be. Yeah. So, there used to be a road that went back here. And there used to be buildings back here. And I literally used to hang out in these buildings and burn shit. Like we would burn our secret documents back there. So it's either here or it's back here. I want to say it was like here. But anyways, it doesn't fucking matter. The point is this used to be my base and it's not as glorious as it used to be, which is fucking sad. And then not just that. Here's the city of al-Baghdadi. And there were some rebels who came into al-Baghdadi and they literally kidnapped civilians, put tires around them and set them on fire. Fucking disgusting. Evil shit. Anyways, back to chat. When Douglas Murray says, "Hey Connor, have you been to the region?" I'm going to be like, "Yes, I have been to the region." Fuck you, Douglas Murray. All right, old school. Yeah. Seki Joke says, "But Connor, how dare you interfere with communists using religious fundamentalists as proxy useful idiots that they totally wouldn't line up against the wall if they ever gained substantial power?" Yeah, that's where I'm going to say get good. I'm literally going to say I don't give a shit. Liberal democracy is based. Mixed economy capitalism is based. Republicanism is based. It's better than theocratic Islam. It's better than authoritarian communism. It's better than fascism. So I'm going to tell you, if you're a fascist, get wrecked. If you're an authoritarian communist, get wrecked. If you're an Islamist jihadist apologist, get wrecked. I don't give a shit that you lost. Short Stack Goblin says, "Only Hassan W in memory. Actually, I think I've never heard him say anything correct before." Damn. Yeah. He did good. He did good. For a Hassan stream, that was descriptively accurate. He's just a piece of shit because he picks the wrong people to back. Big in Gaming says, "You also have all those Eastern European countries that voluntarily went communist post-war. Korean also affected a lot of the Cold War." 100%. Corey Peltzman says, "Now I think it's 80%. Interesting. Don't know what that's in reference to, but okay. Short Stack Goblin says, "Oh, he is back to saying nonsense. I feel safer now." I know. True. West Coast Girl says, "It's worth going over the 1979 Iranian Revolution. There was a real strive for democracy and women's rights, etc., but the religious zealots were more organized and took the country hostage." Similar to the Syrian Revolution, by the way. So in Syria, a lot of the criticism of like the Free Syrian Army, for instance, the Free Syrian Army was one of the weakest militant forces in the revolution, but they got the most Western support and therefore got all the weapons. But what they did, this is one of the criticisms from military people, is that they would take their weapons and they would just turn it over to al-Nusra. They would just turn it over to the jihadist organizations because the jihadist organizations were better at fighting than the Free Syrian Army. Grassroots for another 20. Thank you for your super chat, King. If we all had just clapped for Jeb, none of this would be happening. I unironically believe this. I saw Jeb Bush give a speech in English and Spanish on SNL, and I was like, this guy's going to be the next president, because I fell in love with his like cringe, wholesome norminess. Literally, no one else felt the way that I did. No one else. Oh, that sucks. DD22E says he was just defending the mullah last week. He's just backtracking because he got backlash. Yeah, Hassan sucks. Grassroots says, Bud123 is Hassan on steroids? I don't think so. I think he used to be, but I don't think he is anymore. Grassroots says his audience is 14-year-old girls and they haven't heard a word he's ever said in the same way. I can't tell you a single character Sofia Vergara has ever played or quote anything she's ever said. So Hassan is male Sofia Vergara. That is hilarious. West Coast says, if you ever want an interesting insider culture review of Iran, the book The Ministry of Guidance invites you to not stay. Journalist covers both warm traditions and repressive structures. That's cool. That's cool. Cornelia says, Yo, Connor is too small for Nick, but you can get JF Gary Epi for a debate or anything right wing. Would make goated content, not like the dumb commie from yesterday. Dude was clearly handicapped. Well, you know, I've talked to JF. You know, my aversion to JF is maybe he killed his wife. Vrenkan says, I'd love the Kurds to have their own country. Me too. They're the largest stateless population on the planet. Kazra says, you react to last Pierce Morgan episode, unfortunately, with Dave Smith. We can if we want schizophrenia before we wrap up. Cornelia says, please, no controlled OP Jew Smith content. Bro is a boring gatekeeper. Nick obliterated him. Well, thank you for your schizo posting in my chat. I appreciate it. No, Iran stood strong. The Jews begged for U.S. intervention. Imagine thinking you could stop China to do anything. Late empire vibes. It's over, Zog. Time to cope. Feed me the gorgeous dam. Okay, that's all I have to say about that. Scrolling. I'm going to skip past a bunch of stuff unless I see an @ just because I want to catch up with chat before we move into the next segment. Eric Dom says, hey, I would love to see the talk between you and Simone and Malcolm Collins. They are eccentric pro-natalists, pro-Trump, unfortunately, former lefty libs, quite out there, but would be interesting. That does sound interesting. Pro-natalist lefty libs who became pro-Trump? That is bananas. That is bananas description. Simone and Malcolm Collins. I'm going to type that in. Simone and Malcolm Collins. Sacred Snow, or actually, Sin Patty says, best I can do is Ethan drama. God, Ethan Hassan Destiny, Ethan Hassan Destiny, Ethan Hassan Destiny. Sacred Snow says, Valor Media Network, there was a failed assassination attempt on Zelensky when he was on his way to Poland. Recently? Because I just thought they were permanently trying to kill him. It's pronounced Cotter. Don't tell me how to pronounce things. I'll mispronounce it even harder. Well, QC John says, old and fun. We could listen to Demon Mama call you a Nazi just for the memories. True. What a classic. Philip Coffey says, what's with people being so boring and reasonable? We need some crazies. Yeah, exactly. Val says, so 40K lore question, but do Space Marines shit? Yeah, they shit. They don't have to shit, but they can shit. Their metabolism is so effective that they don't have to shit a majority of the time, but yes, they can poo and pee. Eric Dom says, where are you even in contact with Aristocracy? I think she came back, loved her content. Yeah, Eris is good people. Eris is good people. She's a little sensitive about the anti-Semitism, but, you know, she's good people. Rightfully so. She's actually a Jew. Mega Zero says, they were necklacing people. That's fucking nasty. Yeah, people in al-Baghdadi got killed bad. They got killed in bad ways. If you want something schizo, look up Honor Your Oath 2-hour disposition. I haven't seen anyone calmly react to it yet. Really? Interesting. All right, I caught up. Sacred Snow says, yes, on his way to the NATO conference this week, if I'm not mistaken. Interesting. All right. DD22E says, hey, didn't you say you want to react to Vosh 40K video? Oh, I already did that, bro. We'll be cutting that up for content. That should be getting released sometime. Sometime either this week or next week. So, all right, let's find some schizo content. Let's find some schizo. I'll take recommendations from chat for schizo content. I feel like the Cenk segment was reasonable enough that, like, I understood emotionally where he was at, even if I thought that he was spurging out in a way that I didn't care about. Then I felt like Hassan spent so much time doing an accurate political description that even when he aired and did a little bit of Iranian sympathy or Hamas or Houthi sympathy, I was like, okay, well, I expect that from Hassan, right? And then finally, I would say, like, I want something funny. So yeah, I want something funny and schizophrenic. So let me look at some stuff. Let me see. I mean, I guess we could do peers. I'm going to pull up chat. That way, if you guys have a recommendation while I'm looking for something schizo. Cornelia says, JF Gary Epi is the guy to talk to Connor, but is scared JF also kills him, apparently. Sad. I'll talk to JF. I don't give a shit. I'll talk to JF. Thank you for the $20, Grassroots. Actually kind of a fan of Simone and Malcolm, but they are distant right-wing freaks, but are also fellow techno-futurist conservatives. They embrace our AI overlords, which is super pro-natalist. Do they have any debate content? Simone and Malcolm Collins. If they had a thumbnail where they were like, ho, ha, ha, ho, then maybe. No, they look wholesome chungus. Ah, they're cute. Wholesome chungus. I'll check them out for sure. Base Camp with Simone and Malcolm Collins. They look funny as fuck. But, I don't know. All right, I'm going to give you guys an option. Lonerbox versus an insane tweeter. I'm going to go with that. I haven't watched Lonerbox content in a while. Let's do that. I like Lonerbox. H3 nuke. She smoked more than she spoke. Is Iran in shambles? Is this the start of something bigger? Interviewing an Iranian about the Israeli strikes? No. Israel-Palestine debate heads for complete disaster. That's a panel debate. I don't like panels. It's too many people. And then that's old shit. Fuck. Come on, guys. Help me out. Who is JF Gary Epi? He's actually like a libertarian ethno-nationalist who believes in genetics, but also had a kid with literally a mentally disabled person. Yeah. FT signifier. Guys, real recommendations, not music videos. FD signifier. Wasn't there one where he talked to some schizo that he wasn't supposed to talk to recently? Beyonce is everything. Kill me. Come on, guys. Come on, help me out. Help me out, or else we're literally going to like whatever podcast Andrew Wilson, or we're going to Pierce Morgan. Because seriously, I can't just sit here and just yap with chat for like an hour. You know what I'm saying? I need to actually get something.
I think the problem here, Piers, is that
I gave you a recommendation. It's less debate and more cop acting like a schizophrenic in a deposition. Nah. I'm not going to watch a 2-hour deposition of a schizophrenic cop. All right. You want to do a demon mama? You guys want to do a demon mama? Lonerbox video with title Civilian Non-Combatant Militants. Okay. So hold on. I'm going to check Demon Mama and see if there's any funny content from back in the day. Because Demon Mama... Like, I don't want to do drama. If she had, like, a relevant politics thing. She's been gone for, like, 9 months. This is all drama. Okay, that's all drama. All right, Lonerbox, non-combatant militants. Okay, all right. We found it.
This is from the Red Cross. Okay.
Well, we'll do Lonerbox. All right, let's do Lonerbox. Good God. Whew. Okay. Hi, guys. Welcome to the show. My name is Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and a never-Trump Republican. I like breaking down alternative media debates, news, politics, commentary, all that kind of stuff, and I like watching content that gives me brain damage and then pausing every few minutes in order to inject my own geopolitical analysis. What I have for you right now is Lonerbox, who is a lefty, progressive, liberal guy sucked up in some drama in my sphere. However, he's actually like a fairly intelligent, interesting Scottish gentleman. I actually like Lonerbox a lot. I've met him in person. I think he's a good dude. And he gets a lot of smack talked to him because while being a lefty, while being probably a social democrat or like a libertarian socialist, I would presume, he does take a lot of flack for not being like, let's genocide Israel lefty. Because a lot of his audience and a lot of his peers are let's destroy Israel lefties. And so there is a debate between him and a caller. This caller is a Twitter character who Hassan Piker has retweeted many times, according to my chat. And the title of it is Civilian Non-Combatant Militants. That's a crazy sentence. And so without further ado, we're going to break into this debate. I'll be pausing intermittently, and we'll take it from there.
Continuous combat function requires lasting integration into an organized armed group acting as the armed forces of a non-state party to an armed conflict. Sounds like Hezbollah to me.
The excerpt you're reading is about an interpretation of the law. It's not the law itself.
It's whose interpretation is it?
The Red Cross.
Okay. So it's the Red Cross's job to justify war crimes?
No, I didn't say it was their job. But
okay, so I'm just going to keep reading so we can listen to the people who know what they're talking about. You're such a lying man. Holy, or you're just sloppy. I don't know. Oh, so you disagree? So you.
West Coast says, "Holy shit, those two! I'm outie to watch F1 practice. Love y'all. Have fun, West Coast girl. Thanks for hanging out."
Piece of you genocidaire. You're literally doubting that you won't even commit to agreeing with the 99 doctors and their professional opinion.
I never said I doubted them.
Oh, so you agree with them?
I'm not gonna.
So I'm asking you again because I'm not going to stop asking you this. You fucking worm.
Oh,
do you agree with them?
I'm clearly being the worm here.
Yes,
you're
because you're the one who can't answer questions. So Hutch debated a guy called Disinformation Tracker, who is a disinformation spammer who hates me. Okay.
Based.
Okay. Why does Hutch get all the debates? What the? Why am I so noxious to these people? Why do they all talk to Hutch but not me?
Hello?
Cowards.
Hello. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Is this him?
Okay, so I don't consider the video.
We're reacting to a react, but I'm going to let it flow.
Of the Lebanon, the Israeli Patriot.
I don't care if you consider it one thing or another. If you show bloodied bodies, it's TOS.
No, okay, wait. This is what I keep trying to explain, and you keep ignoring it.
I'm not ignoring it. I saw your clip. I saw what you posted. You were such a slime bag.
Wait, just listen.
No, I want you to tell me right now. Like, why would you accuse me of not wanting to look at Palestine?
Is this after I spoke to Hutch about being more firm? Oh no. This is what I would do.
Is he playing WoW while doing a debate review? That's kind of based.
Yes, let's go. Baldy rage.
Indian kids that are injured. Why would I do that?
Okay, if you didn't know this, then I will accept that as an answer, okay? I will accept that as an answer, but let me tell you.
This person's actually like a manipulative little... They were doing this in my Twitter replies as well. Like, they're very slimy. Allow me to use his main face so I can justify allowing Hezbollah to operate with total impunity so long as they keep a few civilians nearby when they operate, which is basically always. I'm sorry, if you oppose the pager attack on the grounds of like the results, you're a retard. I'm sorry. If you're like a legal enthusiast and you want to get into what is a booby trap or what is a quote unquote other device as per the convention on certain conventional weapons, that's fine. Okay, great. I respect you doing that. It's actually a complicated debate as far as I know. I've read a lot of disputing opinions on that. But I'm sorry, if you think this operation that literally like, I think 33 out of like the 37 odd people who were killed, something crazy like that, were militants. The fact that like 1,500 out of the 3,000 injured were militants who were permanently injured, not to even to mention the people who were temporarily injured, which was quite a lot of them as well, including the high-profile guy who went to hospital and got released like 3 days later because of his pager exploding. If you're going to ignore the fact that like the IRGC literally admitted that these pagers were for Hezbollah operations, okay? and you're still offended by this, and you think it was like a terror attack, bro. That's because you want Hezbollah to win. That's it. You do not get a.
Okay, so
contextualizing what he's talking about, I think it's about a year ago now. Israel somehow infiltrated a pager distribution network where there was some foreign company that was selling pagers. They used the pagers. They infiltrate, as far as I know, somebody can correct me in chat. They infiltrated the pagers so they could monitor communications, but they also put small explosive devices in each one of the pagers. They allowed it to get distributed into the Hezbollah militant network. And then they detonated them several, like a month into them having the pagers. As a matter of fact, let's go ahead and take a look at it. Israel pager attack. I kind of want to watch a video of it because there were civilians who did get injured. I think there was even a couple of kids who got like maimed and or killed. Like there were a few kids who were killed, but most of them, watch this. This was a guy in Lebanon who's a member of Hezbollah chilling in the market. And while he's chilling in the market, the pager explodes in his pocket. Look right down here. And so effectively what happened is this happened to every Hezbollah militant. And some of them were injured and some of them were killed. But most of them had their butt cheeks blown off, effectively. And so they have this permanent physical reminder that they, basically don't screw with Israel. And so it was like one of the most effective and accurate intel assassination / intel, I don't even know what you would call it, sabotage operations in world history. Absolutely bananas.
Terror attack. The terror attack in Lebanon. You condemn it?
That attack, I think, is I don't know. What do you think would have been better? Do you think it would have been better to like bomb buildings?
Okay, so
instead of that attack,
better to do you think it's better to bomb a daycare or to nuke the daycare?
What?
Question's point.
I don't even think this. Yeah, sorry. Let me check in with chat because they're saying some funny things that I think are worth addressing. DD22E says he learned so much from Destiny. He's like him without the bad optics. Yeah, I mean, I think so. I think Lonerbox has a little bit more autism and social anxiety, but he's like a genuinely sweet guy, right? Genuinely sweet. And to my knowledge, he also doesn't have any like crazy sex shit. Besides the fact that he's like in open relationships. I don't know if that's true anymore, but I think back in the day he used to be polyamorous and openly polyamorous. But I don't think that I don't know. If he is decent in his relationships where he's nice and kind to his partners and then he just dates them and they break up whenever they break up, I don't think it's enough to just say like, oh, Lonerbox is a bad guy because he's into open relationships. I don't think that. No, I haven't heard anything bad about Lonerbox from almost anybody. Cornelius Cadre says, Adam King, Gavin McInnes versus Nick Fuentes Red Elephant debate hosted by Elijah Schaefer. I'll put that on the docket. I think I might already have that one, by the way. Vincent James from Red Elephant. Yeah. And then Adam King, Gavin McInnes. I have that on my docket. I'll do that on like Monday or Tuesday for sure. Because that'll be like the schizo debate that I want to. But we're already into this content, so I want to keep going with the content. LB says, pro tip, when you're debating, set the question to agree or disagree. Don't you agree such and such is true? Sure. Because you actually want to have an argument back and forth rather than just having a conversation. That's true. But I kind of debate to understand, not just debate to win. Grassroots says they kept redesigning pagers for 8 years until Hezbollah bought them and put in an explosive strip behind the battery. It took 8 years, though. It worked. Grassroots says Simone and Malcolm Collins have a very good video on it, actually. Interesting. Groovy McCrout says, Connor, the last video posted on NV Cap is decently funny despite the grim subject matter. Yeah, no problem. Let's keep going with this content, though, for the sake of today.
Pointless. It doesn't matter.
These guys literally just think Hezbollah are a bunch of bumbling buffoons, like running into rakes in Lebanon, and because they all have disabilities, like 12 IQ, running around the fields of South Lebanon. Israel's just like, get them, get these Bro, they were fighting. I thought Hezbollah were the jewel of the Axis. I thought the whole thing was that Hezbollah would smoke Israel if they even tried to take them out. Aren't these the guys that defeated, quote unquote, Israel in 2000?
Yep. And also the IRGC has trained them in the past 2 or 3 decades. So they're supposed to be one of the most effective militant organizations in the region.
But suddenly, now it's tantamount to bombing a daycare. What? Targeting the communications devices of the operatives, you idiot. God, this guy's so
I love Lonerbox being mean. It's making me very happy.
Stupid.
I would say bombing a daycare would be better than nuking one.
But that has nothing to do with the definition of terrorism. That's my point. It's pointless. Okay, if
what's the definition of terror? What's the definition of terrorism? What's the definition? Hold on.
The definition of terrorism is when the Jews do it. That's what it is.
What is the definition of terrorism? What is the definition of terrorism?
Targeting, I believe, civilians outside of the country.
No one agrees with this, you miserable piece of shit. The IRGC doesn't agree with this. Hezbollah doesn't agree with this. And obviously, the IDF doesn't agree with it. No one agrees with this. No one thinks that the pager attack targeted civilians. The IRGC said that those pagers were exclusively for Hezbollah operatives. Nasrallah said that the attack had a damning effect on Hezbollah. Like, it was a crushing blow. He was literally like almost in tears announcing what had happened. Hezbollah put the dead on their website with like pictures of them in combat uniforms. Targeting civilians. Actually, page yourself. Jesus Christ.
Page yourself? Jesus Christ. Big in Gaming says, I can probably fast forward to the spot where disinformation tracker joins the Lonerbox call. Big in Gaming, I appreciate that, but I'm actually enjoying watching mean Lonerbox. Lonerbox is such a nice guy. Watching him get pissed off and telling a Hezbollah supporter to page himself is crazy if you know Lonerbox and have talked to him in person. Michael M says, what are your opinions on Hutch? I do miss the old machining. Well, I'm unfamiliar with his old content. Hutch and I have hung out twice. I think we hung out in Cincinnati and then we also hung out in Milwaukee. He can correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe it was only once. But the point is, like, Hutch overall, really nice dude. We had like a good debate a while ago. The one thing that was frustrating though was we had a conversation about like political philosophy of conservatism versus progressivism. And he was like, I think you're a progressive because like you're not mean to trans people or black or Hispanic people. And I was like, that's not what progressivism means. Like, progressivism is an analysis of the way that you approach politics and policy. And he's like, no, I'm pretty sure you're a progressive. And then I explained like Burkean conservatism and all that kind of stuff. And he's like, yeah, but you're cool with like trans people and black and Hispanic people. So, I think you're progressive. And it's like, fuck you. Like, and by the way, that fuck you is very warm. It's a warm fuck you. It's a fraternal fuck you. But, fuck you. Because it basically means you didn't listen to what I said. We also had a conversation about guns. And then he also ignored what I said in that conversation as well. So, nice guy. He doesn't listen to what I say or factor what I say into his political analysis. LB says, Connor, good debaters win debates with factual arguments or at least make their other person look less credible. Sure. Michael M says, Connor, what are your opinions on Hutch? I do miss the old Machinima plays. Yeah, that's pretty much my opinion. Sacred Snow says, based. Yeah, that's why I want to watch it, because watching mean Lonerbox is actually really entertaining to me. Groovy McCrout says, my debate tactic is to play copyrighted music. LB says, that's a stepping stone to progressive. And yes, Connor, you're more progressive than not. Oh my God, LB, do not piss me off. I will horseshoe into fascism so fast it'll make your head spin. Do not tell me that I'm like a blue-haired, purple-haired, pro-Hamas, Hezbollah, let's trans the kids progressive. Okay? I know you're saying that to upset me.
Ugh. This is a level 36. Can I handle this? Is this kosher?
Context of a war.
How does the pager attack qualify as a terrorism?
And to instill fear in the civilian population, oftentimes to get them to rise up against your political enemy.
He just expanded the definition past terrorism. That's no longer terrorism. He's just trying to describe the way that he understands the current situation.
How does the pager attack count as a terror attack then? Were they just randomly handing out pagers in Lebanon?
firstly, you can't control who ends up with the pages, but secondly,
No, you can't. But
How? Again, it's the retard defense, really. So they know that Hezbollah are getting these pagers to distribute amongst their militants. They're literally designed to be attractive to people who are trying to use it for military operations by saying it's sturdy, like long battery time. They make it like quite like much bigger than most pagers are. They know they're selling it to Hezbollah. They've got the intel on that. Like, oh, you have no idea. You have no idea where the pagers are going to go. Like, the Hezbollah are just going to take their military communication devices and just pass them around the civilian population like sweets. Like, just going to give them to their mates as a birthday present. Here.
Yeah, there's only 13 more minutes of the Hutch call, so it's not that bad. Of course, I'm going to turn that into an hour's worth of content, but this is good content for me. Grassroots says, you can be a neo-monarchist with me and Simone and Malcolm Collins when LB gaslights us into being fascist. Yeah, sure. Grassroots for king. Me for hand of the king. Michael M says, sucks that caring for people different than you makes someone progressive. DD22E, go fuck yourself. I love you, but go fuck yourself. Sacred Snow says, if the progressives do manage to corrupt you, you will horseshoe back into Starship Troopers immediately. Yeah. Service guarantee citizenship, bitch. No voting for dumb people. How progressive is that? How about eugenics? How about I love CRISPR? How about I want to genocide people who have bad genetics? So we're going to use CRISPR in order to eliminate all genetic deformities. How's that for progressive for you? How about American militancy is amazing? How about we conquer all of Central and South America? You want to make that part of the progressive platform? Listen, by the way, if you want to come my way on these topics, if you want to endorse CRISPR, if you want to endorse space colonization, if you want to endorse abundance lib ripping apart red tape in order to create infrastructure projects that make American capitalism revived for the next century, if you want to embrace like civic nationalist American patriotism and unironically manage democracy memes from Helldivers 2, and you want to call that progressivism, sure. If you're willing to come my way, that's fine. Philip Coffey says, Connor, that would piss me off too. Don't tell me what I am. I'm literally explaining it to you. Yeah. And then I explain like Burke and like nobody is like, they're like, yeah, cool. But they don't actually process the information. C-Dub says, if you're going progressive, can we expect an open marriage arc? Yeah, I'll kill myself first. As a matter of fact, I will dox myself and I will beg you to euthanize me with a hammer before that happens. Oh my God. All right, you're just saying things to make me mad. That's what you're doing.
Take my pager, the one that's going to be used at any point to activate me for a military operation.
There was a specific target there. You would agree, right?
Hutch. None of them were combatants.
I don't think that's true.
None of them
from Bumbly's base. Good morning, F slurs. Good morning.
Were combatants. This guy's an absolute moron. None of them were combatants. Oh God. None of them were combatants. Actually, fucking rope, man. These guys are delusional. They live in an alternate. They live in an alt reality.
Stores.
I don't think that's true, bro.
If none of them were combatants, why did Hezbollah say it struck a crushing blow to the movement? What were his exact words? Why did the IRGC say that? Where was his address? I can't remember how long the speech was.
All right.
On Tuesday.
Little bit of a news break. Supreme Court ruling just came down that limits the authority of judges. Let's go ahead and read the story because it's going to affect stuff. Supreme Court limits the ability of judges to stop Trump. Wait. They always do this thing where they list like 7 different news stories instead of just giving me the one news story. All right. Supreme Court curbs injunctions that block Trump's birthright citizenship plan. Is this today? June 27th? This is today. Supreme Court on Friday handed a major win to the Trump admin by allowing it to take steps to implement its proposal to end automatic birthright citizenship. In a 6-3 vote, the court granted a request by the Trump admin to narrow the scope of nationwide injunctions imposed by judges so that they apply only to states, groups, and individuals that sued. That means the birthright citizenship proposal can likely move forward, at least in part, in the states that challenged it, as well as those that did not. The ruling immediately sparked a response from plaintiffs who have sued to block the executive order, with their lawyers vowing to continue the legal fight. It has long been widely accepted, including by legal scholars on left and right, that the Constitution's 14th Amendment confers automatic citizenship to almost anyone born in the United States. Giant win in the United States Supreme Court, Trump said in a True Social post shortly after the ruling. In remarks to reporters at the White House, the president called the ruling an amazing decision, one that we're very happy about, adding that the court delivered a monumental victory for the Constitution, that separation of powers and the rule of law, in striking down the excessive use of nationwide injunctions to interfere with the normal functioning of the executive branch. Asked what he would say to people who fear the decision will concentrate power in the presidency, Trump said, "This really brings back the Constitution. This is what it's all about, and this is really the opposite of that." The court was divided on ideological lines on the issue, with conservatives in the majority and liberals in dissent. When a court concludes that the executive branch has acted unlawfully, the answer is not for the court to exceed its power as well, Justice Amy Coney Barrett wrote for the majority. But she indicated that the nationwide injunctions are limited only to the extent that the injunctions are broader than necessary. Lower court, she added, shall move expeditiously to figure out how broad the injunctions can be. The court also said that the admin can continue working administratively on how the policy would be implemented. Liberal Justice Sonia Sotomayor read a summary of her dissent from the bench in the courtroom, saying the ruling was a travesty for the rule of law and an open invitation to bypass the Constitution. Federal courts will be hamstrung when it comes to nationwide injunctions, but she urged potential plaintiffs to immediately file class action lawsuits, a legal avenue to the court left open. In a separate dissenting opinion, Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson wrote that the decision as an existential threat to the rule of law. I don't know what this does, okay? I genuinely don't understand the words that I just read. My presumption is that effectively the complaint from conservatives, as far as I understand it, is that when you get hit with an injunction in a regional federal court, let's say that you sue in Hawaii, and there's a ruling, the way that it operates now, as far as I understand, is that if a federal court rules one way, then it applies nationally. If I had to presume what the court injunction says, it's that it's only going to apply to the plaintiffs in the case and regionally within that federal court jurisdiction until it gets appealed to a higher court. That's my presumption. I didn't even read words that line up with what I just said. So I need somebody smarter than me to tell me about it. Stop saying abundance lib shit. No, LB. I will say all of the abundance lib shit because you know what's great about abundance liberalism is it's post-scarcity capitalism. That's what I like about it. Post-scarcity capitalism. DD22E says, you're a lib cuck, accept your fate. No, I will not. You can call me a liberal conservative in that I want to conserve the capital L liberal ideas of the American Republic as established by the founding fathers of the United States of America and the constitutional republic. You can say that. But if you want to say that I'm going to let my wife get banged by Middle Eastern and North African migrants out of a sense of white guilt, no, that's not happening. Anyways.
I want to describe very quickly because it's well known.
I'm going to mute myself because my wife gave me a beautiful breakfast sandwich.
On what's happened. Israeli enemy has actually targeted many of the pages. It has been exploded at the same time. The enemy has actually...
He said, here, look, he acknowledged that Hezbollah had suffered an unprecedented blow. Like... Okay.
Has crossed over all the red lines. It has not paid attention to anything.
No more Mr. Nice Guy.
Not ethically, no humanitarian, nor legal or lawful. The explosions were happened in hospitals, inside hubs, in hospitals because some medics were carrying them in pharmacies.
Again, the doctor in particular who went kind of viral for having a pager that blew up and killed him, literally was like buried with a Hezbollah flag over him. But okay.
Hospitals, in markets, in
I don't know why
shops.
people don't get this. It's like you can look at Hezbollah's own leaders and their own leadership structure. Like, yes, they're a non-state actor. That's just what they do. They're a militant group. That's what they do. They literally, like, their people are multitaskers. They're like battle ready at all times, but then they also do other like regular day jobs.
In houses, in cars, in the streets, where many civilians were there
And also, you can even see the civilians who were standing nearby a lot of these pagers when they blew up, like nothing happened to them because they were designed to only hit the person who was holding them in their hands.
Yeah, aka Badasui says, I could be wrong, but I think the nationwide injunction requires a class action spanning multiple areas to take effect now. Which, by the way, if it's literally, I did read that in the article. If that what needs to happen, where previously a single plaintiff would sue in a single jurisdiction in order to get a nationwide ruling, but you can still get a nationwide ruling, but you just have to get multiple plaintiffs across multiple jurisdictions in order to do a class action. That means that the rule of law still stands in the United States. So I'm not going to like freak out. I'm sure Pisco's like, if you, I'm not trying to encourage you to leave the stream. I want you to stay in the stream and watch this schizo debate content, okay? However, if you feel like you need to like whine and cry and freak out and pee blood, then Pisco's probably doing that right now. So, I love you. I want you to stay with me. I want you to stay forever. However, I want you to, if you feel like you need to freak out, you can freak out in my chat, and I'm not going to ban you or anything. But if you need to freak out with other libs, then apparently Pisco is having to freak out on his stream right now. AF says, roll that beautiful breakfast sandwich footage. Yep. Truzella says, pretty sure a breakfast sandwich at noon is just called lunch. Hey, stop criticizing me. I'm getting sensitive. Hippo says, first time watching live, enjoy the content. Thank you, Hippo. Appreciate you. Quick shill. Like the stream, watch the VODs, super chats if you got them, and memberships if you got them. So far, Grassroots, no surprise, is the star of the day, but we also have donations from Gen X and Philip Coffee. So I want to thank all of you guys for your donations. And if anybody else has money burning a hole in your pocket, feel free to send it my way if you enjoy the content. DD22E says, you're a lib and your pronouns are liberal/ism. Yeah, it's more like ought/ism. Tankspec says, if you don't love and adhere to the Constitution, you're not American. Well, I wish that was true. Buen provecho, Don Conor. Contra FTN says, agreed.
Oh, this guy's coming around. Oh, no. This is a dangerous spot.
Combatant is? Do you understand what a combatant is?
You mean an active combatant, or what do you mean?
No, combatant is combatant, okay? So if you have some...
This guy's not read about continuous combat function. Oh, no.
Sort of association with the IDF. Let's say you served in the IDF, you're a reservist.
Reservists are not the same. Reservists are not the same as continuous combat function. Dumb.
Or the Israeli government. We can add that in too. And you're walking around.
Reservists don't have pagers on them that are ready to pop off at any moment, and then they just run to the line to like fire a rocket or take up a gun. Reservists have a process where they have a clear, fine line between their civilian life and their military life.
The intention was to push the Palestinians into the Sinai. Okay, that was the plan.
That was never meant to be a permanent solution. That was meant to evacuate civilians from a bloody conflict.
Okay.
That was, but the Biden administration never proposed.
Their villages in the Palestinians who fled for their lives between 47 and 49. They didn't leave permanently. It wasn't meant to be permanently, but they were never allowed back.
It's valid to have concern. Listen,
knows.
It's valid.
Really? So they should be forced. So should Gazans who want to stay be forced to stay? Because the evacuation corridor was not to force them out. It was to allow people who wanted to leave to leave. So he thinks they should be forced to stay because of the...
Drew the Dogman says, you suck slightly less than Pisco. Thank you, King. That's a high compliment in my realm of the world. Also, one of the things that I think makes me a little bit unsympathetic to Palestinians who fled during the 47-48. I totally sympathize with running away from a war zone, particularly if you have a family. If there was a civil war between militias in Florida, I would grab everything. I would grab my dogs. I would grab all the food. I would grab my family. I'm not abandoning my dogs, by the way. Some people abandon their dogs during like natural disasters and war zones. I think those people are assholes. And I would run. I would run up to Canada. If I wanted to fight, I would find my friend up in Canada because I have several. And I would get my family settled in Canada. And if I wanted to fight, I would come back. But the expectation, in my opinion, is once I flee a war zone, is that I'm not going to have access to my house anymore. My house might be destroyed. I won't have property rights anymore because I fled. But that's because I value my life and the lives of my family more than I value property. And so this whole thing where it's like, I get to flee a war zone so a military force can come in and kill you. And then the military that I was rooting for loses, but I still want to assert my property rights. I think that's crazy. I think that's like genuinely deranged line of thinking. So maybe I'm unsympathetic, but I think that's crazy. LB says Pisco is fantastic. What is wrong with Pisco? Watch some of our debates. Brencan says, sorry, I'm sitting at the car dealership and they have Fox News on. I just saw the headline about birthright citizenship and Trump praising SCOTUS. Lol. No, it's okay. We can all be a little heartbroken, but, you know, I want to watch Lonerbox be mean. Contra FDN says, buen provecho is a saying in Spanish that translates to enjoy your meal. Oh, thank you, King. Very much appreciated. AF says, Connor's priorities, 1, dogs, 2, food, 3, family-based. Yep, pretty much.
The Nakba, right? They should be forced to stay. Okay.
Every Palestinian knows if you leave, you're not coming back.
Okay, well, what's more valuable to you, your life or your property?
Okay, everyone knows that. And the Egyptians know that too. That's why the Egyptians would not allow the Palestinians into the...
He thinks the Egyptians did it out of concern for Palestinian rights. How fucking naive.
Let me ask you something. Do you think it was a good thing that humanitarian aid got into Gaza during that conflict?
It barely got in. It wasn't enough.
It's a separate discussion, and I agree with you. More aid should have gotten in. But do you think that the aid that went into the country during that conflict was essential for Palestinian survival? For those people to survive? Don't dance around. Don't dance around the question. Please just ask.
Listen, I'm going to apologize for saying my dogs before the family, but I'm going to tell you, the reason why it probably subconsciously bubbled up to the head is I've seen so many videos of, you know, people leaving war zones or people leaving natural disasters and they abandon their animals. And I think they're such fucking massive pieces of shit. Like you leave your dog in a volcanic eruption. You leave your dog or cat in a civil war. You leave your dog or cat in a flood. Like, fuck you. Like you killed your own pets because you didn't want to bring them with you because they would be an extra mouth to feed and it would be difficult to control them during an emergency situation. Fuck you. Get a collar, get a leash, load it up into the fucking thing, and then share your food with your animal. They were loyal to you for years. You be loyal to them. So I'll admit it's pretty funny that I mentioned dogs before I mentioned my own family. But I think I've seen, honestly, so much footage of abandoned animals during natural disasters and wars that it genuinely pisses me off. I know you guys are just fucking with me. I'm just telling you that's why it probably popped in my head.
There's a fundamental problem with the question. And the fundamental problem is the United States created the problem. You can't pat yourself on the back for insufficiently.
Whatever. We can unpack that. We can unpack that. Whatever. But I want to focus on
humanitarian crisis.
Just answer the question. Just answer that question. Just answer that question.
Well, hold on. Let's not get it totally twisted though. AKA Badasui says my neighbor has horses and he's willing to eat the horses. Okay, I'm going to share this and it's going to be horrifying, but it should be pretty funny as well. In an apocalyptic scenario, I'm bringing the dogs with me. But let's say that we're starving to the point that we were out of food. I'll eat my dogs eventually. Because if they're starving, but they still got meat on their bones, we're starving and we're on the verge of death due to no energy. My kids come before my dogs, right? So I will, my oldest one is like 13 years old and he's fat as shit. So, in an apocalypse scenario, I'll eat him if I need to. And then the other one, she's kind of young. She's like 5 or 6 or whatever. I would not eat her unless absolutely necessary. So, yeah. The horses are coming with you. But if you need to feed your family overfeeding your pets, you can eat your pets. You know what I'm saying? But it's like a last resort survival thing. Dickie Boy says, I took my family to a hotel during a surge of tornado warnings because we live in a trailer, but there were no pet-friendly places and we don't have storm shelters, so I couldn't bring pets. Yeah. I mean, if that's temporary and you don't think that your trailer has a high chance of getting hit, then, you got to do what you got to do. Ultimately, at the end of the day, you got to do what you got to do. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying, like, let's say that it was a flood instead of a tornado, and you knew you weren't going to be coming back for like months. And so your pets were just going to be at whim to whatever. I would say literally just bring them and keep them in the car. You know what I'm saying? Brooklyn says clip it and ship it. Yeah. I'll eat a dog before I let my family starve to death. It's true. I'll just own that. Groovy McCrout says, I've ate a dog before when I was traveling abroad. I like dogs, but unironically, it tasted pretty decent. Hey, don't bring that pro-Chinese propaganda into my chat. Groovy McCrout. You watch yourself.
Why
it's
are you
an
evading,
absurd question. It's like saying
it's a perfectly reasonable question.
Is it a good thing?
You don't want to answer the question because you know that it undermines your premise.
Is it a good
That's
thing
why you don't want to
every
answer
time
the question.
Germans, listen, every time the Germans gave the Jews in the concentration camps some bread to eat, were they being kind?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Answer that question.
Ooh.
Would you say that there is maybe perhaps a slight difference between the Holocaust and what has happened in Gaza over the last year?
The Holocaust
year and a half.
in Gaza right now.
Would you say that these two? Would you say that these two things are maybe slightly different?
Oh, we're doing some Holocaust downplaying.
There's a Holocaust in Gaza taking place right now. I'm watching children being massacred by the hundreds every single day for a year and a half.
Would you say that there is a slight difference between the Holocaust and what's happening right now?
Hospital beds.
Do you not want to concede that point?
2,000-pound bombs on tents full of women and children.
Do you not want to concede the point here?
They take the patients.
Yeah. So when you're done, buddy, when this guy is done tugging himself off to images of fucking mutilated civilians.
Jesus, Lonerbox. Edgy Lonerbox. Relax a little bit. Good God.
And thinking it makes him in a position where he can like morally fucking impugn everyone else who doesn't hold the exact same position as him. Just maybe fucking stop to think about the fact that there is still, that unlike the Holocaust, there is still a active combatant fucking military in Gaza that is not willing to give up unless it's on terms that they think is satisfactory to them, which kind of didn't really happen in the Holocaust. It's not like the Holocaust happened and the Jewish fucking like military wing was like, listen, yeah, we need to stop the Holocaust, but only if you let us do this and this and this and this and this and this. And also, we kind of just want to like invade Germany again and try to destroy it. Like, these are not comparable. Fucking hell.
Doctors, they take them to torture camps and starve and beat.
So it's 1-to-1.
Them to death.
So it's 1-to-1. You're saying
to call that?
So it's 1-to-1. You think what's happening over in Gaza over the last couple of years is one
doesn't make any sense.
What do you mean? It's
one means.
Well, what word would you like me to?
Whatsoever.
What word would you like me to use then?
Any distinction. 1-to-1 means if there's any distinction whatsoever, then you can't compare them.
I'm asking you if you think
you guys are savages. You guys are absolute savages siding with Lonerbox in that comment. Oh my God.
That these two events are in reality actually comparable. Or as horrible as what's happening in Gaza right now.
Comparable to another. You know that clip of that girl who was giving the speech at a town hall or something, and she's like, "Do not compare other genocides to this one." That's what you sound like.
You don't think? I mean, how you don't think it's a worthwhile thing to explore? Because you made the claim. You're saying that basically what's happening in Gaza right now is the same thing as the Holocaust.
The way that I would, okay, so we've actually seen plenty of horrible things come out of Gaza, and people in chat can correct me if I'm wrong. In the Gazan conflict, what happened was we had October 7th, where the Hamas militants broke into Israel and they slaughtered 1,200 people. 900 of them were civilians and 300 of them were IDF. Those are the numbers that I remember. And they televised what they were doing and they glorified it. And then 70% of the population was like, yeah, October 7th was based, right? Then what ended up happening was Israel is going to counterattack. So they do. And what they do, in my opinion, or what I remember, is that they declare, we are clearing out this territory, get out of this territory. And so they did northern Gaza, central Gaza, southern Gaza, and they moved systematically through. And effectively, every time they took incoming fire, they hit it with a tank shell or an airstrike. And so as a result, an RPG or AK-47 fire might hit a Israeli tank, but then what goes back out is a tank shell or a 500-pound bomb. And so as a result, hundreds of civilians get killed because a tank shell and a bomb are not particularly discriminatory in the way in which they explode. And so as a result, I think the total is 20,000 Hamas militants die, but 40,000 civilians die. And then it's calculated that 200,000 people will probably die as a result of indirect stuff like disease and deprivation and living out of a tent and all that kind of crap. Those are the calculations and the numbers that I've heard so far. And so comparing that to the Holocaust, as far as I understand the Holocaust, is that the Germans first ghettoized the Jews, then worked them to death in work camps, and then sent a substantive amount of the population in death camps. And in certain swaths of the territory, they spent days lining up the Jewish civilians and just shooting them in the back of the head and throwing them into mass graves. And that's how they spent their days. Then also with the Holocaust, with the death camps in particular, they industrialized the slaughter. They effectively made it the way that we kill cows is the way that they were killing Jews. And so that's why the Holocaust, when Gazan or Palestinian sympathetic people say that, no, this is just like the Holocaust. It's like, how do you arrive at that conclusion when we have 60,000 dead, 200,000 indirectly, allegedly, and then we have people who are living in camps, which is horrible. We have the food distribution network, which is horrible, but we're not doing the mass grave executions along with the industrial slaughter. I think these are reasonable questions to ask. Checking in with Steve because I love you. Steve. I misread that. Checking in with chat because I love you. Christian Blair says, Nebraska Steve found a convert in Lebanese Scott. Apparently. LB says, I'm kind of digging the collar, though. Of course you would. Biz D says, Peter Thiel and Ross Douthat talk about transhumanism and Christianity. Seems right down your alley. That does sound fire. I'm going to add that to the list. I love Ross Douthat. So that might be dry, but that could be good. And I hate Thiel instinctively, so seeing what he actually has to say is cool. Sacred Snow says, the caller is lying nearly constantly. What are you smoking, LB? Yeah, see, and then LB says that I'm the same thing as her, but we disagree on shitloads of stuff. Hippo says, chat's reacting to Connor, reacting to Lonerbox, reacting to Hutch Combo, reacting to Israel Hamas. Yep, it's reacception today. Short Stack Goblin says, Connor kept my comment up because he endorses it. Yep, it's true.
No, I said it is a Holocaust. A Holocaust is a mass killing.
Whoever came up with this wordplay tactic to just redefine the meaning of every single word that's relevant to conflict and war and atrocity and everything is fucking, it's genius. It's actually ingenious. It's such an effective way to just turn people into like fucking bumbling shitheads with so much like fucking iron conviction. It's so crazy. It was.
All right, let's fast forward to the debate. I can understand you guys some of you love reacception, but let's go ahead and fast forward.
Hello, sir. Hello.
What up?
Are you echoing?
Can you hear me? Maybe. I can turn down the volume. Fighters walking in grocery markets, in their homes, playing with their children.
Right, that has nothing to do
in
with what
a
I just
car,
said.
maybe driving somebody.
Just to be clear, that has
maybe
nothing to do
driving
with what I
somebody,
said.
their family, maybe driving their kids to school.
Yeah, just to be clear, this has nothing to do with what I said. What do you know the difference between, not because they're being a non-state actor.
No, it has everything
I'm
to
asking
do.
you
I'm saying
about
they weren't in
continuous combat
They
function.
weren't in combat. Yeah, you're saying because they're terrorists, they're not official state soldiers.
Doesn't matter about them not being
they're
official
always,
state.
They're
It doesn't matter about them not being
continuously
official
in
state.
combat.
No, it doesn't. No, it's not because they're non-state. They're continuously in combat. That would be ridiculous.
Then why do you think they're? Oh, because they have the pagers. They're continuously in combat.
What's the point? What was the purpose of the pagers?
How's that any different than having a cell phone?
What do you think?
It doesn't matter what piece of technology you have on you to be contacted with.
Do you think they were using?
There's nothing in the international law about pagers.
Wait, do you think they were using the pagers
I missed the whole segment about pagers and international law.
I could see why you're trying to like bulldoze, okay? But do you understand that like why
I'm not
the pagers were
bulldozing.
different?
I'm saying I don't agree.
Let's go! Immovable object versus immovable object versus unstoppable force. Let's go.
With you. So your whole premise is they have pagers instead of cell phones, so they're continuously combatants.
What was the
That's your
purpose
argument.
what was the purpose of them having pagers?
What's the purpose of having a phone?
To contact friends, family. professional employers.
Yeah, when somebody refuses to answer your question, you answer it for them. We're actually going to get into debate breakdown right now, so I'll be taking notes.
What's the purpose of the pager?
Can you not be contacted by a military to come perform duties as a combatant with a phone?
Yeah, if you're combat ready, yeah. If you're ready to be activated
your
at any given moment,
interpretation
yeah.
of international law is nonsense. It's amateur.
It's not nonsense. It's backed up by legal scholars. I can show you the articles if you
There's nothing
want.
in international law about a distinction between a pager and a cell phone that's comical.
Well, no, that's not the distinction. The distinction is between whether or not these people were combat ready, were battle ready.
No, combat ready means you're at a military base.
No,
no, it doesn't. We're just making shit up. Based. Making shit up. I love it.
Doesn't. Where do you see that? Where do you find that in international law?
Combat ready? Okay. So
show me right now.
I'm in bed,
or did you just make
sleeping with my family, and I'm combat ready.
Soldiers in a barrack. Soldiers in like a soldiers
That's
who
your
are
interpretation of international law.
soldiers who go to sleep in Gaza.
Okay, let me explain why this guy is making up a position, okay? So it makes me sad that other people are dipping out for Pisco right now, because actually this is where the rubber's hitting the road. So combat ready. If I have a backpack, if I have a gun, if I have ammunition, if I have everything ready to go, effectively my kit, which by the way, I do. I have armor, I have a kit, I have guns, I have ammo. If I can get a pager hit to me where it says, hey, Connor, we're going, then I can be combat ready in under 10 minutes. Like, especially with law enforcement too. Fashion 40 says Destiny just went live a few minutes ago. Oh, I guess I have to quit. I'm just kidding. I'm going to run at least until 4 hours because I want to get into the meat and potatoes of this. It's fine. I parasocially love you guys. If you want to go with your daddy Destiny, that's totally okay. However, I'm going to keep going with this because I think it's fun. So when it comes to the topic though, effectively like with law enforcement, I was ready to, what's up? Okay, sounds good. So with law enforcement, I could be ready to roll in a patrol car in under 10 minutes. Because if I got a text message or a phone call from law enforcement saying like, hey, we need you in right now, then I would throw on my patrol uniform. I would throw on my battle belt. I would throw on my gear. I would grab my radio that's already charging. I would throw that on. It might take me 10, maybe 12 minutes to get fully geared up. And then I can be on the road immediately. And so as a result, like if Hezbollah has active militants who have a war bag in their apartment or in their house, then combat ready has nothing to do with whether or not they're like hanging out with their family or whatever. I was combat ready or patrol ready as a law enforcement officer, even when I was off duty or in the Marine Corps and on base. LB says, Connor, do you think government should be responsible and compensate non-enemy deaths? Yeah, sure. I think they could do like a cash settlement for injured civilians. I don't think they will, but they could, and maybe morally they should. Sacred Snow says, you can say it's murder. You can also say it's self-defense that got out of hand because they're extremely emotional. That's like, say, pulling up to a stranger and executing them is the same as getting in a bar fight and accidentally killing them. I'm simplifying because I can't dig into the history of Israel-Palestine with a 200-character limit. I don't think this is as simple as self-defense. Sure. Christian Blair says, you still got your uniform and gear? I have some gear. Yeah, short stack goblin, waiting room points, Connor from PA, denim points. Yeah, fuck you.
Sleeping next to my wife.
Do you know what's going to happen, though? No, it's okay, short stack goblin. I still love you. Do you know what's going to happen, though? Is Steven is either going to be talking about something wildly interesting or he's going to be talking about something wildly boring. And some of the people, if he's talking about something wildly boring, those people are going to start creeping back in with their tail between their legs. It's okay. It's okay. The game's the game.
My newborn baby is in the cradle next to me. I'm combat ready. I'm a combatant baby because I own a pager.
Yeah.
Instead,
if this guy actually wasn't debating to win, he was debating to learn, then I'm sure Lonerbox could articulate the difference really quickly.
Instead of being a good boy and owning
so
just a cell
long
phone.
to say nothing. These people were awake. It was in the afternoon when they were fired. Okay.
Yeah. So Christian Valera says he's covering the Supreme Court, so it's boring. Yeah. So what's going to happen is like, we'll lose a few people. They'll check out what Steven's doing, and then they'll trickle back in when they realize, like, oh, God, he's going to read legal documents for the next 4 hours.
Like they were having a fucking snooze.
It doesn't matter. Do you get my point?
It does matter.
Point is the fact that they have pagers is irrelevant. It's It's a stupid
No, it's not.
point.
It's a military device. It was
Okay,
used for
fine. You
military
don't think it,
communications.
then we're not going to get anywhere. We're not going to get to your next question because that's ridiculous.
Why did a Hezbollah
I'd like you
person
to
call
talk
them
to an
fighters?
actual expert in international law instead of constantly.
Why did you come and talk to me then?
Sharing with your audience instead of constantly sharing with your audience your amateur ass interpretation of international law. And by the way, I know you look at like West Point think tank articles and you just copy the shit you read from there.
Well, actually,
and
most of my position here came from reading the IHL.
They're state-sponsored institutions that write these articles
so you're just gonna attack the
specifically
authors.
to justify war crimes. Their whole job is to come up with a case to justify war crimes.
Well, why did they say that there was particular issues with some legal arguments about the pagers? Why did they say that? Where did you learn that? Where did you learn that their job is to justify war crimes? Do you think the Lieber Institute hasn't called out war crimes?
No, when did I say
you
they
don't
haven't
know.
called out war crimes?
Well, if it's their job to justify war crimes.
Their job is to justify war crimes, yes. They come
According
up
to
with
who?
explanations for why war crimes are actually not crimes.
That's just an opinion. Actually, most of my opinion on this is formed by reading about IHL.
What is your next question?
No, we haven't got past the first question yet. You can't explain why you think that you don't know the difference between a reservist
I told you
and
I
someone
do
in
not
continuous
accept
combat
your
function.
I told you I do not accept your amateur interpretation of international law that pagers make you a continuous combatant as opposed
It's not
to
the when did I say the pagers make you a combatant?
That's what you said. That's literally what you said.
The pagers are an indicator that they were battle ready because they were ready to be activated at any moment by being called up by a pager. Because that's what Hezbollah does.
That is what you're doing. It has nothing to do with international law. No, there's nothing in international law that says a pager is an indicator that you're battle ready. This is your own amateur interpretation of law. I could say a cell phone is an indicator that you're battle ready.
Okay, so tell me why I'm wrong about continuous combat function. Depends on what they're using the cell phone for, doesn't it? If they're using the cell phone to say that they're at any moment you can get phone call from Hezbollah, from one of the forces, and then you just go and fire rockets. Yes, that would make you a combatant if you're doing it with a phone.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is I reject your idea, and it does
not,
go
though?
back to them not
If you're
being
ready
the head
to
of
just
state.
if you're like 5 minutes away or 10 minutes away or an hour away from getting a call or a
It
text,
does go back.
and you go and fire a rocket, does that mean you're a
reservist
civilian?
in Tel Aviv?
No, it doesn't. There you go. Thank you. Thank you.
Actually, I'm probably you kind of reminded me of something, Bud123. I'm still sore from back biceps day on Tuesday. Is it a bad idea to work out chest and triceps today? No, I started my workout yesterday and I didn't finish it on stream. And since we're kind of stream sniping this debate or whatever, I'm probably going to start working out now. So I'm actually going to work on chest and tri as well. I did normal grip chest press and tricep extensions. I still need to do skull crushers and kickbacks, and I still need to do wide grip and close grip. So we'll do that momentarily. Actually, I'll do that with you. And then when it comes to this debate so far, I'm happy to entertain any line of argumentation from chat if they disagree with Lonerbox. But the reason why I'm not interrupting right now is because I think it's okay to target military members. So if Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization whose like stated charter is to fight Israel. I'm making a presumption here, but I have to assume that's true considering how many times they've beefed. And then they take communications devices that are explicitly for that organization. I have to assume they're valid military targets. And what I mean by that is when I was in the military, when I was in the Marine Corps, there were times where I was off base in civilian gear, engaged in like hanging out at a bar, talking to girls, whatever. Now, while I would view it fucked up to attack me when I wasn't in uniform with gear, if I was fighting asymmetric warfare, where there was like a guerrilla force that could attack me at any moment, regardless of whether or not I was in civilian gear or not, I would presume that I was a valid military target because I'm serving in a military organization, even if I'm off duty, off hours. Nsort for $5. Thank you for the donation, King. I work as an OTR truck driver. This is the third day I'm going to overnight in Orlando this month, and my company is based out of Chicago. Well, brother, I'm in Central Florida, so if you want to get a beer, let me know. Then DM me on Twitter or Discord or whatever. As long as you promise not to serial kill me, we can go get a beer. But let us, if anybody has any disagreement with what the caller's saying, or they agree with the caller, let me know. But I don't think that there's anything wrong with what Lonerbox is saying right now. I'm sure the caller is referring to bystanders and rules of engagement. I don't think they are, LB. I don't think they are, to be honest. Yeah. Yep. It's rude to cockblock me with a pager while I'm unarmed. Yep. Unironically. If I was sitting at a bar in San Diego and I had a pager on me that was for military purposes, and then a jihadist organization infiltrated and blew my ass cheek off, I would think that was pretty fucked up. I would also think it's part of the game. Yeah. Can someone post a Discord link? Yeah, sure. I will do it. Give me a second. Let me go into... I have to disable streamer mode real quick. I have to grab the invite link. If anybody wants to come into the Discord, I will be posting it momentarily in chat. Here is the Discord link. And then let me turn the streamer mode back on for Discord. That way we don't have to hear the notification sound. Streamer mode. Sorry. Be patient with me. Boop.
Thank you so much.
Off-duty officers.
Thank you so much for admitting you don't know fucking...
No.
Admitting you know.
Off-duty officers.
Wait, what happens when a reservist gets called up? What happens?
Oh yeah, didn't all the Palestinian simps say that it was okay to kill Israeli civilians because most of them are IDF or former IDF anyways? I wonder what that guy's opinion is on that statement.
Listening to me.
No, you just admitted you don't know fucking anything. You know what you're talking about.
What did I admit?
Tell me what happens. Tell me what happens when a reservist gets called.
Larry Hutchinson says, Connor, what is PayPal? If you want me to link the PayPal, I'll link the PayPal as well. Just shouting it out. Super chats and memberships are active again, and I want to thank Grassroots, of course. Grassroots is always donating, but I want to thank Drew the Dog Man, Ensort, Gen X, Philip Coffee, and Grassroots for all donating today. Thank you kindly. Be sure to like the stream, etc., etc. And then I'll send a PayPal link momentarily. Thank you for asking, Larry.
Called up for duty by a state.
What happens can vary depending on the scenario. What the hell are you talking about?
It's not a fucking answer. What typically happens when they get called up?
You want me to lay out? You get called. You go to a military base. You
put on your gear. You get ready to fight, etc., etc. Yep.
Equipped. You get what the hell do you want?
But military members have go bags, especially with a what was I thinking? Especially when it comes to quick reaction forces like special forces, they have their gear in bags ready to go. So even if they're on rest and recuperation, they can still basically get a phone call or a text message or a pager beep. Sorry, whatever works. Sorry, I'm generating a button while I'm doing this as well. So the point is, here's the PayPal link in chat. If anybody wants to do it, if anybody doesn't want YouTube to get a cut, there's a PayPal link right there. But anyways, the whole point is that if a special forces guy does this thing where he has a go bag, he has his weapons, he has all that stuff ready to go. So if he gets a call and then he's in combat, does anybody really object to an asymmetric warfare that he might be a valid military target? Like, I get that it's messed up. It sucks to get targeted as a civilian when you're in your civilian life. But do you object to the fact of targeting a soldier when he's in his off hours?
Does a reservist get
detail do you expect me to go through?
Does a reservist get a call up and then they're just...
Dominique says, got to go first. Thank you. Well, thank you for hanging out, Dominique. I parasocially love you for hanging out with the stream.
Ready to fight like within a few hours.
The hell is this question? Make your point if you want to. Okay, so let me get
this
straight.
You're actually going to give me the opportunity to explain, but everything that I explained, you're just going to call it an amateur interpretation.
Hezbollah fighters are combat ready within 10 minutes.
It doesn't have to be 10 minutes. I said it can be 10 minutes or a few hours, but yes, that was what happened, yeah.
All right, I'm going to start lifting while we're listening.
No, I didn't just say 10 minutes. I said 10 minutes or...
Do you see what you're
trying to do? Are you clip chipping me in real time? Are you actually clip chipping me in real time? How many times did I say?
You're operating on nothing.
What's the only time scale I gave 10 minutes?
You're operating on nothing. You have no objective facts.
You said they targeted civilians when Hezbollah called them fighters.
International law. You came up with this nonsense. 10 minutes.
I didn't come up with it.
And then you said.
I said it could be 10 minutes. It could also be what else? Few hours? Did you ignore me? Or are you actually just trying to clip chip me like you do in your fucking Twitter accounts in real time?
No, I'm not.
I'm fucking retard. Why would you even try to do that? Holy shit.
I don't care.
That's the difference between a reservist and continuous combat function.
These are things you're pulling out of your ass, Lonerbox. Okay.
So if I found
the
it in
Hezbollah
IHL, you change your mind. Let me find
So
it.
wait. The Hezbollah briefing said, "Here's our brave fighters who died. They were all ready to fight within a few hours." Not made up by Lonerbox. I don't give a shit what your assumptions are about how quick they are to fight. We're not in the realm of international law. Do you understand that? We're so far outside because your amateur interpretation is trying to bring us to a place that has nothing to do with international law.
Okay, so this is from
combat
the
ready,
Red
you're on a
Cross.
military base.
This is from the Red Cross, okay? Let me find it. Continuous combat function requires lasting integration into an organized armed group acting as the armed forces of a non-state party to an armed conflict.
Base definition reading.
Sounds like Hezbollah to me. Thus, individuals whose continuous function
You said
involves...
it wasn't about non-state. That was the first thing I brought up was state versus non-state. And I said it rejected it. And by the way, the excerpt you're reading is about an interpretation of the law. It's not the law itself.
It's whose interpretation is it?
The Red Cross.
Okay. So is the Red Cross's job to justify war crimes?
No, I didn't say it was their job. But
okay, so I'm just going to keep reading so we can listen to the people who know what the fuck they're talking about. Thus, individuals whose continuous function involves the preparation,
First, you didn't know what you were talking about. You said it wasn't about state. The first thing I brought up was state. You made it about 10 minutes and pagers.
Hostilities are assuming continuous combat function. An individual recruited, trained, and equipped by such a group to continuously and directly participate in hostilities on its behalf can be considered to assume a continuous combat function even before he or she first carries out a hostile act. This case must be distinguished from persons comparable to reservists who, after a period of basic training or active membership, leave the armed group and reintegrate into civilian life. Such reservists are civilians until and for such time as they are called back to active duty.
That's actually like a base distinction. I wouldn't even have thought of that distinction. Because reservists in the United States of America drill once a month and I think 2 weeks during the summer. And so if somebody attacked like a reserve station or attacked reservist, again, for the 50th time, I would view it as messed up, but I would view it as part of the game in an asymmetric war.
Do you have an IHL opinion that contradicts that I can see, please?
Yes. Yeah. The first thing
LB, what law should I Google? Who you can legally target in a combat operation? Give me the keyword function that you want me to research.
I said, which you immediately moved past because you said it's not about state versus non-state. And that's literally what this is about, state versus non-state. So you moved past the argument. You went to amateur bullshit international law. You moved me past what I was going to say, which has to do with actual international law.
So I'm just going to ask you the same question again because you're not answering it. Do you have an alternative opinion in IHL that contradicts what I just said?
Yeah, Hezbollah. Yeah, no. What I said is I don't agree with your interpretation that
it's not my interpretation. That's the Red Cross.
As non-state actors and therefore lose their protection when they're in a civilian setting.
They don't lose it because they're non-state
Hezbollah is a part of the government
default.
of Lebanon. Hezbollah is a part of the government of Lebanon. Okay?
Is there military? Wait. Fuck you, man. Is the military non-state or is it state?
Just because
is the Hezbollah military state or non-state?
Just because they're not the exclusive government.
Hezbollah military.
Yup.
State
they're
or
part
non-state.
of the government.
Yeah, and did they vote in the existence of their military?
They are a part of the government. I reject the idea.
Did they vote in their military?
Because they are not the exclusive government. That therefore protections which are meant to stop attacks on civilians, reckless attacks in civilian areas, those protections should no longer apply. I reject that.
Okay, good.
Okay,
is the Hezbollah military sanctioned by the state then? So they use their what did they do? Did they use their parliament members to vote on the existence of Hezbollah having a military? Is that how that happened? Or are you just saying they have a few seats in parliament, therefore that?
Yeah, and then what is it? LB, pretty much like my preliminary reading. If there's something that you want me to specifically Google, I will. However, preliminary Google reading is showing me that effectively like combatants, like unlawful combatants, terrorists, and then also it has a category of like civilians who support combatants. They can be who are actively supporting combatants, I guess. Those can be targeted. So, I mean, I'm happy to Google whatever you want me to Google.
Having a non-state military is somehow not a non-state military. What the fuck?
Okay.
What a fucking brain dead objection.
I'm saying the part of the state No, I'm saying they're part of the state, and I consider the military to have the same protections. And again, what you're reading is an interpretation. It's not the actual law. So this could be debated in a court if you'd like.
Well, show me your alternative. Show me the alternative opinion that contradicts this.
And try to debate whether or not Hezbollah should qualify for protections.
Okay, so we've evolved now.
The same
we've evolved
civilian
from
protections that other off-duty officers have.
So we've evolved from, the idiot's interpretation, and now we're one step up to the ICRC's interpretation, which you disagree with because...
No. Lonerbox, are you going to try and rewrite history? The first thing I said was I reject the non-state distinction. You said it has nothing to do with non-state.
It's not about non-state.
Now, somebody wants to go back.
Continuous combat. No, wait, why do you think they mentioned non-state in this paragraph?
If somebody wants to go back and listen to the first thing you said, you were so confident in yourself. I knew what the argument would be. You didn't. I knew the argument would be about state versus non-state.
Why do you think it says non-state in that? Why do you think it
You immediately moved past
Why
that.
Do you think
you tried to make it about the fact that they have pagers, and you assume that they can be ready to fight in 10 minutes. I guess
Did I just say 10 minutes? Why are you doing? Why you're literally doing the real life clip thing again? I don't understand.
No.
Why do you think they say non-state?
Come on.
Okay, so can I explain myself for like 30 seconds? The reason I said non-state is not the most relevant factor here, or the relevant factor, is because the reason continuous combat function is applied differently from reservists is because non-state actors use their militants in a different way from states. It's not because they're non-state. It's just that this happens to be a behavior, a way of doing military operations.
True.
That is basically just done by non-state actors. Do you understand what I just said?
The argument you're making is that so the argument that you're making is that it has nothing to do with them being state versus non-state. So you've abandoned that.
What did I just say?
A second ago, you were arguing about whether they should be considered state or non-state.
What?
To regurgitate the argument, in case you're not paying attention because this guy is very loud and very annoying, what Lonerbox has said is that whether or not they're a state party is not necessary to his argument. What he's saying is that there's a differentiation, and he's categorizing Hezbollah a certain way, which then allows them to be targeted. However, even if he was trying to make a state equivalent, and you were arguing that Israel was targeting members of the Lebanese armed forces, there would still be an argument there if they were state actors, if they were engaged in active hostilities. So he's saying that his argument is not reliant on state versus non-state actors, and this guy talks so much he's not realizing what's going on.
Did I just say?
That's what I'm asking you. So you've
completely forgotten. If you've forgotten what I said, I can say it again.
Hey, welcome back to you 4 or 5 DGGers who came back in with your tails tucked in because Destiny was reading something boring. Welcome back, you traitors.
No. This is what my question to you, okay? And you can answer it clearly. Are you...
I'm fucking with you. I love you.
Dropping the argument that it matters whether they're considered state or non-state? Are you dropping that argument?
Yeah, if a state behaved in this way, they'd still have continuous combat function. Yeah, it's just that states don't do this. That's why that paragraph mentions non-state actors have a military force.
DD22E. I'm fucking around.
Where soldiers are literally battle ready and even working regular jobs, like in the same day.
What do you mean battle ready?
As in they're
he should explain that authoritatively.
Ready, like at any minute, or to go out and to take part in an operation.
They're just psychologically ready. They're psychologically ready.
As in they are ready in terms of they can get a call.
They're also logistically ready.
And they would go up and be battle ready like within a day. There's like a revolving door. That's what the argument is.
Okay,
reservists don't do this.
You're not saying anything. What makes them particularly battle ready compared to like an off-duty soldier in Israel?
As an off-duty soldier versus a reservist? So I don't know about not off-duty soldiers. So you can tell me how they operate.
Versus a Hezbollah fighter.
Yeah, so you
versus a Hezbollah fighter.
I'm going to trust you then because you didn't know anything about reservists to compare it to this. But what is an off-duty soldier? How does that work?
No, I'm asking you. You're saying they're bad. You're saying they're.
I don't know how off-duty soldiers exactly. I don't know the process of off-duty soldiers. So you can tell me. What does an off-duty soldier? How does that work?
No, you're the one making the claim. You're saying they're uniquely battle.
And this is weak from the argumentative side. So taking a look, we Googled a couple of things while this argument is unfolding. It looks like, according to international rules and laws, again, LB, if you want to cite me something particular, you can. but it looks like off of a cursory research, you can strike combatants, people who are a part of a non-state combatant organization like Hezbollah, and civilians who are engaged in support for combatant organizations. You can target those people. Hence, what are the rules of engagement? What do you mean, what are the rules of engagement? Rules of engagement is a totally different thing, by the way, LB. So rules of engagement apply to armed forces operating in a theater of war, where they articulate what you're supposed to do when. And so, what is it? It's like imminent threat of death or great bodily harm, you're allowed to kill someone. Then you can add in different policies, like if a car approaches you that you don't know if it's civilian or if it's, militants, use a pen flare to warn them off. I think the issue was the use of pagers. Why? Why was it? I mean, I'll be happy to research it on stream on your behalf, but I kind of want you to articulate what's your objection to it.
Ready. It's your
LB says, I think it's the use of pagers in public spaces. We Ginsu Hellfire missile strike combatants all the time, or terrorists all the time. And those terrorists might not be operating in an active combatant role. Very oftentimes when we hit terrorists, we're hitting them with Hellfire missiles and Sword Ginsu missiles when they're walking around town, when they're driving in their car, where they're hanging out at their house. They don't have to be actively participating in combat in order to be targeted.
Claim.
Compared to reservists, I don't know about off-duty soldiers.
Don't push the responsibility onto me. You're the one who has this
You brought up off-duty soldiers. Why are you being so fucking dense?
They're uniquely battle ready. Stop trying to stall.
Compared to reservists.
Stop trying to stall. You weren't able to answer the question. We could move on to another subject, or you can give me an answer. Why are they so uniquely battle ready?
Compared to reservists? That's what I was talking about.
Yeah, I would like it if he answered this, because I think there's actually like a weird definition from the international stuff. Can our military reservists be targeted in war? Are reservists considered civilians or valid military targets? Reservists who are on active duty are legitimate targets, like other military personnel, while reservists who are not on active duty are effectively civilians. Okay. Yeah, that seems like a weird gray area to me.
Yeah? Because reservists have a fine line. You are either integrated into civilian life.
Yeah, Short Stack says, Connor, the civilians immediate support thing was added because people started using civilians as mortar spotters. Yep. And radio men and logistics. Like there's the Battle of Mogadishu, where this guy, it's actually Grimes. They changed his name because apparently he ended up being a pedophile in real life. But there was a part of the Ranger Regiment, and in the movie, his name is Grimes. I don't know the real guy's name, but the real guy, I think, is a pedophile. And he just went like crazy during the battle. He was just like mowing everybody down, killing Somali soldiers left, right. Well, they weren't soldiers, but militiamen left, right, and center. But one of the things that his squad objected to was that there was a woman with a basket running across like the roadway, and he gunned her down. And then and they were like, what the fuck? But as soon as like he was still shooting, an RPG round went off in the basket that she was carrying. And so that would be an example of like, yeah, military member, totally bloodthirsty, just shot a civilian in the chest multiple times. But he ended up being correct because it was a civilian who wasn't just like on a stroll in the middle of the Battle of Mogadishu. She was running rocket-propelled grenades from one position to another. So the psycho pedophile ended up being right in shooting a woman in the chest. So, yeah. Crazy shit. The world's a crazy place.
And
yeah, Short Stack actually says, if you're a delivery boy or woman for the front line, then you're a valid target. Yup.
Not battle ready, or you get the call up, then you go and you leave your civilian job temporarily, and you go and get training, and you go and get ready to go.
Then you're a valid military target. I hope that's what he's about to say.
To the front lines or to military operations.
So
that's the
difference. So those fighters didn't. So nobody targeted in the pager attack had a civilian job.
What did I just say?
You just said you're working your civilian job and you're waiting to get the call.
Randy Chang says, well, that story's fucked up. Listen, yeah, you have to understand, like, from a military perspective, from like a veteran's perspective, like, because it's so fucked up, you tend to like glorify, combat and death and stuff. And so, just sharing a very brief story, I knew one of my combat instructors was a combat engineer, and he was involved in Fallujah, and so he was a heavy equipment operator. And during Fallujah 2, they kept setting up like cement barricades and burned out cars and all that kind of shit in the middle of the road in order to block coalition forces from driving through. And so maybe he was lying. I have no idea. But one of the things that he said that I thought was just totally batshit was that he was in, actually, you know what? I think it was a guy who saw it. I don't think it was a combat engineer. I think it was a guy who saw it. But effectively, an engineer was clearing out burnt out cars from the middle of the roadway, and a dude ran out from a side building with an AK, and he was spraying the tractor with AK fire. And before the people who were like watching the roadway could respond, the guy in the tractor changed direction and rammed the dude into the wall with the tractor blade and cut him in half. That's like the craziest shit I've ever heard in my life.
Okay, so you're telling me nobody targeted in the pager attack had a civilian.
All right, still lifting.
Job.
Okay, I don't think you understand the process.
They probably did have a civilian job, but if you check the definitions, then it was saying that if you are a person who actively participates supporting a militant organization, you are a valid military target. That's what the law that we read said.
No, you don't understand your own points. You just told me reservists. The fine line is they're working a civilian job and then they get the call. So now I'm asking you. You made these claims. Now you got to back them up. Nobody targeted in the pager attack had a civilian job.
Okay, so when a reservist, I didn't say about not having a civilian job. You're literally, when you say that Hezbollah people who got hit with those pagers had a civilian job, you're making my point, right? The fact that they multitask, that they are at the same time battle ready and also
I'm
have
not
a civilian
making your
job.
point. You said they're battle ready. You still haven't explained why they're uniquely battle ready. And,
because as soon as they get the pager
soldiers
call,
and reservists in Israel aren't battle ready.
Because reservists
battle ready,
have to take
by the way,
time.
combat ready, actually, if you gave a crap, means you're on a military base. But fine, keep going.
That's not what battle ready necessarily means, but okay.
Okay, fine. So why are they battle ready?
What do you think I'm going to say? Because
At any point you can move on to another question because you've been totally unable to defend your stance.
Yeah, just do that thing where you just like have no fucking idea what you're talking about, and you just keep on reminding everyone how
you're the one making
Hey
extraordinary
guys, just
claims.
so you guys know,
I'm going to fast forward 2 minutes because I agree that they need to move on because Lonerbox has already made his point 3 times, and this guy refuses to acknowledge the point.
We can also talk
what I'm
about.
asking is, where is your proof about how long it takes for?
This topic is Lonerbox points out no one in Hezbollah has tried to make claims that these people weren't Hezbollah militants.
Hezbollah fighter to get processed and armed and briefed.
Probably the fact that Hezbollah didn't even try. No one in Hezbollah has attempted to make the claim that these were reservists. That these are comparable to reservists.
So you didn't answer the question.
Yes, I did. That's if they were
don't have an
if
answer.
they were reservists, they
and
would
what's
say.
funny is rhetorically you're going to try and just through your words, you're going to try and pretend that you knew what you were talking about and that you had answers and you had me on the ropes. I didn't know what to say. I'm asking you basic questions to back up your thesis, your analysis.
Yeah,
this isn't analysis.
Yeah, but the problem with you is that
it's excellent analysis. You are just failing to understand it because you're being obtuse.
You've admitted that nothing will change your mind. The Hezbollah said they were fighters.
What do you mean the problem?
They didn't say they were reservists.
You can change my mind. Do you
Hezbollah
think
said they were
answering
fighters. Do you
basic
deny that?
questions, you might be able to change my mind?
Do you deny that Hezbollah people said that they were fighters? They were fighters. Not reservists, fighters.
When did I deny that some of these people were fighters?
Do you deny that Hezbollah said that they were... Well, because you initially told Hutch that they targeted civilians.
No. Okay. Firstly,
so you lied.
Maybe
you didn't know. You had no fucking idea.
No. Firstly,
yes,
you have civilian
did.
protections.
Do you deny that? Oh, we're gonna go back and scrub the clip from my little Twitter account.
When you're not in combat, okay? So then later when he brought up the fighters, which I know about the fighters. I've heard your arguments about this, okay?
So you just lied? You said, why do you say they targeted civilians?
Later when he brought up the fighters, I clarified.
Why did you say they targeted civilians then? Why did you say they targeted civilians? Hezbollah
Firstly,
doesn't agree
they
with
did.
this.
There were politicians. There were diplomats. Children were killed. Okay, and I said you can't control.
Did they
who
target the
has pagers,
children?
But also non-combatants have civilian protections.
Were the children targeted?
What I said was, if you cannot,
they're collateral damage. That's why he's not answering. Christian Valera says, we came, we saw, he died, laughs hysterically about killing Gaddafi. Honestly, the most base thing she's ever said. I don't agree. I think that shows that she's the kind of sociopathic lizard person that we all presume Hillary Clinton to be. However, yeah, Muammar Gaddafi was not a nice guy. And I don't care that he got shanked in the butt. Now, as a human, I think that's a terrible way to die. And I wouldn't wish that fate on my worst enemy. However, as a human who sympathizes with the Libyan people and the victims of the Lockerbie bombing, fuck Muammar Gaddafi, right? Randy Chang says, to be clear, it's not cool to target reservist rights. I'm getting a little confused. Yeah, Randy, so what we read so far, and again, I'm happy to be contradicted if somebody has some nuance of it, is reservists, when they're reintegrated back into the civilian world, you're supposed to treat them like civilians. However, if they get activated and they're doing their training rotations or whatever, then they can be treated as an opposing militant force and can be targeted. The differentiation, as far as I understand it, versus these non-state actors, is these non-state actors are engaged in asymmetric warfare, and effectively their activation status is constant. And that's kind of Lonerbox's point, is that the second they get the text message, they're on the way into combat. And same thing, I would say, with special forces. Special forces can be on leave where they're spending weeks or months on rest and recuperation, but they have their cell phones on them. So if a mission comes down that they need to participate in, they get a text message. They're able to grab their go bag and their weapons and go to the flight line and fly out to the mission. So that's where, for me, I would still consider that guy a valid military target. And I think international law agrees as well. Noonan says, yes, you can't target reservists under international law unless they're activated. Unless they're activated.
You lied about that as well. You know the children weren't targeted, do you?
No, I said,
yes, you do.
Yes,
you do. You know that they targeted their parents who were Hezbollah operatives.
Exactly. Enjoyer of the tank says it's like being on call for work. Exactly. You're still an employee of that place, right?
Cannot control who comes in possession of these pagers. And clearly, kids were maimed and killed.
It's not about controlling. It's about having a reasonable assumption of where they would be.
Yeah, the problem with this is, for you couldn't make reasonable, extensive, boundless.
That's
so
the purpose
how
of
am I supposed
law?
to have an argument about that? You
Okay.
can say reasonable.
Well, use
okay,
your brain
a lot
then.
of things are reasonable
Yeah,
to you.
okay, yeah, use
it
your
wasn't
brain.
reasonable to the ex-director of the CIA, but it was reasonable to you. Okay.
Yeah, and to other. Wait, do you trust the CIA or no? I thought the CIA's and the West Point and all these people, their job was to justify war crimes. Oh, you only agree with them when they agree with you. Yeah, okay.
When you offer what's called
what
evidence against interest, it's more credible.
That's an interesting quote. I do understand that people do that hypocritically, and I brought that up in reference to, who is it? Silver-haired lady in the cabinet, Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi Gabbard, when you offer information against interest, it can be deemed more credible. That's an interesting quote.
Why? But this guy was ex-CIA. What's his interest?
Okay, whatever. Fine.
You think everyone in the CIA...
Yep, no problem. Paltiel Klempner asked for a Discord link. Yep, I'm going to give it to you momentarily.
CIA likes Israel? What the fuck? You think everyone in the CIA's job is to like Israel?
What are you saying?
Do you think everyone in the CIA's job is to like Israel?
No, I think their job is to support the American State Department.
Which doesn't necessarily
And the American State Department obviously is heavily supportive of Israel.
Even though Israel has literally...
Cringe.
Of course, there's a lot of ties between CIA and Mossad.
Criticized Israel's actions.
I think a lot of people probably, on a personal level in the CIA, probably hate Israel.
Yeah,
but their job is to
so
support.
it's not evidence against interest. He's ex-CIA.
No, in this case, I would say it's more credible because that is not good for State Department propaganda. So who is he working for?
You've just contradicted yourself.
Here's the Discord link, Paltiel Klempner. I just posted it in the chat.
That's okay. He's not working for CIA.
No, I haven't.
You said CIA
No, I
people
said
could
it's
probably
more
hate Israel.
credible
So it's
when
not
it's
evidence
evidence against interest.
Yeah, but it's not evidence against
Say
interest.
that again?
It's not evidence against interest.
Why? I didn't say
How
this
do you know
guy
that?
hates Israel. I
You
didn't
said
say he
people in
hates
the CIA
Israel. How the
how
fuck
do you-
would I know if he hates Israel?
Is he an Israel glazer?
How long do you want to talk about our speculation whether the ex-CIA director likes or hates Israel?
We can ditch it if you want, but
What
you
is
brought it
this?
up. You brought it up. You said that
You're
it was evidence
really
against
desperate
interest.
to try and find some sort of flaw in logic. Some gotcha.
I'm going to say this guy, while not really offering a lot of alternatives and perspectives or an alternative definition or an alternative legal source that contradicts what he's saying, what Lonerbox is saying, I will say he's doing okay at being fierce rhetorically. Like, I'm sure plenty of people in his chat are like, yeah, get him, get him, get him. But as my chat is noticing, Sacred Snow and DD22E, they're both saying that Lonerbox is effectively destroying him and annihilating him. And I have to agree, from like a logic tit for tat, Lonerbox doing a pretty stinking good job.
I'm
It's
just
not
matching
there,
your energy.
you know?
I'm just
What you
behaving in
should
the
have
exact
done-
same way you do. I'm just matching you.
Okay,
We can calm down if you
so
want.
be better than me. Be better than me if I'm behaving badly. When I asked you what is the source of this information, you know how long it takes for a Hezbollah fighter to get called up. You know the time window and the process for them to get called up.
No, but he's presuming it.
And also you ignore the politicians, the diplomats who were also targeted. The fact that you can't control who's going to ultimately end up
This is the most DGG thing I've ever read in my chat. Me trying to listen to Destiny at 2x speed while watching this at the same time. Nice.
in possession of these pagers.
Okay,
and then you said, well, no, it's reasonable assumption. Well, as soon as we get into reasonable assumption, then that's the kind of thing you got to bring to a court, and then you got to argue your interpretation of reasonable.
Well, why don't we
And
argue that then?
I don't think we're about to agree on that.
Well, we can make
I don't
good
think,
arguments or bad
there's
arguments.
no way
about
we're going to
reasonable-
agree.
Yeah, I'll give
There's
you.
no way we're going to agree.
Okay, just humor me, okay? I don't expect you to agree with me, okay? That's fine. I don't expect that. That's fine. I don't think Arabs are idiots. Maybe you do, okay? I think Hezbollah are quite a sophisticated
You always
organization.
do that. Bigotry of low expectations.
I don't think
Right?
Hezbollah are incompetent. I think they're a very sophisticated military organization. I think most people, they've shown Israel up probably more than any other Arab force has in the last few decades. So I think if Hezbollah orders a bunch of pagers for their soldiers, which was admitted to by the IRGC officials who spoke to Reuters, then I don't think they're going to be stupid enough to allow these pagers that are used for sensitive military operations to avoid detection from the IDF are going to necessarily allow these pagers to just get randomly dispersed among the civilian population. So I think it's a reasonable expectation that if you bug these pagers with explosions, and they were actually they went through some preliminary Hezbollah security checks. They tried it in airport security and they passed it. So I think if you are giving these pagers to Hezbollah and you know that Hezbollah are using it for military operations, then I think it's reasonable to assume that when you set these pagers off, the majority of them are going to be on the militants and they're going to be hitting the militants. And that's exactly what happened.
Firstly, I told you, diplomats, politicians, children. Okay.
Was I wrong about the majority?
Okay, and that those people are probably sympathetic. So when he's talking about politicians, civilians, etc., they were part of Hezbollah's network, obviously.
You think? What would you say? What would Hutch say? 1,400 out of 3,000?
It was 1,500, and those were only permanently injured ones. Those were only permanently injured.
But
you acknowledge that some people got temporarily
number
injured
one,
as well.
Number one, non-combatants. Number two, you can't control. You're booby trapping a device, and you can't control who's going to have possession of it. Number three.
Whereas with the Hellfire missile or a Ginsu missile, you're almost guaranteed to have collateral damage. So in a lot of ways, the pagers were actually like a reduced force compared to usual.
You're hitting diplomats. You're hitting politicians
who are members or supporters of Hezbollah, right?
Do you think there's much of a distinction in Hezbollah between their political wing and their militant wing?
What much of a distinction? What qualifies as the right amount of distinction? And where's your analysis on the amount of distinction?
Short Stack says, "Who is this leader? Is he known?" Yeah, I think he's called Disinformation something. I forget what he's called, Disinformation Tracker, and he's on Twitter, and he's basically like a lefty Twitter profile.
between the targets, the people who got hit, the politicians, the Iranian diplomat.
Why did the Iranian diplomat have a pager that was given to him via Hezbollah?
Your analysis about the amount of distinction there was?
Well, I know the fact that when people were trying to sanction Hezbollah.
Yup. Sagard's No says, I really wish Lonerbox would say, if you can't control collateral damage with pagers, how come there was so little collateral damage? You could acknowledge that like a kid got killed, politicians got maimed, et cetera, et cetera. However, isn't that kind of like, let's say that you maimed 1,500 people who were a part of this communications network for Hezbollah. And there was like 3 kids killed. But if you did Hellfire missile strikes for all of the same people, you would kill, let's say, 5 to 10 civilians per Hellfire missile. Then you would have killed 1,500 people instead of maiming 1,500 people. And let's say there was 10 civilians per, 1,500 times 10, you would have killed 15,000 civilians. So, yeah. Short Stack says, I didn't say leader. That's probably a mispronunciation. I'm probably getting tired. I want to watch the combatant segment. And then I think I'm going to wrap. So let's go ahead and watch the combatant segment.
In areas, okay? That's always part of the collateral.
They were not targeting combatants. That's why there are laws that say you can't just target non-combatants.
But you think a combatant is someone who's in a base or is firing their weapon, but that's not true.
Okay, but going between a base, there may be some in-between scenarios, but when you're living a civilian
really?
life,
like a revolving door? Like
non-combatant.
that's why we have continuous combat function. Yes, that's why. Yes. Thank you. You're in my position now.
Yes,
well done.
but
congratulations.
No, I'm not in your position because I said I don't think an off-duty Israeli soldier or reservist in a supermarket is considered a valid target or a combatant.
They actually are if they're active duty. In asymmetric warfare, they can be targeted 100%.
Do you,
out of interest, about Hezbollah fighters.
Out of interest, do you deny that? We'll go to just to ask you about Hamas, and then I can see with Hezbollah. Do you deny that Hamas fighters literally like work a day job and then they go and do military operations like in the same day? Do you deny that they do that?
That they have day jobs?
That they have day
I don't
jobs
deny they have day
as well
jobs,
as military jobs.
That,
like they will literally like do a day job. Like the Hamas people will do a day job, and then in the evening they might go and patrol the border as a soldier, or they might.
Yep.
Like
that,
do you deny that?
That I don't know.
Okay,
it's true. It's just descriptively true.
If that could be
denying it, I don't know.
Yeah, I know. I know.
think I reviewed
yes, I know. Yes.
A day in the life of every Hamas soldier.
Okay. Well, you don't have to. You can just look at like their website and the way that they talk about dead soldiers and shit like that, because they say
quite descriptive. They say on the website, so and so was delivering the mail, and then within 10 minutes he was shooting rockets.
That's
on the Hamas website.
With some of them, they'll say things like some of them who worked in the police would work a day job, and then they would go to a mosque for a dawn prayer, and then they would go out and
fire obituaries for Israeli
soldiers
and American soldiers.
No,
same thing in the obituaries for Israeli soldiers and American soldiers.
In the same day?
That they have other jobs. What are you talking about?
No, I'm saying. I'll just rephrase because you didn't hear what I said clearly. When Hamas fighters are killed, sometimes in their obituaries, they will talk about like the day that they died, or they'll say what they would do by day and by night. And they'd say, oh, by day, they worked in like some kind of like, they worked in sales or something like that. And then by the evening, they were doing like a military border patrol. Yes, because there's like a there's like a very revolving door relationship between militant and civilian status. That's why continuous combat function emerged as a concept for them.
If you would like to make an actual argument about an actual person or group of people who were targeted and whether or not they were actually rapidly moving between a civilian setting and fighting, and you have actual evidence about it, and in this case we're talking about the pager attack, then you can show me that evidence. You can go over it. Instead, what you're doing, this is what you.
I would argue that Lonerbox already has, even if he hasn't cited specific articles. I would argue that Lonerbox has already made these arguments accurately.
Keep asking me. You don't think? You don't imagine? You don't speculate? You don't dream up this scenario where these fighters were working in whatever fucking civilian job, or they're in whatever civilian area, and then...
All right, I'm going to summarize it. So, effectively... I'm gonna go to the end. I do think that Lonerbox did a successful debate. I do think that he owned this guy in the marketplace of ideas. Effectively, the argumentation was during the pager attack, Israel infiltrated the purchase of pagers for Hezbollah. They infiltrated their comms network. And then after a month or two, they detonated all the pagers and they wounded 1,500 people and they killed a few of them. And there was a few civilian casualties, but not very many. I think it was like less than a dozen of civilians like injured and or killed. The reason why Hezbollah sympathizers are mad is because this was done in a civilian context where a lot of these people were walking around doing their day jobs, doing this, doing that when they were maimed. However, the point that Lonerbox is making is that these people routinely move between militant roles like fighting Israel, defending the border, doing patrols, terrorist attacks, etc. And the paging was how they communicated in a QRF, quick reaction force thing. And Lonerbox's argument is that when you're a part of a QRF, when you're effectively active duty, where you can be called at any moment in order to go do your job, you're a valid military target. This guy said no, but then he didn't present any counter evidence. And then he just refused to listen to Lonerbox explain. So that's pretty much what happened. So I'm going to go ahead and say that Lonerbox won. Lonerbox dubs in chat. So I'm going to say, LB says not in a marketplace. I think that was sort of a war crime, but we do that all the time. So I get that you can say that the drone program is unethical, but we kill terrorists in civilian contexts all the time. And we also accept a certain amount of civilian casualties. So yeah. DD22E says, stop rage baiting Lonerbox. Well, he's good at it. LB says they didn't say anything. Well, I just summarized what they said. Sacred's Nose says he gaped the caller. The caller had no idea what he was talking about. Yep, that was feels over reels for sure. I'm dug in like a tick. Unsurprising, LB. You're very aggressive. DD22E says, if the Soviets did the pager attack, these tankies would cream. That's vulgar, but yes, and call the other side arslers. Yeah, if the shoe was on the other foot, they wouldn't care. LB says, see, Connor, it's the however part that smells illegal. Okay. W Bonerbox says Mega Zero. I agree. DD22E says common Scottish W. True. Christian Blair says war crimes have to be intentional, though. Not only that, if you're having a good time, they're not a war crime. Sacred's Nose says, LB, stuff and more. International law doesn't care about your olfactory feelings. LB says, and we commit war crimes all the time. Doesn't make it right. Okay, cool. Anyways, I'm going to thank all of y'all for hanging out with me, having a good time, and hanging out in the chat, even after, Lonerbox, Pisco, Destiny went live. I appreciate you hanging out with me and maintaining your 3,000 IQ status. I'm going to thank Nsort, Drew the Dogman, Grassroots Hegemon for being generous as always, Gen X and Philip Coffey for donating. Thank you for giving me your eyeballs, your time and attention, and hopefully you were mildly entertained by my breakdowns and my insight and my commentary. Big in Gaming says you're welcome for the suggestion. Thank you, Big in Gaming, for the suggestion. Deus Halcyon says, and remember, it ain't ever a war crime for the first time. True. If you do it the first time and nobody knows what the hell you're doing, then it isn't a war crime yet. Vrencon says, have a great day, Connor. Thank you. Have a great weekend, by the way. I'll see you on Monday. Christian Blair says, have a good day, Connor, in chat. See you next time. See you Monday. DD22E says, okay, see you, Connor. See you, buddy. Have a great day. Sacred Snow says, I was quoting you with a twist. That's why the winky face. Beautiful. LB says, have a great weekend, everyone. I parasocially love each and every one of you. Parasocial love to the VOD viewers. I know that's a little gay that I'm blowing you kisses, but I love doing this. This is one of my favorite things ever. Like the stream. Engage in chat and future chats since we're wrapping up right now. Check out the VODs, comment on the VODs. All of that is free to you, and it helps me out in the algorithm, and I get that sweet, sweet AdSense revenue. Super chats if you got them, because I love them. Memberships if you got them, because I love them. And then also PayPal links were linked a couple of times. So if you want to send a direct donation, feel free to do so. Mega Zero says, later, mister. Have a great weekend. Deus Alcyon says, super gay. Love you too, bud. Yep. Randy says, GG's. All right. Bye, guys. Have a beautiful day.